Hello all of you, here we are with the first marathon lecture for costing. This includes all the revision videos from chapter 1 to chapter 9, wherein all the concepts, all the formulas, all the formats are discussed. And special emphasis I have given on the points where usually students go wrong. When I correct the booster test papers, I come to know what happens when you are writing the exam, and there are some common places where you make mistake. I call it as pitfall. So special attention I have paid on that and I have emphasized. So do watch these videos repeatedly, put headphones, watch full screen, and whatever booster notes I have discussed, if you want the screenshots of those booster notes, they are available in the Concept Classes app in PDF form. You can download them and use it for reference, or pause the video and write it once. I'm saying write it once because once when you write it, no, you'll remember it. One day before exam, rather than diving into 5-6 chapters and missing out on the rest, better revise all the gist booster notes. And when you are already completed with the costing and you're doing taxation and other subjects, still in between, if you keep revising these formats and all, solving the problem will be very helpful to you. Thank you so much for the amazing feedback for the part 1 and part 2 of accounts marathon. Last 21 years I have been teaching these subjects, so interlinking is there. You will see when I discuss bonus shares in accounts and investment, I discuss the capital gain part of the bonus shares, and you know it is there in law also. So already accounts part 1 and part 2 marathon lectures are there. Description mein the link and all is given, and this is for costing part 1. Part 2 soon we will be coming up, wherein we will discuss the chapter 9th onwards, the remaining chapters. Okay. And when you are completing these chapters, make sure you write chapter wise exam. It's a foolproof method, dear students. Once your labor chapter is over, give yourself test. No, there is no reason why you should feel more demotivated by writing exam and all, and there won't come any time. Agar exam is after 1.5 months, still sometimes we are not ready. If it is after 3 months, we are still not ready. So in short, we are not going to be ready till the time is there. Exam na hum usme pura fail ke pad lete hain, right or not? It's not that we are not preparing. Of course, you all are working hard, 7, 8, 9 hours. That's what I know, all your schedule, those who are sharing it with me, and I'm doing mentoring for you. But then in this only spare time to write the test series so that you get the feel of the exam. And if you feel these costing booster notes are helpful, do share this video with more of your friends. Once this is shared initially, the YouTube will give it a good boost. And do like and share, subscribe, so that very soon I'm coming up with the live classes for taxation revision lectures. The next Saturday only we are doing for house property, business head, capital gain deductions and so on. And I'll be discussing MCQs. So many of you are saying MCQs of the taxation, we should take a separate session. Mock test papers you can check. Last May 22 also all I have discussed, and superb views and comments you all have given. Do showing that your whatever you say expression, so that I come to know what exactly is more helpful to you all. Always willing to give more and more for all of you students. Thank you so much. And keep up the expression all. Keep commenting below the video. That motivates me also, and it encourages others also to watch, to whom it is very helpful. I am giving a disclaimer now only, dear students. These are marathon revision lectures, will give you gist. This is not enough. For learning, if you have not taken the coaching, you need to take regular coaching. You need to learn one concept, one problem, one concept, and then you combine and you make a problem, right or not? Cash flow statement from operating activities, investing, you solve separately and then. So these are not concept learning videos, these are revision videos, gist videos. so that you can sum it up and keep revising, because repeated listening is necessary, right? Thank you so much, and start watching the video with like button. Hit it, subscribe it, so that you are notified when I'm taking live sessions for the mock test. And the benefit of doing live with me MCQs and mock test is you can interact with me, ask your doubts there itself. Okay? Any doubts still if you have, you can always connect. In the description box, all the links are given for Telegram, where I keep posting all updates and voice notes. Say I'm clearing the doubt of you all students. You're all very hardly, you all are working, but then be committed, don't give up. कभी कभी पीछे अगर जा रहे हैं, out of the way, distracted you are, demotivated, it's okay. You, no one can be motivated and positive all the time. Most important is to come back on the track again, right? So wish you very all the best. Make the most of these marathon lectures. Bye bye. God bless you. Best wishes always. Signing off now. Dipti ma'am here. Bye bye.
Hello all of you. Here we begin the booster revision lecture for material chapter. And super amazing response I saw for the cost sheet. Theory you all need to practice a little. Along with our material, institute's material, also give it a reading, because exactly same questions are picked up. So whatever points you have written in that, some repetition was also there. So around 3 points if you write instead of 5, then we are not able to take it, right? So paper discussion we have already done for the first one, and gear up your preparation for material chapter. Let me tell you very clear, material chapter, labor and overhead, separate questions are asked and compulsorily asked. Types of costing, you have a choice. Sometimes contract costing question they will ask, sometimes service costing, sometimes process is like asked every time. Standard costing, they may ask you material or labor or overhead. So now, a very important part of the learning aspect here is material chapter has some formulas, but they are logical. So let us understand directly the concept of the chapter from the booster notes, what we have dictated. Regular videos of material class are also available in our YouTube channel if you want to check the regular videos. This is the gist revision, and very important, I may forget later, material chapter, lot size and all commonly asked question. It's not just EOQ now. Lot size and all questions are asked, which are मतलब ऐसे भर भर के हैं आपके study material in my material for practice. And along with that, last question number 7, 5 into 4 marks theory question. One question is surely there from material chapter. Like one question is surely there from question number chapter number 1, responsibility center or types of costings or limitation or distinguish between cost reduction and cost control. Like that, one theory question is surely there from material and labor. So imagine the weightage of these chapters in your 100 marks paper, 6 plus 4 marks, 6 plus 4, like this is the weightage of material, labor, overhead. Compulsory. Labor also, question is also asked, one theory question is also asked. So let us begin to revise the booster notes for material and then we will go down. Okay? Right. Can you see on screen? In material chapter, generally we learn to control the material cost, you have to decide when to buy. When to buy is like reorder level. When do you eat? When you feel hungry. It's the time for breakfast, lunch, dinner, right? So when do you buy the goods? When it reaches the reorder levels. Maximum level hai to stop buying. Minimum level hai to keep the orders. Below the minimum is safety. So reorder levels is a topic wherein we come to know the answer when to buy. Okay. Now how much to buy? If I need 10,000 units and if I buy, that answer we will get from this formula of economic order quantity. How this is derived also I have explained here. One second. See if I can move this cursor with the help of this. Chalo. So in material, EOQ stands for economic order quantity. It says how much material you should buy. And the formula is under root 2AO by C, where A is your annual demand. How many kgs or how many units of raw material you want to buy. O is ordering cost per order. Whenever you order, no, you have to give paper ad, you have to call for quotations, you have to decide and place the order, send the mail or go for some sample test, travel and then come and order. So ordering cost per order, okay, per order you have to take. C divided by C is the carrying cost. When you purchase the inventory, you hold it in your godown. So do you need to pay godown rent? Yes, maintenance, some wear and tear. You've got 10 kgs of material, but 1 kg got destroyed in godown. So C is the carrying or holding cost of inventory, which has your godown rent, maintenance and all, plus interest. When you purchase the stock and keep it in your godown and use it throughout the month, is your money blocked in the stock? You've paid and you have got it. So carrying cost is always taken per unit per annum. So many, see, when we do normal teaching, it's different. Material class goes on for 7 to 8 classes. But when we are doing revision, I would stress a lot on the pitfalls where you go wrong. Carrying cost many times in the exam is given per unit. Now, if it is given per unit, it is wrong. If it, I mean, say it's wrong, matlab you have to remember if it is given per unit per month, then it is wrong. It has to be per unit per annum. So if it is given per month, then multiply by 12. Okay. And sometimes carrying cost is given as 10% of the purchases. So say your purchase cost is 100 into 10%. So carrying cost is 10 per unit per annum. Anywhere, if you feel my speed is more, do let me know. Carrying cost, it may be given directly per unit per annum. No problem. Per unit per month, multiply by 12. If it is given percentage, carrying cost is 10% of the purchase price. So purchase price is 110%, 10 rupees. So, excuse me. Under root 2A, many of the materials they have for ordering cost B. Under root 2AO divide by C. Okay, or 2AB divide by C. You will get economic order quantity means how much to purchase. Now, there has to be equilibrium. In Hindi, we call it tarazu. Listen. If you order, listen to me carefully. If you order annual requirement 10,000 units at a time, your carrying cost will be high. 10,000 units you need to store in your godown, a big godown, lot of investment, maintenance. If you order more, your ordering cost, carrying cost is high. If you order little, I need 1,000 units, I need now 5, jitna chahiye utna order do. So the ordering cost will be high. Again and again you need to order. We say, no, oh, you're going to wholesale market, better instead of one pencil, get a box of pencil. No, baati khatam. We'll keep up. So economic order quantity is that equilibrium point where ordering cost and carrying cost are same. Let us understand it from this diagram. Look at the screen. On x-axis, yeah. कभी-कभी पेन थोड़ा नहीं चलता है. On this x-axis, I have written quantity. On y-axis, I have written this as cost. This is my cost. Now, as you see, as you increase your quantity of your purchase, your carrying cost is rising. Are you all clear with me? Jitna jada at a time you will purchase, your carrying cost is high. And the higher you purchase at a time, your ordering cost will be low. If you purchase 1,000, 10 times order, If you purchase 10,000 at a time, only one order. So higher the quantity, ordering cost is low. So this line where it intersects ordering cost, and this is the point of EOQ. Here the cost is less and this is the quantity you should purchase. Huh? If you purchase this quantity, यहाँ पे कहीं, so if you purchase more quantity, carrying cost is high. If you purchase here, then if you purchase less quantity, your ordering cost is high. So economic order quantity इतना economical है where your ordering and carrying cost are same. Look at the screen. If you buy more quantity, your carrying cost is high, but your ordering cost is low. Did you get it? If you buy less quantity, thoda, carrying cost is low as you need to hold, but ordering cost is high, right? So some rukawat ke liye khele. So now did you get this logic from the screen? So when you buy more quantity and the carrying cost is also high, then how it will be done? Did you understand this format that if you buy more quantity, carrying cost will be high because you have to maintain so many units, but ordering cost. If you buy thoda quantity, carrying cost will be low, no maintenance, no interest, no inventory, but ordering cost would be high. So this is the equilibrium diagram they can ask. And I challenge this formula you will not see in any of the CA books, but how this is derived. You know, look at the screen. This is not for the exam, but this is like superb for the knowledge. What do you mean by at EOQ ordering and carrying cost are equal also and least also? So what do you mean by this? Number of orders. Many times in the exam they ask you number of orders. So A by Q. A is annual demand, 10,000 units. Q means you buy 1,000 units. So how many times you will place order? A by Q, number of orders, 10. And ordering cost per order is 50. So what is ordering cost? 500. Now, average inventory. You buy Q. Q kharido. But average inventory is Q by 2. Average is Q by 2. Average inventory. Average is always like you buy 800 units and you start using throughout the month. So Q by 2 is average inventory and carrying cost per unit is C. Carrying cost per unit is C. So this is ordering cost and carrying cost. Now at EOQ, the ordering cost is same. This you know you can prove actually. This you can prove. I have not written here, so I will write on this right hand side. I will write at EOQ, ordering cost is equal to carrying cost. Okay? Now, what is ordering cost? A by Q, number of orders, into O, ordering cost. What is carrying cost? Q by 2, average inventory. I hope you all are doing revision with me and you already know all this. Q by 2 into carrying cost per unit. Now, chalo. AO, this side, this will go here, this will go here. So 2AO, Q square, C. Q square is equal to 2AO by C. Q is equal to under root 2AO by C. आ गया formula. At EOQ, ordering and carrying cost is least and equal. Okay? Right? So this is how Q and all this is working. Now, lot size. Yeah, you get lot size problems in the exam. They'll give you, if you buy this much lot, we will give you discount in the purchase price. So please remember, if the purchase price is changing, carrying cost as a percentage of the purchase price will also change. But once in the exam they said, even if purchase price is changing, carrying cost is constant. If they give so, do like that. Now, lot size problem, you have to prepare the columns. So if you go by total approach, purchase cost plus carrying cost plus ordering cost minus the discount. Are you getting? Purchase price minus discount, and discount will increase as you change your lot size. Yes. And if you go by discount approach, then ordering cost plus carrying cost minus discount is your income. So where net benefit is high, go for that option. In total approach, where the cost is least, go for that option. And this point I was saying, if discount is given as a percentage, carrying cost is also given as a percentage. With the change of the purchase price, the carrying cost will also change. Got it, all of you? Right? And the lot size problem, how they are solved, I will say. Like ordering cost, now you know the formula, no? Ordering cost, now you know the formula. You know, material chapter has two types of the problems, basically lot size or related to reorder levels. Yeah, I remember one problem as an example I had solved. 1 second. Yeah, this is like 5,200 units and EOQ. Now, what are reorder levels? I think this I will explain from the main screen, different level. This was, I wanted to give you the format. In exam, if they ask you lot size problem, this just, I put lot of energy in explanation. So I'm writing PCOC, write purchase cost. Purchase cost में student गलती करते हैं annual units into the purchase price. This is lot size, 1 or 2 units. But 5,200 units you have to purchase at the rate of 500. Yes. So this is your purchase cost. Ordering cost is A by Q. A by Q gives you number of orders. 5,200 units you want and 102 unit you are purchasing into 100. Ordering cost. And carrying cost is Q by 2 into C. So Q is 1 or 2 units you are purchasing, average divide by 2 units you have into carrying cost per unit. Now, C, your average is coming to 1 or 2 units अगर आप खरीद रहे हो तो 26,10,000 is your cost. 1,300 units you are buying, then 25,32 is the cost because you are getting discount. So yeah, they will go for discount. Sometimes it's not, no, Dipti ma'am has taught EOQ ही खरीदना है, economic order quantity पे ordering cost and cash. But if they give you lucrative offers, oh, if you buy big lot size, we will give you 10% discount. So even though then I order bulk and my carrying cost is high, but if discount as an income is higher than the carrying cost, I may change my decision for the lot size. Yeah, right? So these type of questions, safety stock. Yeah, I know you're asking what will be the safety stock. So today the screen is giving trouble actually. ये तो हम booster notes वहाँ चले गए. These are the booster notes. Let me know, please, the feedback of this video, dear students. Those who have opted for boosters, you want to solve one problem or what? It will be a lengthy video then. Or this is fine for all of you. EOQ is clear. Reorder levels I'll explain from that screen. And lot size problem I have showed you how to solve. Diagram is clear. Yeah. Under root 2 AC, and this is how formulas they can ask you. Cost comparison statement. Lot size में सब ले लेना है हमको. Yeah. Write all the formula. Yeah. Now this is one different kind of the problems included, especially from study material. Cost per good unit. Total purchase cost minus total quantity minus normal loss. You have purchased in 10,000 rupees 1,000 units, but 100 are lost in transit. So though you have received 900 units, you have to pay 10,000. So normal loss quantity will always be reduced. And net purchase price after the trade discount is taken. Trade discount is never a part of books of accounts. Cash discount you will not take. GST added in the cost of purchase if you are not getting input tax credit. And if you are getting, no problem. Add packing, transportation, carriage inward, all the cost incurred in your material till you reach the godown. Non-returnable secondary packing. Sometimes you sell it in bottles, like Vijaya milk is coming in bottles which are not returnable nowadays. So add that packing cost also in the material. Returnable packing hai, to ignore it because it's not the part of the goods. Government grant and subsidies if you are receiving related to material, reduce it. Okay? Right. You also have inventory related problems here for with T methods. First in inventory are not asked here. Kabhi process or kahin pe. Have you all done in foundation accounts inventory chapter? First in, first out method, what comes first goes first. Last in, first out. It's not applicable in income tax and accounts, but it's there in costing. Whatever is latest is sold first. Old stock pada hai. No one will do this now, right? And weighted averages, if you have purchased at 10 rupees or 12 rupees, just make average and whatever you issue at average. For this is with my own mindset. I give this points to students so that they can solve these stock related problems very easily. Quantity, rate, amount, quantity, rate, amount, quantity. In aa raha hai your purchases, your sales and your balance. 3 columns. And in each column also 3 columns. Quantity, rate, amounts. Now what are these points to remember? See, material purchased when returned issued at the original purchase rate and not whatever. See, for issue, you may be following LIFO, FIFO, weighted average. But if you have purchased and you are returning to the creditor, return it at the rate at which you have purchased. For transfer between jobs and department, no entry in the stock ledger. I issued from stock ledger to A department. A said, I don't want. It went to B department. It didn't come in the go down, no? So go down mein no entry will come. Between departments, they will pass the entry. Third point. For return of the goods from production to the go down. Sometimes we issue the goods for production and then they are returned back as excess. Production mein jyada ho gaya. So they will be recorded at the latest issue rate and again they will be issued first. Are you getting? For return of goods, not from that creditor, but from production. I have issued 50 units for production, 45 were used, 5 came back. Take it as receipt at the latest issue rate and tomorrow, whenever they need 40 units more, these 5 units will go first. This is my observation by more than 50 problems solved for this FIFO. I'm honestly saying. From various books for in accounts, CA foundation and all. And add on more points to this. Next, shortage is treated according to the issue rate. 80 units are there in the books, but in go down 78 units are there. So 2 units are issued at shortage at whatever issue rate you are following. If it is normal shortage, transfer it to overhead. If it is abnormal shortage, transfer it to costing P&L. And weighted average hai, so you have to reduce it. Yeah, this formula is used in accounts in single entry and it is used here also. Yeah, last part of this material. Inventory turnover ratio. How many times you are buying the inventory and consuming? So raw material consumed by average stock. Raw material consumed is, yesterday only we did the cost sheet. Opening stock of material plus purchases including expenses minus closing stock. This is the raw material consumed. And average stock of raw material is opening, closing, divide by 2. Clear to all of you? And raw material turnover ratio is in times. How many times? So holding period, you can take in the numerator 365 days or 52 weeks or 12 months, and in denominator stock turnover ratio. This will give you like you're holding the inventory for 2 months or so. This is all about booster notes, and I hope you have got the grip on EOQ, how to solve the lot size problems, how the formula is derived, and a grip on all the important points to remember for FIFO and LIFO. Now, just few more minutes are needed. I'll take you through the chapter so that, see, these are all basic questions. Just in time purchase, write the short note. If you have a very good vendor, just phone karo and he will send you the goods. Why you need to store them? So you can do that just in time, provided you have lot of coordination with your suppliers. This exam, this last December 21 exam, they've asked the questions on documentation. Okay, documentation, bill of material. Bill of material. Kab use hota hai when you place the order, how much material is required, purchase requisition, purchase order, and which department is using which document. So just go through this table, which department is, like bill of material is, what is the kind of material you are using? If you are manufacturing oil, your raw material should be peanuts. If they buy 10 packets of biscuit and they put in purchase, why do you need biscuit for oil manufacturing? So that's the basic thing. Purchase requisition means store will save, purchase department or purchase karo, store mein nahi hai. Purchase order, who will place? Purchase department. Inspection department will check whatever you have placed, the quality and all is fine or not. When the goods are received, GRN, goods received note. Okay, goods are corrected, inspected. Material requisition note. This material requisition note will be placed by the production department. We want this much material. Based on that, they will place the purchase requisition to the purchase. So this is all linked documents. Material transfer note, return note, and all. Now, many times theory question is asked in exam, distinguish between, I'm discussing the theory also as and how it is coming, bin card and stores ledger. Yeah, so bin card and stores ledger. So bin card is basically, the card is attached to that godown or wo jo pile jaye. You remove 2 items, -2. You add +5. So bin card dekhoge to you will get the quantity details. Stores ledger. Stores ledger are different. Stores ledger is what we are learning, LIFO, FIFO and all. So you can revise this from our material. Many times in the exam, basic assumptions are asked. Ma'am, you said EOQ is best to purchase. But at EOQ, ordering cost and carrying cost are uniform throughout the year. So seasonal business mein to nahi hota hai. If I'm doing pickle business, can I say no, as and how I'll require, I'll buy? No. Mangoes are available only for the coming 3 months in the summer season. So we will buy and keep. So many times economic quantity is not equal to the reorder quantity. We forget about the EOQ. When you are getting superb discount, when raw material is not available, then forget the EOQ. When substantial lead time is involved, too much time is involved in purchasing. If you order now, it will take time. So better purchase. Minimum purchase quantity is fixed. So no point, no, I want 3 units because EOQ is 3 units. But sir, you will get it in 30 pack. So 30 ka pack kharidna padega. Yes. You go and say to the vendor, I want 1 pencil cell for my watch. He'll say no. Minimum 6 pack is there. You have to buy. So this can be asked as theory question. See this, look at the screen, and if you want, take a screenshot. This is, I can't say how many times they are asking this lot size question. Lot size likho, purchase cost, ordering cost, carrying cost, total cost. Just observe it when you solve these level of the problems. Yeah. Next part in this is when should I place order? So reorder level is maximum how much you can use the material per day. 10,000 units are required and your factory is working 250 days. How much units are required per day? And maximum lead time is if you place order, will you get it in 7 days, 10 days? So maximum lead time is maximum 10 days. And maximum usage is daily I need 100 units for production, but kabhi season hai to 250 units bhi lage. 250 units you need and maximum lead time is 10. So when there are 2,500 units, it's time to place the order. Please learn this significance for nice objective theory questions in question number 7. Minimum level is reorder level minus average usage and lead time. Maximum level is reorder level. There's some understanding behind these formula or thoda sa learn kar lo. Generally, I don't say. I hope you all didn't learn EOQ का formula आपको learn तो नहीं करना पड़ा ना, समझ में तो आया ना? Maximum level, reorder level भी है, reorder quantity minus minimum usage. Don't go on how these formulas are derived now, it will take a lot of time. Average level is maximum, minimum. Yeah, danger is minimum, जब minimum गया है, it is the time when emergency purchase करो, otherwise your production will stop. Actually, I am not reading significance right now, but it's superb, I can say. Significance is very, very important. All right, look at the screen. Minimum level, reorder level, average level, maximum के ऊपर even if they give discount, no, we don't have place in our godown. Danger level 0. Danger level में गया तो just emergency make a purchase. This is also a nice problem, asked so many times in the exam. Yeah, now we know 2 techniques to control our material. How much quantity to buy? EOQ. When to buy? Reorder levels. But do we apply this to all the units we purchase? Now, whatever techniques you have studied in the EOQ, okay, will you apply this technique of EOQ or reorder level for all the products? Suppose you are manufacturing oil. I am giving, okay, chalo, leather sheets. So leather sheets say you are making shoes. So leather sheets ke liye, they are a category of material. Leather sheets are costly and main material. But sole, beads, gum, adhesive, laces, all these things though, you will buy the packets and keep, and you will not bother how many laces are used, check the quantity, EOQ, blah, blah. Will you apply EOQ and all for your C category of the material, which may be huge, but the value is limited. A category of the material, highly important material, but the quantity value may be less, right? So ABC analysis, it is helpful for controlling the inventory on choice basis. You can't apply for all your raw material, boxes, soles, adhesive, gum. Ab adhesive ki 50 bottles you will get and keep. As a teacher, jitne students hain, that much of material, A category. But answer sheets, stapler pins in class, what I need for class test, C category. And B category is theek hai. So they are saying A category raw material, you apply all EOQ, stop level, all quantity. B category, selective control. C category, little control or no control. मतलब very little. Yearly एक बार देख लो, ठीक है. What are the benefits of ABC analysis? You can control and focus on main inventory. It will save your cost. Control by exception. You're not trying to control everything. And standardization of the work. Proper format mein you can go. FIFO, LIFO, what are the advantages and all this you can check and solve. At least एक problem कर लो. Trade discount minus करोगे, quantity discount minus from the cost of the purchase, cash discount minus subsidy and all, duties and taxes. Add the taxes if you are not getting the credit, IGST and custom duties and all. Demurrage charges, detention and penalties and all. ठीक है? Add it. Demurrage charges. Demurrage charges is the penalty imposed by transporter for delay. So generally not charged off. Penalties and all, don't add it in the cost of purchase because you're not going to charge it always. Other expenditures, insurance charges, commission, add it. Up containers, if they are non-returnable, add it. If they are returnable, don't add it. Shortages, we have seen. Ratio, stock turnover ratio, I explained you, and these are, one concept, one problem. Again, look at here. ये जो आपको purchase का address बताया तो उससे related problem. This is how we go in routine. And this is one exceptional problem based on probability. You can use it. Probability के basis पे, this is there in the study material. If you need to explain this, it will take half an hour, but study material after the problem, they have only given nice explanation for this. Bin card and stock control card. Yeah. Now, most important question, what is the treatment of wastage? So if the wastage is normal or abnormal and all, based on other income. If it is normal and just limited wastage, what is wastage? Raw material wastage. So if it is normal, charge of 2 good units, abnormal, charge of 2 costing P&L, scrap it. Scrap is finished goods में some damaged items and all. So if you are able to generate some income, value it accordingly. So generally answer for all this spoilage and all is, if it is normal, charge it to good units, defective work. If it is, this defective work is because of some job, some department, charge it to job or department. Or generally, अगर defective होता ही है 10%, charge it to general. And if that defective is abnormal, charge it to abnormal. General answer for all. Material spoilage or defectives in your finished goods. If defectives are normal, charge it to good units. If the defective is because of some job, some department, charge it to that. Otherwise, general overhead or costing P&L. How to deal with the slow moving and non-moving items by preparing the statements and all. That is a simple theory question. So you're getting problem related to EOQ and stock level for working out, and those extra problems which I said for inventory and all, do it from institute study material. Any doubt you have in study material problem, past exam, mock test, my material, do message me. Prepare super well for 1 hour material exam, and in the question paper you will have choice also as you get in final exam. So make sure 100% prepare well, give yourself 1 hour, write the exam, upload the paper at our Gmail account, which is separately prepared for concept classes exams @gmail.com, and we will correct and give you the feedback. All the best to all of you. Thank you so much. Bye-bye. Hello, all of you. Hello, dear students. Here we begin with the revision for labor chapter. Already 3 videos are uploaded wherein all the formulas are discussed, what are basically used for calculation of the labor. But with the flow, with the theory, I want to take one more revision class. Yes. And awesome it is, awesome to write the exam for cost sheet and first chapter, for material chapter. It is really good that you're preparing. One thought came, to be very honest with all of you. that in between, let us add some simple chapters like service costing or non-integrated, and to just give a change. But then it is always good to do the tough part first. Tough means the lengthy part. And these three chapters are the beautiful base: material, labor, and overhead. So right now, we are doing the second most important ingredient of your cost sheet, that is labor, right? It's labor doesn't mean that all the wages what you're paying to your factory workers and all. Right from the factory workers to the accounts department to the MDs and top level management, whenever we pay them salary, perks and all, lot of things in the labor chapter, you will link it with your accounts, with your income tax salary chapter also. I always say, when you link and learn, you learn it best, right? So I'm doing revision in my way. If you have any doubt, comment below the video, ask me. Those who are attending live, good. Those who are attending recorded video, ma'am, at 18th minute, what you explained this point, we need more example, definitely. See, the purpose to give this gist revision videos is you listen to these videos, and you can listen to these videos 3 times. Now, before writing your exam, 1 day before exam, and before writing your booster exam also. So 3 views are available for the booster program videos. Now, these gist videos are when you start your preparation, you listen and you have already taken the coaching. So I'm not going to teach you right now the fundas. Okay, that is in our regular batch we do, or we do it in crash course. This is to keep a compact way all the gist put together in the form of booster notes, which we dictate in our regular class. So here we begin. I'm sharing the screen for labor chapter. Main purpose of starting with this is to take up the theory properly. I'm again saying material, labor, and overhead. These 3 chapters will cover up 10 marks of theory question in your last question number 7. One 5 marks question is from question number 1, and 2 of them are popularly there. And generally labor, a separate question is asked for labor in question number 2 only. Question number 1, paper pattern and all is there with you. But in question number 2 only, they are asking labor. So separate practical question is also there, and there are 3 types of problems. It's not Rowan and Halsey only. There are many types of problems. So I would share here all the details. If you want, I can share my notebook also, what I have used in my regular class, so that you know how we are solving the problems. Yeah. Labor cost. It is the wages what you pay to workers, the salary of managers and all. Basically, labor is divided into direct labor and indirect labor. Direct labor is cost of the labor expended in altering construction, and also basically direct labor is that labor which is connected, direct labor which is connected with the output, like what wages you pay to the factory workers. Jitne units, based on number of units produced or number of hours worked, you pay workers. Those are called as direct labor. Indirect labor are like factory supervisor. Is factory supervisor producing anything? Answer is no. Then what? Then factory supervisor, what he is doing? He is looking after all the departments he is supervising. So like that, there are some salaries and all what we pay, they are not directly related to any department or to any product, but they are taking salary and wages, right from the gatekeeper, say liftman, he is giving service to all the people in the factory, in accounts department and all. So indirect labor, it is not directly engaged with the production. Okay. Now, major techniques, factors of the labor cost are. What are the major factors of the labor cost? What all things you need to study in this chapter? So let us see the list of that. Assessment of manpower requirement. Can we calculate how much hours are required to produce one unit and how many hours each worker can work per day? And you want to produce these many units, so these many workers will be required. So, need is all linked up. Are you getting? One unit require 1 hour. One worker works 10 hours. So 10 units he will produce. But your demand is 50 units. So you need 5 workers. Labor chapter is very easy. I've seen many students saying, "Ma'am, पूरा कर लेंगे ना costing, फिर हम labor पे आएंगे, शायद choice में छोड़ देंगे." मत छोड़ो. Question number 2, and it is very easy. And it's not that they are asking you formulas only, Rowan and Halsey. C for costing, C for creativity. Accounts is format based, costing is creative. Combos का जमाना है. They will give you the answer. Wages as per Rowan is this, wages as per Halsey. Can you calculate hours, rate, and all? Right? So now, assessment of manpower requirement, time and motion study. How much time is required and all, same what I said. Time keeping, I'll tell you, there's a very good difference between time booking and time keeping. And this is an important area for your theory question. So mark it very important. Then there's a very two popular problems with the labor, contradicting problems, I can say, very contradicting problems. One is idle time, means the employees are not getting work. Commonly sunte hain, unemployment is one of the biggest problem in India and they are idle. So idle time hai, this is one of the problem. Another problem is factories and shops and shopping malls, they need overstaff. For example, restaurant. If normally they have 7 workers, on Sunday they need 10 waiters, right or not? So, and these are contradicting problems. Factories are saying we don't have workers, milte nahi hai log kaam karne ke liye. And workers are saying we are unemployed. So there's a mismatch. Now, what is the reason? If I start teaching, we'll go in economics. So, in this theory and problems, both are there for idle time. Are the workers idle? What is the reason? And if there is an idle hour, what is the treatment? Next is overtime. 8 hours is normal. Are your workers required to work 10 hours, 12 hours? Why? Is there more of demand? Is there like Ramzan and all festivals? Because of that they are working overtime or what? So ye niche aayega jab topic. So this is what you have to study in this chapter. Then labor turnover, superb term. Labor turnover. I hope you are getting this video is concentrated to cover up the theory questions and there are 2 scoring. एक बार ध्यान से पढ़ के रख लो, आप नहीं भूलोगे. What are the causes of labor turnover? See, some labors are going and coming. It's a healthy sign. If anyone is working with me for 25 years, then he knows in and out and he may try to dominate. So it's a healthy sign. Some workers will come and some will go. But if there is too much rotation, it's a problem. So we'll study that. Then along with wages, you need to give bonus and incentives to motivate the workers. That's why we follow Rowan system of incentive or Halsey. Okay? Control over contract, casual and other workers, how to pay them. Next is job evolution and merit rating. Job evolution is as the grade of the job increases, pay accordingly. Merit rating is reward the efficient workers and punish the inefficient workers. These are all theory questions. And how can you improve your labor productivity? So these are all the areas. थोड़े से vast है ये chapters but अच्छे हैं और थोड़ा patiently कर लो एक बार के लिए. You will not have any doubts later. Solve all the problems of my material. If you have any doubt, ask me. And Institute's material, trust me, you need not buy any other books. And the third one, the last one is your past exams paper. वही अच्छे से करो. Those kind of the problems are only repeated. चलो. All right. So ready to dive. Let us start with the theory question. The first one is time keeping and time booking. What is the difference? So पहले time booking. Time booking means analyzing the total time spent by a worker. For example, if a worker is working in the factory for 9 hours, is he spending 3 hours in department A, 4 hours in department B, and 2 hours in department C? So say he's a supervisor. So his salary will be divided as expense in all the 3 departments. So time booking is maintaining the time of the workers. Okay. Now, next is timekeeping. Timekeeping is keeping a record of the total time spent by the worker in the factory. Means as he comes, he's giving the attendance. As he goes, he's giving the attendance. That is timekeeping. How many hours you have worked? Timekeeping. Where you have worked? Time booking. This will help us to decide the cost of the product, the department and all. See, if a supervisor has worked 9 hours in department A, his salary should be charged in department A, right? See, these all we don't do in accounts. In accounts, it's salary account debit to bank, right? Now, timekeeping. What are the reasons of timekeeping? When you keep proper timing and half days and all, you are efficiently able to pay to workers. You can ascertain your proper labor cost. If the worker has worked more than 9 hours and if he has worked 10 hours, the 10th hour is the overtime hour. So that calculation can be done, idle time, overtime. You can put disciplinary measure. You know, literally, when I used to go at ICI, for teaching, regular classes I used to take there earlier, जब face to face था. So nowadays, अच्छा timekeeping के लिए what is used nowadays? Swipe, smart cards, which you swipe, or that biometric system, your thumb and face and all. So I remember 10 o'clock, if I'm just standing over there for all the students to assemble for the class to start, and I looked at some of the staff, they rush, they put their vehicle there, their tiffin box, purse, everything is like jaldi se helmet nikalte hain, jaake they put the thumb, and so that they are keeping their time on correct, that they have reached the office 10 o'clock. If they come after 10:30, it may be treated as a half day. So like this, timekeeping gives lot of disciplinary measure. It will keep them updated. I hope this is a revision class. Still, I'm going quite in depth, but I hope this revision class is helpful to all of you to understand. And I don't know, it's my nature. I can't explain ekdam upar se, to kahin I may go in the depth, but you all have studied with me earlier, and these notes are there with you. So read the notes. I can't read word to word. मैं नई theory नहीं पढ़ा सकते ऐसे. I'm explaining you. If you have any doubt in your mind, comment below the video. ठीक है? So objective can also be like advantages. क्या फायदा है to keep the in and out record of your employees? What's the benefit? To get the packages clearly, salary and all, ascertainment and control of the labor cost, overtime, idle time, disciplinary measures, statutory compliance. You have so many labor laws applicable. To scale it will be helpful. And overhead distribution. I told you, ultimately indirect labor is a part of the overhead. So you will allocate according to the time spent. What are the various methods of timekeeping? Manual, attendance register, and mechanical time recording clocks, time, but nowadays smart card and biometric system is used. Okay, they can ask you this. Theory questions are literally एकदम ऐसे ना study material में घुस के निकाल के पूछ रहे हैं. You can't afford to lose 5 marks in that. So 1 second. So this is also asked for 5 marks. What is the requisite of good timekeeping? Timekeeping अच्छा रहने के लिए what should be there? The system of timekeeping should be such which should not allow proxies. I take my smart card and put the attendance. I'm going in a birthday party. I'll join in the afternoon. Cameras are there, swipe cards are there. So there should also be provisions of recording of time of these employees so that they will measure, disciplinary measure रहना चाहिए. Time of arrival should be recorded so that proper recordings are done. As far as possible, method of recording should be mechanical. You know, when it is manual and someone is sitting with attendance register, you may go at 9:15, sir ji kaise hai maze mein, and you may sign as 9 o'clock. Are you getting? So they are saying best requisite of a good accounting system is it should be mechanical, computerized rather than this manual. Yeah, late comers should be recorded as late. Some half an hour's grace period is allowed. System should be simple, smooth, and quick. Unnecessary queuing up. Oh, smart card swipe करने के लिए line लगी है 10 बजे से. So there should be 2-3 machines, or the people should be divided into shifts and so on. The system should be reviewed and maintained periodically so that there is no error. So these are the requisites of timekeeping. Time booking, I said how much time you are sparing in each department. So objective of time booking, cost ascertainment. Each job can be ascertained properly. You know, every product has a cost. So every product, one product may require 3 hours to produce. Another product may require 8 hours. So obviously the labor cost is going to be high. So proper time booking, how much time you have spent in each department of product will help you to ascertain the cost properly, cost control, idle time calculation. Is too much time wasted in to and fro, lunch time, or are the workers simply waiting because no one is there to monitor and give instruction? Or is there regularly shortage of material? Power cut हो रहा है, क्या हो रहा है? Right? So this is very helpful. Chalo. Now we will go to idle time. Two very popular problems. Yeah. Ask your doubts. I hope the screen volume, everything is clear. Pucho. You can write in the table form theory question, or you can write in the points. Need not worry. Idle time. Yeah, shall we start? Yeah. Idle time is time wasted by a worker. So, you know, like for example, a worker is working 9 hours, 10 o'clock to 7 o'clock, including half an hour lunch break and 2 small tea breaks. So you know that you're paying him for 9 hours, but he is effectively working for you for 8 hours. So that's like normal time, no? You have to give them half an hour relaxation time, tea breaks, and refreshing time, all. So, okay. But if you're paying for 9 hours and worker is working only 6 hours, why he's sitting idle? Then you need to search, as I said, power cut hai, instruction nahi hai, material shortage hai, confusion hai, quality of the raw material is now, what is happening? So, what are the causes of the idle time that they can ask as theory question? Normal causes are time taken by the workers to reach the production department from the main gate to the factory, time lost between finish of one job and another, time spent over fatigue, tiredness, yes or no? Obviously, one process is over and another. If you imagine bakeries and all, they are heated up and one lot is there, then they need to allow it to cool down. Then they can remove the cakes and breads and then they can put the second lot. So by that time, they need to wait. Time spent for lunch and all. So these are like normal causes. Abnormal causes are machine breakdown, raw material is not available, waiting for the jobs due to defective planning ही नहीं है कुछ. These are very clear, no explanation required. Time required to set up the machinery, receipt of the material, and arranging everything. Now, what is the treatment of idle time? You have problems also in your syllabus for working out idle time. So normal idle time, which is unavoidable, you don't record in books. It's like charged off. For example, you are paying for 9 hours at 100 rupees per hour, but he has worked for 8 hours, but you charge 900 to your job or product or whatever. So normal idle time is treated as a regular part of the cost of the production. Abnormal idle time, actual time minus normal. Yeah. So abnormal idle time. Normal idle time is 5 hours, but actual idle time is 7 hours. So 2 hours is abnormal idle time. Now, abnormal idle time, if you can fix up that abnormal idle time is due to this department or uske karan hai and all, then fine. If not, then charge of abnormal idle time to costing P&L. Okay? And in long run, you need to see what are the reasons. Abhi to we will, array ye abnormal loss hai. Itna time waste nahi hona chahiye tha. You can't say to worker, you work 6 hours, we'll pay you 6 hours. He was ready to work for 9 hours. So if there is abnormal time, you need to know what are the reasons and you need to work for it. Okay? Next now. So did you get this theory question? Don't write extra. I've literally seen students writing 1.5 page for a 5-mark question. If they ask you treatment of idle time, just explain idle time in one line and start from this. If they ask you causes, then you write this. Clear? Just because you know everything, don't put everything in the answer sheet. To the point and perfect answer with proper working notes and some explanatory notes. That's all is required. So did you understand what is idle time's reason and what are the treatment of idle time? It's very easy. Normal idle time, it is not recorded only, it's absorbed in the good units, and abnormal idle time transferred to costing P&L. Now overtime. You know, up to a limit, overtime is a healthy sign. चलो ठीक है, workers overtime कर रहे हैं, it may be a good season for you, wedding season, and uniforms है तो school का season, so fine. But beyond the limit, if regularly there is overtime, it's not something to feel very proud. I am doing overtime and I'm studying more and studying. Yeah, I'm doing more करके. You know why? Because what happens in this overtime, like when there is overtime, 8 hours tak theek hai. Listen carefully. When you pay the workers for the overtime, they work extra, and for that extra hour you pay them at double the rate. Overtime you have to pay also extra, and obviously the efficiency will come down. A worker can work 8 to 9 hours. If you ask them to work for 12 hours, the remaining 3 hours he will charge extra also, and obviously he will be tired. Natural fatigue, उतना energy तो नहीं रहेगा ना. So, as per the Factories Act, what is the limit of a worker working? He is eligible as per the Factories Act 1948. There's a very nice problem in Institute study material, in our material also. We have solved it in our regular class. Do check that problem. See, as per the Factories Act, worker is eligible for overtime pay if he works more than 9 hours a day. Normally 8 hours. 1 hour extra is fine. But the 10th hour, it will be treated as overtime. And more than 48 hours in a week. In a week, 6 8s are 6 days, 8 hours, 48 hours. 48 hours say whatever you work extra, you are paid overtime. Causes of overtime. Overtime may arise due to any of the following reasons. Okay? Why? Genuine labor shortage. Sahi mein. Understaff hai. So, you know, you go to a restaurant on Sunday, 8 o'clock, and the way waiters are rushing, the cooks, they are not able to meet up sudden orders. Customers itne hai restaurant mein, Swiggy wale bahar khade hain. Have you seen this? I always say costing, each and every chapter is around you. Service costing, when I explain transporters, work and all, it's like your any of the family person who's traveling by transporter, kya expense hota hai. So overtime, one of the causes, shortage of the labor. Next is pressure of immediate and urgent delivery by a customer. Like weddings and invitation cards and catering, there's an emergency. See, when function we went, till the function was going on, everyone was sitting. And when function was over, there was sudden rush. Though they had put up 2 tables, मैं ना खाने की example देती हूँ, foodie people now. So as they put up the catering people, they put up 2-3 tables. But thing was, when everyone is rushing, there's a pressure and there's a sudden need for the naans and the rotis. Yes or no? So pressure of immediate and urgent delivery put up overtime. चलो 4 नहीं 6 लोग आ जाओ chapatis बनाने के लिए, like that. Making up shortfall in production targets due to some fault of management or uncontrollable factors and all. Overtime करना पड़ेगा. Sometimes there was a power shutdown or there was some emergency, so we could not do, and then we worked overtime and we completed. डिसाइड किया है कि रेगुलरली 8 to 12 आवर्स पढ़ेंगे, दीप्ति मैम ने बोला है, बट कुछ इमरजेंसी थी, 4 घंटे चले गए तो हम नेक्स्ट डे खींच के 10 की जगह 13 घंटे पढ़ लेंगे, कर सकते हो आप, ये एज में थोड़ा कम सोए तो भी चलेगा. Increase in the production target than budgeted. Yeah, sudden demand of your product. I remember there was like in my final exams, I'm making this theory purposely interesting with lot of examples. Please keep patience कि मैम थोड़ा डिटेल में बता रहे हैं, थोड़ा इंटरेस्टिंग एग्जाम्पल करने से you will remember and you will score super well in the final exam. Recollect कर पाओगे. Last वाला जो है ना, permanent market demand. I remember in my CA final exam there was a big transformer failure in Nagpur, Maharashtra, my native place, and for 1 week there was lot of power cut for some hours only. So there was suddenly a high demand for the battery operated lights and fans, emergency lights which we could charge and use it at the time. Candles. I remember my father getting half of kgs big huge candles so that at least if it is not possible कि battery charge ना हो तो candles बड़े बड़े लगा के भी पढ़ लो, पढ़ना तो है, एग्जाम तो देना है, no excuse. तो और ये करना मजा आता है, पता है. This is all also good that how you go with the flow. So increase in the production target than budget. So then overtime. So what are the reasons of overtime? Genuine labor shortage, urgent demand of a customer, yeah, making up the shortfall in the production target, increase in the sudden production targets में आपका increase हो रहा है कि और ज़्यादा demand बढ़ गई है products की, yeah. Now, what is the treatment? हाँ, यहाँ पे this table is super important, इसको 5 star KitKat सब खिला दो. Due to genuine labor shortage, if you have overtime, charge off as regular direct labor. Normal wages, overtime wages. Regular shortage tha. Customer says, no, you give me delivery within 2 days, not 20 days. So you are saying, ठीक है, फिर extra worker लगाना पड़ेगा, आपके construction में और होता है ना. No, we want to do the puja on Ugadi. Instead of 10, you put 15 workers. Then charge off directly the extra overtime cost to that job, to that customer. If overtime is because of the irregular production management and all, charge it off to factory overhead. Production का कुछ mismatch हो गया. If overtime is due to a particular department, charge to that department. And abnormal reasons like strike and all, and strikes are not in your control. 4 दिन factory बंद हुई, so then suddenly the demands are going to rise. See, last time there was a lockdown due to COVID, and then when factories opened up, obviously they had to work overtime to meet up the demands. So charge to costing PA. Take your time, take a pause and tell me, will you be able to write this and score 5 out of 5 marks or not? It takes lot of energy, dear students, to make these kind of the videos, lot of energy. So if you're really liking these revision videos and if you feel these energy putting what I'm doing is worth, comment below the video. Do share it with at least 5 of your friends and do let me know what is not clear also in this video so that I can make with more clarity. और सही में लग रहा है कि नहीं मैम इसके बाद हम लेबर जरूर पढ़ के जाएंगे, तो देन आई हैव डन माय जॉब. चलो, okay, let us recollect what is the reason of overtime. Genuine labor shortage है तो charge off to the normal labor. Customer से related है तो charge to that job. Specific department, charge to that department. Some production related disturbance, then charge off to the production related. अगर कुछ ना कुछ default हो रहा है तो charge off it to your factory overhead, and if it is abnormal, charge to costing PNL. See, occasional overtime is healthy, but not always. Yes. Now we come to the important schemes and problems. You know, if you pay to workers on hourly basis, then ठीक है, अरे 8 घंटे का पे मिल रहा है, I will make 100 units. An efficient person like Rahul will make 150 units. अरे he is working hard, मैं तो आराम से मजे कर रही हूँ, breaks ले रही हूँ. We both are getting. So if you pay them on hourly basis, then efficiency cannot be seen. If you pay them on per unit basis, you know, जितना ज़्यादा produce करोगे, they may waste the items and they may deteriorate the quality, but they may try to make more units. The more units they make, the more. So somewhere in between, we need to pay them minimum wages, whether they are producing or not, and we need to give them incentives in such a way, okay, 8 hours work if you do in 6 hours, if you are saving 2 hours for me, yes, then 50% of whatever you have saved time into 100, 2 hours into 100, 100 rupees, you take it as bonus, whatever time you have saved. I'm not talking about Rowan and Halsey and all, but ये logic समझो कि why we are doing these incentive schemes are very, very interesting. So that your employees stay motivated. Why do we have training programs for employees in Rionia and Pragati and all resorts? So that they are entertained, they are motivated, they have work in a team and they are trained also. Yes? So you can pay them on hourly basis. Now I'm not reading all advantages. And in the new syllabus, you don't have all these tailors and merricks and all. You have Rowan, Halsey and other plans. I think I skipped Rowan and Halsey. See, I've made 3 small videos, just 15 minutes. Go through them. They are in-depth explanation of these formulas. But still here, along with this, yeah, those videos are there in the costing playlist. Watch all the videos on full screen with headphones and preferably in the laptop. Yeah, let us see. What is Rowan? Basic wages you pay according to hours. Hours worked into rate. And then actual time divided by standard time. Actual time divided by standard time into time saved into rate per hour. So whatever time is saved, in the proportion of actual time by standard time, we will share it in the form of bonus. Who says? Rowan. Hal says, super cool. Hours into rate, basic to pay karo. But whatever time is saved, 50% you pay to the worker. He is saying whatever time is saved, actual time by standard time, in that proportion pay to the worker. So the more time they save, the more bonus they will get. Hals where instead of 50, it could be 30%, 40% as given in exam. Nothing given for Hal say 50% and for Rowan actual time by standard time. How is this? Is this clear to all of you? Cool. Sure. So Rowan and Halsey plans are there. You can measure the efficiency of the workers and according to that you have to solve. This is also a nice problem. I don't know if you've seen. These are all hand-picked problems from the earlier exams and all. Okay. When you pay to worker, along with the payment, you are paying other things. So what all things are added? That is the list and what all things are deducted. Like provident fund, may you also contribute, the employee also contributes, ESICs, employee state insurance, TDS is deducted, profession tax are there, other payments are there. So this is like a super cool problem. Just this came in the December 21 exam. Along with the basic wages and all, you are paying PF. So what is the cost to the employer and how much it will take home will differ because PF, listen, your salary is 100. I'm saying take. Then I'm saying take 12 rupees PF. Then I'm saying PF, I'll not give it to you. I'll put it in provident fund account. When you retire, you will get lump sum. So my expenditure is 112, but in your hand, 100 came. And in 100 also, if TDS is deducted and paid to government, 90 will come. So all these calculations I will explain with the help of boosters. Just scrolling down and seeing if I have not missed out anything. Yeah. One more cause of labor problem with the labor is labor turnover. Yeah. How many workers are coming and going? So labor turnover up to a limit is healthy. It's good. Some employees will retire. Now, what are the causes? So some causes are okay, like unavoidable causes, seasonal nature hai. Then season you may have more workers, or shortage of raw material, or change in plant location. These are unavoidable causes. You can't do anything. Disciplinary measures, health issues. Worker is having some disability, some proper, he will leave. But avoidable causes. If suddenly too many workers are leaving, okay, if suddenly too many workers are leaving, then what are the avoidable causes? So avoidable causes are either they are not satisfied with the atmosphere, or too much of pressure, or payment is not matching with their efforts. Why companies are paying cafes and incentives and cycles, and you see Infosys and all campus, so many facilities they give. Huh? So they may be dissatisfied with the job, strained relationship. There is no recreation, cafes nahi hai, andar relaxation nahi hai, strict rules, pay wages are low, their health issues are there, management is not taking care. So these are the causes. Okay. Now, how to control these causes? Did you understand what are the reasons of the causes of labor turnover? Why the labor is changing? See, we cannot do unavoidable causes, transfers or health issues and all fine. But avoidable causes are to definitely we can take the action. And if they are dissatisfied with job and all, so we have an option for that also, job evolution and merit rating. I'll come to that. Now, causes of labor turnover. See, main two causes are, one is preventive mode. Preventive mode is you give too much of incentives and perks and allowances and pay their medical bills, Sodex passes, ये वो बहुत सारे benefit हो, they are highly motivated. But then preventive cost is high. Replacement cost is, if the employees are coming and going, again you need to give the paper ad, you need to keep interviews, you need to appoint them, you need to train. So when a new worker is appointed, there's a lot of procedure from the bank which is going on. You accept all the resumes, you reply the mail, you keep the interviews, and there are 2-3 rounds. So itna sara staff ka time and all. So somewhere there has to be equilibrium. You can't have all win-win preventive cost high, or you can't have all replacement cost high. So somewhere equilibrium has to come, and that is the point. That level of the labor turnover is acceptable. Okay. And to reduce the labor turnover, this is one very beautiful point. This says exit interview. When the employee is leaving, take the exit interview. Why are you leaving? Is the atmosphere not good, or too much stress is there, or pay is not according to the effort what you are putting, or what? Job evolution and merit rating you should regularly do. I'll teach now what is job evolution. And scientific system of recruitment should be there. Hierarchy should be there, top to down instruction, down to top reporting. Enlightened attitude of management. Lot of meetings are held, recreation activities, meditations and all, so that they are motivated all the time. Use of committee comprising of members from management and workers. Okay, right? So that is also one of the area. 1 second. Yeah, these are the very popular problems related to labor turnover, but once, what are the formulas used? Replacement method is number of employees replaced divided by average number of employees into 100. How many employees have gone and instead of same others have come? Replacement. Separation, number of employees separated or gone divided by average number of employees. Flux method, सब आ जाएगा. Number of replaced, number of separated, number of discharge, and all will come divided by average. And average number of workers is opening date number of workers, closing date divided by 2. Accession, number of employees replaced plus number of employees recruited. Flux में सब आ जाएगा. Separation and replacement में only part will come. Flux, everything will come. Yeah. Labor turnover se related, even this one is a very nice problem. Labor related extra cost is there when employees are going settlement cost, recruitment, selection and all, and labor related, profitability effect. It's a nice problem. It's there in your material. Yes, this I want to discuss. Last theory question. 4 theory questions are there. Overtime, idle time, labor turnover, and this. 4. And yeah, timekeeping and bookkeeping. 5 theory questions are there. Out of that, if you know one is going to come, shouldn't you do it, dear students? Karna hi hai. And you're not preparing for costing. You are preparing for the SCM final. You're preparing for your degree in the final. Okay? Yeah, let us see what is job evaluation and merit rating. Job evaluation and merit rating, what it is. Job evaluation is a process where you evaluate the job and pay accordingly. See, a liftman is working 10 hours and he's paid 10,000. But a supervisor may be working 6 hours and he's paid 60,000. So the degree, the skill, the caliber is differing. So job evaluation is evaluate every job and pay accordingly. Merit rating. Merit rating is systematic evaluation of the performance of each employee who is working, pay them better. And job evaluation is the process of analyzing the job. Skill के हिसाब से, if you want for assistant accountant, they should be BCom, MCom. If you want head of the accounts department, he has to be a CA, CLA. So like that, when you match your job with degree, with pay, with responsibilities, it's job evaluation. Job evaluation se kya objectives, whenever you read no in costing, it is like advantages also. It will help you to assess the importance of each job, what is the skill required, what is the wage rate payment, why you are paying this much for this category of the job. So you evaluate the job. And merit rating, you identify efficient workers, reward them. You train the workers, See, generally we do, oh, you are one of the efficient salesmen of our company. You have developed enough Hyderabad. Now go to Mumbai, that's a weaker area, develop that. So merit rating to provide a basis for promotion, transfers and all. Just read it once very quickly. I share with all of you the notes. If you see, these are the booster notes. Rowan and Halsey. If you have worked for 8 hours, 80 rupees. If you have completed the work in 6 hours, 2 hours you have saved. Rowan is saying actual hours into standard hours के proportion में take the time saved into rate. See, Rowan and Halsey basic wages is same, hours worked into rate. But bonus, Rowan is saying whatever hours are saved into actual hours by standard hours you give to Rowan and 50% you give to Halsey and Halseware also. Yeah. Standard hours are always taken for the actual output. One second, the screen scrolling. This screen only takes time sometimes. Just 5 more minutes and we'll be done with this video. Yeah. How to calculate the effective rate per hour? Then whatever total wages you have paid for how many hours? So per hour you will get. Effective rate per unit. Whatever wages you have paid divided by number of units. So you will get the per unit. Okay? Effective rate per hour in unit is clear. Now, if overtime is related to job, put it to job. If it is related to production, put it to factory overhead. If it is related to a particular department, put that way. And if it is abnormal, then transfer to costing, P&L. Yeah. When you pay to worker, this is like super important. Mostly 7 to 8 marks question are asked on what is the cost to the company. Company is paying you basic plus DA plus bonus plus allowance plus employer's contribution to PF. basic DA bonus allowance, employer's contribution to PF, okay, and ESIC also, employees. So this is all expense of the company. I'll pay you 100 rupees basic and DA 10 bonus allowance. Even if I'm putting in PF and ESIC, but if my expense is 112, no? So this will be the total wages. Divide by total hours minus the unproductive hours, unproductive normal hours. So you will get effective wages per hour. I want to repeat, total hours are 10 hours, but 1 hour is unproductive. We know, lunchtime and all. So total wages you divide by 9 hours. This was what is the cost for the employer. Now, what is the income for the employee? He gets basic DA, bonus, allowances, overtime only to that employee who gets. So this is his gross wages. From his gross wages, take your wages 100. Out of my pocket also I am putting 12, 112. And out of your 100 also I will put 12 in the PF. I'll give you 88. 8 in the ESIC, I'll give you 80. 10 TDS, I'll give you 70. So PF ESIC employees contribution minus कर देना, so you will get this. ठीक है? I hope you are getting cost related problems. These are material ka booster notes aa gaya. I hope you all have watched that video also. And do you want videos like this for all the chapters? Do let me know. Yeah, overtime. It's very difficult when we make these kind of videos. So many past exam questions and special questions of the chapter. वैसे दिखते रहते हैं कि चलो, see, these are the points which you need to see. If you write these booster notes and keep it one day before exam, you're not able to revise your 50-60 problems. Just revise these booster notes, more than enough. Your work is done. See, while calculating earning of employee, add overtime, whoever has earned. But otherwise, don't add overtime in the total cost. Charge it to that specific job. Now, factory के हिसाब से 6 into 8, 48 hours के beyond overtime or 9 hours के beyond overtime. Then normal idle time, how do you charge abnormal? I think this I have explained you. Labor turnover. This last one, labor turnover से related problems are there. Yeah, these are the problems for the replacement and all. I'm trying my best to learn the technology, but while coming to use this OneNote where I'm writing my notes, my all booster notes are here, I get stuck up sometimes. Overtime is clear to you. Idle time, you now know it. Overtime, idle time, labor turnover, job evolution, merit rating, timekeeping, bookkeeping. Finish. Labor is over. All right. I think to the best I have discussed this chapter. Labor turnover related formulas, your Rowan Halse related formulas. There are 3 small videos in the costing playlist. Check those. Labor related 1 part, 2nd part, 3rd part, and this is the 4th part, right? So with this, we complete the revision of labor chapter. Prepare super well for your booster exam, and with this video, you can prepare super well with your final exam. And one day before exam, if you're not able to revise 20-30 problems of whoever teacher's coaching you take and then institute, then this is the best way. What you have learned in that problem, write it and make your own booster notes, right? Wish you very all the best. Thank you so much for watching till the end. Bye-bye all of you. So did you enjoy these conceptual learning? If yes, then below the video, the link is given. For our Telegram group, you can join. For concept classes app, you can download. Lot of videos are there in the free content also, along with the PDF material. So whole chapter, you can download the material, you can watch all the videos in detail and do learning. Lot of theory questions, other PDFs are all included. Okay, right? So do connect with us with all the links below. If you have any query, you can write a mail and you can connect with us through the link, and would be more than glad to help you join our concept classes app community, waiting to welcome you all, right? Thank you so much. Wish you very all the best. And if you really like these kind of the concepts, hit the notification button, hit the like button, so that you're notified next time when we are taking a lecture or we are uploading it in the YouTube. And do share this video with friends. Do comment below the video for any query also, any doubt also, and if you have really taken some value addition. I'm on a mission to help more than 10,000 students. I really want to help by putting a lot of value addition with the way I have learned. These all subjects are interlinked: account, tax, costing, FM. And you will enjoy this interlinking knowledge. Wish you all the best. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello, all of you. Welcome back to another revision of the costing chapter for our booster program. 100% appreciation and a big applause for all of you who are writing chapter-wise exam. It's so good that you're preparing on your own, you're clearing the doubt, and it takes guts to write these exams. No problem. If you have got out of 30, 10 marks, or out of 30, 25 marks, whatever it is, this is not the result of the final exam. See, you all have discussed your experience of writing the cost sheet exam. And these videos, I have increased the views to 3 views. You can listen before preparing the exam, these exams. Then anytime over the 1.5 months, which is left for the final exam, you want to revise 1 day before exam. These are just revision videos. Along with that, you're solving institute's material and my material both, right? Okay. Really, it takes guts, and the important part is that are you able to make correct choice? So many exams when I am given the choice purposely, because in the final exam also you have a choice. So 5A and 5B and C में से एक ही करना है. So like this, and whatever corrections you have got, that should go inside your heart. Honestly, so many of you have said, ma'am, I could not complete the theory or could not write this. And one mistake which went down carrying so many other mistakes. So these all are the realizations. That's why we are taking these chapter-wise exams and paper corrections and revision videos. Okay. So hoping to continue with the same. Now, yeah, listen, these booster notes are dictated in the regular class very slowly when you attend the regular classes. So most of you have, okay, some of you have not attended the classes and directly joined the booster program. Then while watching these video, pause and you can write. I think that would be fine. Now, you cannot, मतलब कोई आपको print out नहीं दे सकते booster notes का. These are logical points. If you write it, you will learn it. You will never forget in final exam. And costing is an analytical subject like maths. This is the data. This is the technique. Apply that technique and solve. So many times after reading the problem, common doubt asked by students is, ma'am, ye kiska problem hai? Combos, standard costing, flexible budget, overhead. There are so many things which are combined. So this is the data, this is your knowledge, this is the technique and your pen should flow in your answer sheet. Followed or not? So what I want to say specifically for costing, whatever data you see, write it. 1 product, 5 seconds, 10 product, kitna, just write the steps and then you will start the problem. You cannot draw the format like you do in accounts for company accounts or investment chapter का problem आया तो triple column, particulars and triple amount. That is fine. But in costing, just read the data, keep interpreting the data. You are allowed. कोई ऐसे strict format नहीं कि ऐसे ही शुरू करना है. So in your working notes, you write, analyze, you will get the correct answer. Let us begin with the revision of overhead chapter. As I always said, in the cost sheet, which is the base, most important ingredients are material, labor, and overhead. These are the three chapters in which major questions, head-wise specific questions are asked. After that, types of costing, there is a choice. Sometimes contract will come, or service will come, or process will come. Like that, choices are there. Overhead chapter, you have two types of the questions. I'm going directly to the pattern and questions because this is a revision class. One is they'll give you all the data and you have to calculate the total overhead divided by machine hour or labor hours and all to get overhead recovery rate. Yes, based on the productive, unproductive hours and setup cost and all details is given. That's one kind of the question. Another kind of the question, overhead is incurred total. So you need to allocate, reallocate, apportion, reapportion by 3 to 4 methods, which we will discuss in the coming hour. Okay, so that is one kind of question. Apart from that, some theory questions are also there. See, there are chapters wherein there is hardly any theory question. Yes, like service costing, process costing mein ek hi hai, write a short note on operation costing. List of all the theory questions is given in Concept Classes app. Link is given below. In the app, in the free content, you have all the theory questions. Repeatedly asked, majorly asked, which are very important. Okay, so you can check up with the list. So we will divide it. First, let us understand the concept of this chapter. And then last, when I share the theory, we will take up the theory questions also from our material. Yeah, trying some different background, you know, we should be as focused and aim to reach all the stars, moon, ऐसे बोलते हैं ना, enthusiastic feel के लिए I have changed my background. Hope you like these changes. There's some small changes. Okay. So now overhead chapter, let us begin. I'm discussing my booster notes. First of all, what is overhead? Overhead is expenses incurred. Yes. Overhead is indirect material, indirect labor, indirect expenses are overheads. Now, overheads are basically of three types. Okay. What are the three types of the overheads? Related to factory, you have factory overhead. Yeah. Related to factory, you have factory overhead. Then you have these are material. आ गया ये तो मटेरियल हमने डिस्कस कर लिया है, लेबर भी हमने डिस्कस कर लिया है. Yeah, these are all related to labor. We have already discussed. Yeah, treatment of under or over absorption is also asked for 5 marks. Nice question. कुछ तरीका होगा इसको कि हम स्क्रॉल कर रहे हैं और we are not able to open the sheet. Technology is still getting hands on. One second, please wait, dear students. Overtime, idle time, this all we have discussed in the labor revision video. These three chapters are very, very important. Yeah. Indirect material, indirect labor, and indirect expenses is overhead. Yes, overhead can also be divided into fixed overhead. What is fixed overhead? It is constant in total. Whether you produce 10,000 unit or 50,000, the factory rent is fixed. The supervisor's salary is fixed. So fixed overhead. Variable overhead changes with the per unit of the production. Jitne unit you produce, that much raw material is required, right? Semi-variable overhead is up to a limit, it is fixed, then it is variable. For example, your telephone bills. Suppose you have postpaid connection, minimum 350 is fixed. Your electricity bills, minimum, even if your factory is shut down for the whole month, minimum electricity bill will come. Beyond that, depending on the power, what you are using. Okay? Right. So you can divide the overhead in fixed overhead, variable overhead, semi-variable overhead. Also, you can divide the overhead into factory, admin, and selling. Okay? Right. Now, for overhead, what exactly we have to do? There are terms used called as allocation of expense. Now, why do we need this allocation? Listen to the concept. Total overhead is incurred for the factory. But in the factory, you may have departments or you may have 2-3 products, product A, product B. So can you allocate the expenses according to the usage? This part is already taught to you in departmental accounts. It's taught here also. And it is also taught in pre and post wala chapter in accounts. Pre and post incorporation profit. Right? So now what is this? Suppose I have incurred rent of the factory 50,000. How many units I have produced for product A? 8,000. Product B 5. So 8:5 ratio I can apportion. Lighting expense, electricity expenses are 8,000 rupees. How many light points are there in different department and product? So what is the basis of allocation? There's a table in the word. I'll explain. But did you understand the meaning of allocation? This is it. Next is apportionment. Apportionment is apportion the common expenses to all. Allocation is charge the overhead directly to the production and service. Acha. Sometimes what happens that this overhead is only for department 3, allocated directly. Apportion is charge the overhead to all the production department and service department. But now you all know service department is not producing any goods. So service department overhead is reapportioned to production overhead by different methods. That is called as reapportionment of service overhead to production overhead using any of the methods given below. ठीक है? Clear है आप सबको? Now, these are the 5 methods you can see on screen. फिर से एक बार. What is allocation? Allocate this specific overhead to specific department or service department or production department. That is allocation. Apportionment. Okay, total overhead. This is the cake. Cut it and divide and eat. This is the total cost. Apportion to various product, various departments on some proper basis. Reapportion. We have 3 production department, 2 service department. Service department ka pura expense are to be apportioned to the production department. Very much essential. Because finally production departments are going to produce the goods, add the profit and sell it. So while the production department sell the goods, service department overhead also they have to bear. Followed? So first allocate, then apportion and then reapportion. Now there are exam mein problems asked for reapportionment, any of the 5 methods. Let us see first. Direct method. Take direct ratios only of the production department. Direct method. ठीक है? Straight ले लो आप. Take ratios based on the given to you, directly apportion the overhead. Like they have given labor. Indirect labor is 8,000. 5,000 hours यहाँ काम किया, 3,000 hours वहाँ, तो directly apportion कर दो. Step method, also known as non-reciprocal method. This method is used when one service department gives service to another, but not taking. See, this is not theory. This is concept, and actually routine class, one method, one problem, one, तो आपको समझ में आएगा. I'll share my routine class answer sheet to show you how this works. Step method is there are three: production department A, B, C, and service department S1 and N2. So first you give S2 is giving service to S1 also, is all the four. Okay, so just take it all the four. And then S1 is giving service only to ABC. So, you know, when you do like this, it looks like a step. That's why it's called as step method. See, S2. Yeah. What happened? I don't know. I was trying to write and the screen is stuck. It's not working. 1 second, dear student. Yeah. S1 is giving service to A, B, C only. S2 is giving service to S1 also. तो पहले S2 का सर्विस सबको दे दो, फिर S1 का सर्विस यहाँ दो. You know, it looks like a step method. That's why it's called a step method, and it is used when one service department is giving service to another, but it is not taking back. ठीक है? So how many methods we have seen? Direct method, and then this method. Next method is reciprocal method. It is used when one service department is giving service to another and it is taking back also. Then you can follow simultaneous equation. S1 department own overhead is 50,000 plus 20% of S2. S2's own overhead is 10,000 plus 20% of S1. It's little difficult to take a revision like this. Keep patience. I'll show you the notebook. I'll share my questions also so that you get an idea. Routine to overhead chapter is going for 7-8 classes, है ना? तो percentage method से कर सकते हैं. Trial and error. S1 is giving to S2 ABC. S2 is giving to S1 ABC. Like this, you try and do repeated distribution. Same. Do trial and error for all the production and service department. So repeatedly you do it in such a way until such a time when service department overhead will become nil. Right? Okay. Now, while solving these problems, direct material and direct expenses will be taken for service department, as total overhead of service department is to be absorbed. Are you getting? ये देखो, I'll show you. I'll need a separate page only for this. Yeah, आप पहले ये पढ़ लो, फिर I will explain. Direct material and direct expenses of production department you have to ignore. In step down method, these are the points to remember while solving question. While making column, make service column first, then the production, because service is giving service to another, but it is not taking back. In service department also, department giving service to another and not taking back, that you will take first. Simultaneous equation में X department's own overhead. Equation बनाने में गलती नहीं करना. X department's own overhead plus percentage of service of Y to be absorbed by X. Not what we are giving to Y. I hope you are getting. ये मैंने इसीलिए बनाया. When I teach in the class, students say we have understood. When I give homeworks, they make reverse equation. X ka own overhead is 10,000 rupees and Y ka percentage of service of Y to be absorbed by X. Y's overhead is 50,000, say whatever it may be, and 20% of that. Y ka overhead is 50,000, 20% of Y is to be absorbed by X. So X is also a service department. Their own overhead is 10,000 and Y's overhead here they are taking. Okay? So this is how it works. Then, yeah, I'll show you the problems also. Then it will be more clear to you. All 5 methods are clear. Now let us see how machine hour rate works. Machine hour rate calculation problems are asked in exam where you have to write all total. 1 second. Huh? Yeah. The hours given in the denominator will decide if the statement is to be prepared. So when you have to calculate machine hour rate, you have to take total cost of the machine, setup and production and all, divide by effective hours. So if the effective hours are given month-wise, the numerator also you take month. If effective hours are given annual, the numerator also you take annual. Is this clear to all of you? Huh? So hours given in the denominator will decide whether the statement, this is almost like service costing, but how do you calculate effective hours? Like for power total hours in. So now when you are, suppose in exam they will give clearly that I'm directly discussing the important points, assuming you have already solved machine hour rate and you know it. What is the total hours minus the setup and repairs if no power is required? Suppose for repairing and for initial setup, power is not required. So total hours may say, if you minus the setup hours and the repairing hours, you will get the effective hours for the power. What is the effective hours for the machine hour rate? Total hours minus unproductive hours. Unproductive hours. Repairs. जैसे repairs के time पे भी you have people working, no, who are doing repairing, machinery is waiting, so some overhead is incurred. But in repairing के time पे you are not producing, so that's unproductive hour minus करना है. Don't minus setup hours if they are productive, right or not? Setup hours अगर productive है तो minus मत करो, unproductive है तो कर दो. You will know it when you solve the problems in the exam. While making payment to workers, you pay them for total hours minus the absent extra leaves for which they are not paid. So total hours minus the absent minus the leave with the pay minus normal idle. So total hours worked is 500. 50 hours. Total 500 hours is required to work. 50 hours he was absent. 10 hours he was absent with pay. But काम तो नहीं हुआ ना. And 10 hours we always give normal idle time, lunch time and all. See, we pay you for 8 hours, but half an hour lunch, 2 tea breaks, 1 घंटा तो इधर उधर चले ही जाता है. So all that if you minus, you will get effective hours. Total overhead divided by effective hours you do, you will get the machine hour rate. Now, very important question, that if the overhead is under absorbed and over absorbed, how will you treat it? ठीक है? I'll share the flowchart and on also. But पहली बात, listen. Do you know overhead are absorbed at a predetermined rate? Overhead are absorbed at a predetermined rate. Factory overhead is 8 per unit. So 1000 rupees into 8 per unit, 8000. But actual factory overhead incurred, which I am charging, is 7000. Overhead is absorbed at a predetermined rate 8000. But actual overhead is incurred is 7000. Now, have you over absorbed 1000? आपने तो ज्यादा चार्ज कर दिया. Factory overhead is over absorbed in work in progress. Selling overhead is over absorbed in cost of sales. You know, this under over absorption has got connection with non-integrated accounts. So production overhead is absorbed 8000, but actually 7000. Now you have over absorbed. So if you have over absorbed, reverse it by charging to costing P&L. Now, if you have under absorbed, say actual overhead is 7000 and you have absorbed just 6000. Actual overhead is 7000, but you have charged in your cost sheet 6000. So 1,000 more you need to charge, no? Are you getting? And this 1,000 you have to charge by putting additional supplementary rate. One problem I'll share with you in my routine notebook and this will be clear. I'm trying my best, but actually क्या ये 3 screen सामने चाहिए. Our routine theory workbook, our problems what we have solved in regular class, and then the booster notes. If directly you read this, ये मैम ने क्या लिखा है नहीं समझेगा. Actual overhead minus overhead absorbed, under absorption. If under absorption is due to abnormal reason, loss and strike and all, charge it to costing P&L. फिर भी under absorption है. Actual overhead is 7,000. You have absorbed 6,000. Then put supplementary rate. Additional overhead divided by number of equivalent units, you will get the supplementary rate. And supplementary rate you will charge by number of equivalent units. Equivalent units, see, already overhead is charged 6,000, whereas actual overhead is 7,000. Now 1,000 overhead which is charged less, it is a part of number of units sold, 1,000 units, which are in stock, 500 units. You have 1,000 units are sold. Closing stock is 500 units. And work in progress. There are some units which are yet not fully in stock nor they are sold. अभी तो बन रहे हैं. So say there are 100 units, but they are 50% complete. So can I say these are 50 units? So 1,000 units are sold. 500 units are in stock. And 100 units are still in progress. बीच में है 50% complete. So can I say 1550 number of units are produced and sold? And say these are the equivalent units. So additional overhead, कितना आपने charge किया है? 6,000. How much you have to charge? 7,000. So additional overhead you have to charge 1,000 and equivalent units are 1550. So divide and charge it. Please don't say, ma'am, थोड़ा confusing है, हम ये छोड़ देंगे. I'll show you the problems are very easy. Right? I'll show you how this works. Let me see if I can go to my running notebook and share with you overhead. More than 30 good quality problems we have. ये रहा देखो supplementary overhead से ही शुरू करते हैं. Are you all seeing? Coincidence, you may get the same problem in the exam. Actual factory overhead is 79 lakhs. But factory overhead absorbed is 150 units into 50, 75 lakhs. How much is under absorbed factory overhead? 4 lakh. Out of that, 60% is for defective planning. जिसमें किसी की गलती नहीं है. कोई डिपार्टमेंट की तो गलती नहीं है ना, if it is defective. One second. No? 4 lakh is under absorbed. Defective planning, 2,50,000 charge off to costing P&L. Like that, they'll give you some overhead was under absorbed because of the strike and in not normal reason, abnormal reason, charge off to costing P&L. Now, balance is 160. 160 में 30,000 units are sold. 5,000 units are finished goods in stock. 10,000 units are in work in progress, which is 50% complete. So 5,000. So can I say 40,000 are the equivalent units? 1,60,000. 1,60,000 is the overhead you have to charge for 40,000 units. Right? So how much you will be charging? 40. 40 means supplementary rate will be 4. 40,000 into 4. So number of units के हिसाब से charge करो. That's all. 5 to 7 marks question. इसको check करो. एक बार वापस check करो. You should not lose marks in exam for these kind of under over absorption question. I'll repeat, 2 minutes, you check. Yeah. Keep putting your doubts in the chat box. Yeah, फिर से एक बार. Actual factory overhead minus factory overhead absorbed. It will give you under absorption. Less for indirect reasons, whatever it may be, charge off to costing P&L and all. Balance 160 is under absorbed. Charge it, divide by equivalent units. Now, how do you get equivalent units? Number of units sold, number of units still in stock, and work in progress. That will give you equivalent units, put the rate and charge it. ठीक है? ये देखो. Under absorption, strike और labor problem and all, वो सब माइनस कर दो. फिर 60,000 आया, उसका भी बैलेंस 1/4 डिफेक्टिव है माइनस. अब 45,000 चार्ज करो. So these problems are very scoring. This is a routine notebook. तो एक ये टाइप के प्रॉब्लम है. और अब आपको I'll show you. These are all quality good problems and all hand-picked nice problems, and some of the problems are specifically from your study material also. Yeah, these are allocation problems. 100%. Where students say we have a doubt in study material problem, I take it in the class. ये देखो. Machine hour rate, depreciation, power, supervision, electricity, repairs, insurance. Some are given annual, so we have divided by 12. So we are getting monthly machine expenses. Now wages of the worker, DA and all that. So total overhead divide by machine hours. Effective machine hours में क्या क्या minus करोगे? Setup and repairing hours which are unproductive. Okay? Right. Simultaneous equation. This is also asked for 10 marks. पता नहीं ये question cost sheet का है या this question is overhead. First 3 months the company is working at 75% capacity. So these many units they have produced. Next 6 months 60,000 and so on. Variable cost is given per unit. Variable overhead is given, fixed overhead is given total. So you take it for 3 months, 6 months and all. Semi-variable overhead, the way you take it, so you make the cost sheet for the whole year. But like this, 3 months itna और बाद में इतना and so on. ठीक है? ये देखो simultaneous equation. Corporate sales, the total is 15,20,000 overhead, and consumer sales it is 8,13,000, and then you get the percentage. So in what percentage you will take? First we have done through step down method. Now listen all of you, I know this problem is there in the institute study material. Admin department, information, these are service department. Corporate and consumer. So first service department is giving, admin is giving service to information, this and this. Then information is giving service. So are you seeing this step down? That's why this method is called step down. And I always say write service department first and then the production department. ठीक है? Or service or production may be the most important is in the production. अब आ जाओ, corporate का कितना है? 15,19,000. And how much is the consumer? 8,14,321. Okay. So these corporates and consumers, if you have to use the reciprocal method, you have to use A का खुद का overhead is 94,510 plus percentage here. Okay. I think I'm also doing trial error to give you best. Wait, we will discuss theory questions also, but I think you may not get everything because question read करना और उसको solve करने में ये देखो ना. ABC are production department, XY are service department. Service department. Primary allocation. Whatever is given, just allocate it. Then X and Y department reallocate. ठीक है? X is giving service to Y also, ABC. Y is giving service to X also and AB. Again, X is giving service to Y also. This repeatedly you do till these two become nil. I hope you are getting. सर्विस डिपार्टमेंट का जो ओवरहेड है ना, उसको अपोर्शन करते 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 वी विल ब्रिंग इट टू द प्रोडक्शन. एंड प्लीज रिमेंबर, स्टार मार्क दिस पॉइंट, डायरेक्ट मटेरियल एंड डायरेक्ट वेजेस वी विल नॉट टेक फॉर एबीसी बिकॉज उनका तो डायरेक्ट मटेरियल वेजेस विल गो टू द कॉस्ट शीट. वी आर जस्ट गेटिंग द ओवरहेड रिकवरी रेट. फिर ओवरहेड यू कैन डिवाइड बाय लेबर आवर्स, मशीन आवर्स, व्हाटएवर दे गिव. But service department ka material and labor also you will take. Why ma'am? Why direct material? Because service department total expenses are to be absorbed by production department. Service department total overheads are absorbed by the production department. A, B and C. So service department overhead, whatever it is, service department's overhead, pura expense you take and then give it to the production department. Okay. What did I explain now is clear to all of you. These are all basic explanation class. In fact, I could have started like this also. Overhead में क्या क्या आता है? Factory overhead. See, we have 3 production department and service department. Service department may give service to production department, but it may not take. So first you allocate expenses, then apportion common expenses to all the department, and then reapportion. ये देखो. S1 may give, S2 is giving service to S1 and all. तो पहले allocate कर लो, apportion कर लो, and once you get production department, then टोटल ओवरहेड सबसे पहले आप एलोकेट कर दो एक्सपेंसेस, जो भी आप डायरेक्ट लगा रहे हो डायरेक्ट. फिर अपोर्शन कर दो कॉमन एक्सपेंसेस इन सम बेसिस. नाउ यू आर गेटिंग टोटल. नाउ S1 and S2 you give, S1 and S2 you give to production department by any of the method, direct method, step down method, reciprocal, कोई भी मेथड से आप दे दो, and then you apportion. Allocate, apportion, reapportion. Once you get S1's, S2's total expense, reapportion by any method. अच्छा, when you add S1 to all the 3 S2, कोई भी repeated trial balance, you will get the total overhead of P1, P2, P3. Now you divide by number of the hours and all, you will get. ये देखो. मिला सबको? And once you get ABC, allocate and complete it. So how many kind of the problems I have discussed? Apportion, reapportion by different methods, machine hour rate and under over absorption. Now let us see the theory of this. I hope I have tried to justify. Best is, this is the gist lecture. If you feel something more you want to add on to the gist lecture, do let me know. But if you watch this repeatedly, you will not do the pitfalls. Oh, service department, direct material, direct labor also I should take. Because service department, direct material, direct labor expense, everything is to be reabsorbed by the production department. Production department, we will take only overheads. Okay? Right. Check this file with me. Yeah. Overhead, how they are classified into fixed and variable. First, you collect all the details of the overhead, classify it, allocate means specific cost to specific center you can allocate, apportion, reapportion, and then absorb. Once reapportionment is over, P1, P2, P3, 10,000 rupees, 20,000 aa gaya. Now divide by number of hours, number of units to get per unit per hour production overhead rate, absorption rate. This is a theory question asked many times in the exam. Distinguish between allocation and apportionment. Allocation is identify center and charge the cost. Apportionment is common expense which you charge on some basis. This is specific, this is general. Allocation is done one time. Apportionment is done for many production department. Allocation is charged full to one particular production department. Apportionment is charged in the proportions. No assumptions are required. For apportionment, you need some assumption, na case basis pe aap doge. Right? Yeah, this you should know. Allocation is isko directly ye department ko charge kar do. But apportionment has certain basis like rent and all of the building you can charge based on the floor area. Yeah. You have paid 5,000 for the insurance of whole building. 30% floor area is used by A department, 40 by B, and 30 by C. तो उस हिसाब से आप charge करोगे. Factory lighting expenses based on the light points. I hope you all have done this in accounts also. Depreciation of assets you will charge to various departments based on value of asset used. Power for machines based on the horsepower. Indirect wages based on direct wages. Supervision based on number of employees or time spent in each. Supervisor kahan kitne ghante spend kar raha hai. Material handling expenses based on the value of the material consumed. Purchase department expenses based on the number of orders. Purchase department se related expenses hai. So what is the purchase value or what are the number of orders? According to that you can allocate. Production expenses based on direct wages. General administration expenses based on works cost. Personal department, employee related expense based on number of employees working in each department, PF, canteen expense and all. Credit department is related to sales. So how much credit sales you have done for each department? According to that, they have to bear the credit department expense. Advertisement is based on sales. Commission and all is based on sales of each department. Okay? These are the various methods I have discussed. Step method, trial and error method, repeated distribution method, simultaneous equation method. These are one problem, one concept. What is blanket overhead rate when total overhead of the factory is absorbed by single denominator? Number of units, या direct labor hours, या machine hours. It is called as blanket overhead rate. But sometimes P1 department is based on number of units. P2 department is based on number of hours. तो फिर फर्क पड़ जाएगा ना? Are you getting? Blanket or single overhead is total overhead is divided by common denominator. Multiple overhead rate is used when each department has separate denominator. Department 1 divide by number of units produced. Department 2 divide by number of labor hours. So it may differ. Multiple overhead rate is for each department and it may differ. Under an over-absorption treatment. Yes, over-absorption, ज़्यादा absorb कर लिए. Either you can write it off by charging to the costing P&L as income, or you can defer or carry forward in the balance in overhead account or suspense account, or cost reversal you can do. Okay, now second is under absorption. Now under absorption is कोई भी रीजन से करो अंडर एब्जॉर्प्शन, नॉर्मल रीजन, एबनॉर्मल रीजन. ओके, normal abnormal reason and under absorption, as I told you, defective planning, strike and all, write it off. Okay, then abnormal reason, sorry, write it off. Normal reason, charge off to units sold, closing stock and work in progress based on number of units. One more very important theory question asked in exam is treatment of interest. काफी बार पूछते हैं एग्जाम में, should you take interest on capital as a part of the cost sheet? Arguments in favor? Yes, because if others are not using their own money, but if I am paying interest, I have taken loan and running my factory, I have to include. Other schools are saying no, interest is purely a financial charge. It has nothing to do with the cost of your product. So don't include it. This material you are having, you can read it. If you are 1% also confused when I showed you my notebook, because notebook में problem तो हमने पढ़े नहीं, मैंने सिर्फ just बताया. First allocate, then apportion based on some basis, do the total, then service department expenses reapportion to the production, direct method, step down method, simultaneous equation method. Equation बनाते वक्त याद रखो x का own overhead and percentage of y which they have to bear, not x का जो y bear कर रहा है. Okay, right? And machine hour rate problems are easy. You have to decide you have to write the total machine hours and the total cost for month and year and do it, and under over absorption problem. So here we complete with the revision of the overheads. Dear students, while solving institute's problem, any other academy's problem, कोई भी problem में अगर आपको doubt है, click the photo and send me. I will clear your doubt. But you have to give time. Okay? So just you have asked and you are repeatedly saying, ma'am, my doubt, it's not possible. Lot of live classes, recorded classes and other schedules is also going on throughout the day. Okay? So keep up the spirit of listening to this revision lectures. Add on to my knowledge also. ये ऐसे booster revision lecture बनाना easy नहीं है. Taking regular class is easy. Today's class only step down method. ये ना problem solve करो और एक solve करो एक homework, that is easy. When you take a gist, you have to remember like so many questions and so many adjustments, right? So make sure and don't leave it. If it is repeated distribution and time consuming, they give you proper weightage marks also, 8 to 10. So nothing to lose for your final exam. Wish you very all the best. Study super well. Always there to support you, right? Thank you so much. Signing off now. See you, Dipti, Chheda here. Bye-bye. So did you enjoy these conceptual learning? If yes, then below the video, the link is given for our Telegram group. You can join for concept classes app. You can download. Lot of videos are there in the free content also along with the PDF material. So whole chapter, you can download the material. You can watch all the videos in detail and do learning. Lot of theory questions, other PDFs are all included. Okay, right? So do connect with us with all the links below. If you have any query, you can write a mail and you can connect with us through the link, and would be more than glad to help you join our concept classes app community, waiting to welcome you all, right? Thank you so much. Wish you very all the best. And if you really like these kind of the concepts, hit the notification button, hit the like button so that you're notified next time when we are taking a lecture or we are uploading it in the YouTube. And do share this video with friends. Do comment below the video for any query also, any doubt also, and if you have really taken some value addition. I'm on a mission to help more than 10,000 students. I really want to help by putting a lot of value addition with the way I have learned. These all subjects are interlinked: account, tax, costing, FM. And you will enjoy this interlinking knowledge. Wish you all the best. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello, all of you. Welcome to the first revision lecture for costing. Today, we are preparing for our first booster exam, that is on cost sheet. Cost sheet is actually 6th chapter, and the first chapter, that is on concepts of costing, theory. Okay. Question number 1 has got minimum 5 marks to maximum 10 marks weightage. Okay. What is your chapter number 1? Types of costing, what are the cost centers, responsibility centers, advantages, limitations, linking of the costing and information technology, and so on. So these are the questions which are repeatedly asked in question number 7. There's a separate video here if you scroll up and down, the paper pattern of costing. There I have said that in question number 7 theory question, 2 questions are there from chapter 1 for 10 marks. One is there from material chapter and one is there from other types of the costing, joint product or byproduct or budgeting and so on. This is how you get theory questions in question number 7. Now some of you may be thinking that a theory chhod bhi diye, to question number 7 we will leave in choice. You cannot. See, it is actually 4 to 5 marks each question and very scoring, very scoring. So you cannot just leave it, right? So in first chapter, we will be discussing all theory questions, which is relevant for question number 7, which is for 20 marks, 5 into 4 marks, right? And then second chapter we will cover in this 1 hour exam is, and I will give you choice in the chapter wise exam what we are going to take. I hope you all have the timetable, and above this video also in our booster program also timetable is given. Strictly we will stick to that timetable and prepare accordingly. You are having 2 days time to prepare for topic. Any doubt is there, any material, any book, just click the photo and send me. I will clear it by a voice note, right? And second thing I want to say is, while preparing, just mark it. What is a major good problem which you can revise 1 day before exam? So that marking should be done now only, right? So with this, the reason I always teach in my class also cost sheet first is, cost sheet is the base. You know, when I want to ascertain what is the cost of teaching per student in concept classes, my secret, or what is the cost of an airlines, or what is the cost of manufacturing this mobile phone. So whatever examples we take like this, a product or service, we are preparing costing, cost sheet, but in a different way. But ultimate aim is to derive the cost, for which we should know cost sheet as the base ingredient. Is this clear to all of you? Once you know cost sheet as your base properly, then learning material, labor and overhead, 3 chapters, which are like in-depth, how your cost sheet is going to be affected by your material cost, by labor and overhead. And once that is over, then you have types of costing. Oil industries, they will be in the process costing. School bus, transportation, they will be in the service costing. So different construction business contract costing. So different types of costings we will learn, and then some chapters called as standard and marginal, right? So here we begin with the revision lecture for cost sheet. Okay? Yeah, definitely. I got your question. This video you can watch. I have generally these revision videos are for 1 hour and view time is 3 hours. So you're watching it right now to prepare for your booster exam with me. You can watch it again later, and 1 day before exam also you can watch it. 3 times you can watch this GIST revision lecture. Now, in regular classes, what notes we give and the quality good problems we are solving, that I will be discussing. And every time for every chapter, I give booster notes. I dictate it, I write it, and students write it in every batch. So these booster notes I'm going to discuss with you. If you want, you can take a screenshot and hold the video and write it so that it will create a great impact. See, in your exam preparation, when someone says they are panicking, they are not confident, it is because of the lack of preparation. अगर preparation अच्छा है तो आप कभी panic नहीं होंगे, relaxed होके 3 hours में you will write your exam. So here we begin now, first with the cost sheet. Okay, right. This is the first chapter. Of course, this combination exam, I'm going to give the first chapter also. But right now, I want to take up chapter number 6, that is cost sheet. Every exam, generally, there is no paper pattern in CA and all exams, but a general paper, I'm saying, cost sheet is asked for minimum 10 marks, along with labor in question number 2. This is just my observations. When we observe the paper in a trend, no, we can make this out. So that is the way this is asked. 1 second. I thought I have kept it ready. Activity-based costing. This is also asked now too much. Here we begin. So what is a cost sheet? It is a statement which shows the breakup and build-up of the cost, right? It's a statement, but it has to be prepared in a proper format. So in your syllabus, you have 2 types of cost sheet. You have 2 types of cost sheet, okay? One is cost sheet with inventory, and another is simple cost sheet, where you just go on adding the cost, but there is no inventory. But as we start with the cost sheet, we should know that whenever we start preparing the cost sheet, there are some terms used. So in the coming 10 minutes, let us be very comfortable with the terms. Once we complete that, sometimes they ask cost sheet without your stock or inventory. And if it is a manufacturing company or trading company, they'll have stock. For example, in teaching industry, we don't have stock. So our cost sheet is like all the expenses at the profit and you get the revenue. There is no opening stock, closing stock, right? So, okay, book stock is there, no books and all not we use, right? Chalo. So cost sheet starts with direct material. These are revision lectures. So I hope first chapter is like we speak Telugu, Gujarati and Marathi. There's a language of costing. If I say prime cost, immediately, ma'am, the core cost. So that's why prime cost is the main cost which is used and which has prime cost is having the impact in the final output. So it includes direct material, direct labor, direct expense. Direct material, direct labor, direct expense, we get prime cost. When you are taking direct material, actually you take direct material consumed, how much is used. So suppose I had 5 bags of raw material, purchases is 15. I have now 20. Out of that, 3 are still there in stock. So how much material is consumed? 17. So 17 will come as your direct material cost. Any doubt is there, you can message me, ma'am, in this video at 20th minute. This is the doubt, no problem. Anytime. So what is this we do in accounts also, no? Opening stock of material plus purchase minus closing will give you material consumed. Then labor and expense. You know, labor and expense is also called as conversion cost. You all should write. Suppose my raw material is peanuts. I crush it and crude oil bana ke, refine karke, chemical dal ke, we get transparent good oil. That is called as refined oil. So in my raw material, if I add labor and other expenses, am I getting my finished product? So in raw material, if you add conversion cost, you get your total cost of the finished goods. And conversion cost is nothing but labor and overhead. labor and other expenses. Are you all clear with this? Raw material plus conversion cost is finished goods. So conversion cost is nothing but the cost of converting the raw material into finished goods. That's nothing but labor and overhead. If you want, you can note it as a booster note. Any doubt in the prime cost, you can ask me. Next now. When you purchase the material, in the material purchased, you will add on road all the expenses, no? Freight and insurance and all. This is generally the question asked in the material chapter also. Cost of the material, freight inward, insurance, trade discount and rebates are not a part. Duties and taxes. GST you will add to the purchases of material if you are not getting input tax credit. I have purchased 10 rupees material, 2 rupees is GST, then 12 rupees it is coming. Okay, so GST, 2 rupees I am paying and 12. I will take my purchase cost 12 rupees if I am not taking credit of the GST. Now, what is this taking the credit? Input GST, what I pay in purchases, output GST if I'm doing set off, and if I'm filing my monthly return, then fine. Otherwise, add on GST, custom duty, whatever it is to the purchases. Labor cost means not only just wages and salaries what you pay. In income tax also we do. Other than basic wages and salaries, we pay perks, allowances, so many things. Bonus, overtime, employer's contribution. See, your wages may be 100, but as an employer, I am putting 12 rupees in your PF account. So my labor expense is 112. This we study in the labor chapter. Then direct expenses. All the cost of utilities, power, fuel, hire charges, machinery say related, and all the expenses which are incurred directly, they are called direct expenses. Okay? Right. So, what do you mean by prime cost? Direct material, direct labor, direct expenses. In direct material consumed, you have opening, purchase minus closing, and labor and direct expenses. Okay? Cost of the production. In a conventional cost sheet, this item of cost can be seen, and it is the total cost of the prime cost and factory cost. Keep little patience. I'm explaining in detail. When I show you the cost sheet, it will be easier for all of you. So now once we have got prime cost, I hope prime cost is clear. Direct material, direct labor, direct expenses is prime cost. Once you get prime cost, add factory related indirect expense. Direct expense have already gone here, which are directly related. Other expenses, indirect labor, indirect expense, some indirect material. Like direct material is peanuts, which I crush and I get crude oil. And indirect material is those chemicals which I put in the crude oil to make it transparent, shiny, and good oil. Followed? So factory overhead will have indirect material and all, and that will give you works cost, or it is also called as factory cost. Now in factory, if some item is in between, like peanuts are crushed, but you are having 1000 kgs of pulp, peanuts pulp. Abhi the crude oil you have not got, refine hoke pack nahi hua, and neither it is peanuts. So what is this called now? Work in progress. So if there is any opening work in progress already from last month, and this time this is the works progress, minus the closing work in progress, you get factory cost or works cost. This is also factory cost, this is also factory cost. The difference here is opening work in progress and closing work in progress. Work in progress is item that is in between in the factory. More detail we will do it in the process costing. After the Works cost, we add quality control cost, R&D, administrative related expense, you know, accounting department and other departments are there. So they all are added to get the cost of production. Only just primary packing, no secondary packing and distribution will come in sales related expense. Okay, some detail about what is factory related expense, factory overhead, stores, consumables, spare parts, you know, some nuts, bolts which are required, depreciation, rent of the factory, repairs, indirect labor, designing costs, some royalty paid, plant and machinery, and so on, right? And work in progress, we all know it is the cost of some product which is in between. So that also we will consider R&D, administrative cost. This is simple meaning, we all know it. Once you in factory overhead, if you add administrative cost, you get cost of producing 10,000 units. Now, if 9,500 units are sold, 500 unit will be the closing stock. They'll be valued at same rate. Whatever is the cost of production of 10,000 units, 9,500 units are sold. Only 500 units are left. Right? See, cost of the production of 10,000 units we have produced. Already we have produced and we have 200 units. And still we have 100 units. Then what is the cost of the goods sold? 10,100. Yes, all the stock may be there in the exam, not necessary. They may not have work in progress. They may, if they are trading, they're just having opening stock of finished goods. Already tha opening 200, 10,000 more units and 100 are still in stock. So 10,100 are cost of the goods sold. You know, if you just, you know, in opening, if you add 10,200, these are also called as cost of the goods available for sale. How many goods are available for sale? 10,200. But out of that, 100 is in stock. So 10,100 units are sold already. Cost of the goods sold. Cost of sales. Once you finish that, in the cost of the goods sold, see, these administrative expense which you add above, no, they are directly related to production. To hi add karna. Otherwise, after you get the cost of the production, add administrative expenses, selling, distribution expense, packing expense, delivery van, salesman salary, commission, driver's salary, depreciation और सब आ जाएगा इसमें, and you will get cost of the sales. See, administrative expenses general, not related to production. Depreciation, maintenance, administrative staff. Yeah, accounts department, rent and insurance of the office building, not the factory. Factory ka rent will go in factory overhead. Office ka rent will go here. And if you have some delivery van on rental, it will go there. Same for depreciation. Factory related machineries depreciation, factory overhead. Administrative office building, computers and all depreciation, administrative overhead. Delivery vans depreciation and all, then selling overhead. So this is how you do the overheads, packing cost and other cost. Shall we start with the format of cost sheet? Dear students, 10 marks format, they have given 2 column in exam, you should do it 3 column. Particulars, working and main amount. You know why? ये क्यों जरूरी है, क्यों करना है हमको? ये डॉट्स कहाँ से आ गए? ठीक है, चलो कोई बात नहीं. Why you need to do this working? In accounts exam, the main investment account, the main accounts look very small and you do working behind. In cost sheet, try to do the working there itself. So particulars, working and amount. This is it. ठीक है? Right. So let us do it now. First is direct material. Direct labor, direct expense. Nothing but prime cost. After the prime cost, we have add factory related expense. Works overhead, manufacturing overhead, production overhead, jo bhi bolo. We get factory cost. After factory cost, we add to it administrative expenses and we get cost of the production. In that, add selling and overhead and we get cost of sales, add profit and we get the sales. ठीक है? Prime cost. Once again, I want to repeat, this is a very small cost sheet, maybe sometimes asked for 5 marks without any inventory. Achha, total how many types of inventories are there? Raw material related inventory, which will come here. Work in progress, which will come after the factory overhead. Work in progress में factory related expense तो लग ही चुके हैं, so it will come here. And finished goods inventory will come after the administrative overhead. Cost of producing. So 10,000 units if you have produced, this is the cost. 100 units remaining also, this is the cost. All clear to all of you? Right. So material labor expenses, this is basic. Prime cost. Add factory expense, factory cost. Add administrative expense, cost of the production. Add selling and distribution expense, cost of the goods sales available for sale. Add profit, you get the final sales figure. Yes, what are the items which are not included in the cost sheet? They can ask you. Cost sheet helps you, and this is the total cost. If they give you number of items, then total cost is 1 lakh, number of item is 10,000. So 10 per unit is the cost of the production. So sometimes you can make cost sheet per unit also. Total amount आप लिखेंगे, you can make small per unit also if the data is available. Or sometimes percentage also. Like factory overhead is 50% of prime cost. Labor is itna material, you know, they can give some percentages also. So that is also one way they can ask you. But in cost sheet, we never take irrelevant items, like items that are not included in the cost sheet. Non-operating income like rent and all, loss or profit of capital nature, item not representing the cost but dependent on, you know, like sometimes they say, oh, kabhi stock jal gaya to, loss by fire hua to. Can we provide such notional losses? Or yeah, no. Why we are not taking other? See, we are deciding what is the cost of my product or my service. In that, I can't take non-operating income. Whether you produce or not, if you are getting some rental income, dividend income, you will anyway get, no? Are you getting? You do this production or not, if you're getting rental income or FD interest in the bank, you will get it anyhow. You need not take that efforts, right? So this is how we are doing the this cost sheet. Yeah, non-operating income, losses and profits. You will not take irrelevant items, you know, like abnormal things and notional things you will not take. Transfer to reserve is not an expense. It's your own money. You're saying, okay, I've earned 50 profit, 20 I'm putting to this investment reserve. Dividend, you're taking it in another pocket. So these are not expense only. Payment of dividend is not expense. It's the appropriation of profit. You give dividend to the owners of the company, shareholders. Writing of the goodwill and all. Interest, discount, received, paid, no. These are basically accounting related terms what you don't take. What is the benefit of cost sheet? Proper presentation. Without looking there, you can say, क्या फायदा होगा cost sheet बनाने का? Best is it will help you to ascertain your price. You know, there are people who are working around us. Like there is a Xerox shop next to our office, and if we say, "Bhaiya, ज़्यादा printout चाहिए," they will say, "Okay, instead of 50 paisa, I'll take 40 paisa." If you say, "But I want more than 1,000 print, can you make it in 30 paisa?" He'll say, "Nahi parvadta." Have you heard this word? Nahi parvadta. I cannot give. When they say like this, no, we cannot give, then that means that they know their own costing. What is my paper cost? What is my ink cost? What is the routine repairing cost of the Xerox machine? Power का कितना consumption होता है per paper print में, color print. So I'm just giving you a very layman's example. ठीक है? So what I want to say is, cost sheet will give you cost information, selling price, profitability. It will help you. Okay, 10,000 units you want to manufacture. This is your budget. Next year, 12,000. It will help you to prepare budget. And you can compare your cost sheet with last week or last month or last year. Oh, this last 15 days cost sheet is this. Before that, why this expense has increased, why this has reduced, you can compare. So intra-firm and inter-firm comparison will become easy. Preparing cost estimate for submitting tenders, quotations, all. Have you heard about these tenders, quotations? जब government के project होते हैं, flyover बनाना है, bridge बनाना है, railway track and some work, they take tenders and quotation. So whoever quotes the least price, they will get. So very methodically and clearly they prepare the cost sheet. Achha, while you prepare cost sheet, you know product wise and location wise analysis. Which one is good product? Which one is good location? You will get to know on that. Disclosure of operational efficiency for the cost control. See, when you prepare the cost sheet, you are able to decide properly how to control the cost and all. Okay. Is there any doubt in the cost sheet without? I told you per unit भी कभी-कभी percentage भी रहता है. Selling overhead is 5% of sales. Let us assume sale as 100. Admin is 20 and so on. And you know, please, one very important assumption is, it's not that cost sheet is prepared like from the beginning, prime cost, factory overhead or SA. No. Sometimes they may give you the profit, they may give you the sales, and factory overhead is missing figure. So ऊपर से go on putting the figures, नीचे से go on fitting, and you will come here. I hope you are getting. Prime cost, add factory overhead, factory cost, add administrative overhead, cost of production, add selling expenses, cost of sales, profit and sales. This is the cost sheet without inventory. Now in this we can add 3 types of inventories. First is yay. Every time I will scroll up and down and I'll show you the comparison. Like here we have direct material. So here we have opening stock of the raw material plus purchases minus closing stock. This is raw material consumed. If you have opening stock of raw material and closing and purchases, add all expenses. GST only if you take input tax credit, you will get material consumed. Add labor and expense, you will get prime cost. In that, add factory overhead. Now add opening work in progress. So opening work in progress will be valued till here. जो work बीच में है, in that material is incurred, labor is incurred, and factory overhead is also incurred. So this is opening stock of work in progress, closing stock. Then we have factory cost or works cost. Add administrative overhead. Yes, office related general expense, and we get cost of the production. So whatever unit is produced and ready, it's just ready in the factory, oil packet say. In that you have added direct expenses, factory related expense and administrative related expense also. Once you get cost of the production, finished goods are always valued at cost of the production. You get how many units you have produced? 10,000. What is opening stock of finished goods? 200. What is the cost of the goods available for sale? 10,200. Yeah, this is also a new term. Sometimes in exam they give you this cost of the goods which are available for sale, 10,200. But now we have only 100. That means, can I say 10,100 units are already sold? Huh? Clear to all of you? Right? And when the cost of goods are sold, add selling overhead, cost of sales, profit and sales. So, ma'am, kya farak hai? So, what is the difference? Opening and closing stock of inventory will come here. Factory overhead ke immediately baad opening and closing work in progress, and finished goods will come at the level of cost of production. Cost of production, add opening stock minus the closing stock. So can I conclude there are three types of inventory? Finished goods stock is valued at cost of the production. जो भी cost of the production होगा, produce करने का cost इतना है, so whatever is remaining, produced and remaining in stock, that will be same. Opening stock value they may give कि last year cost of production was different. If not, what is closing work in progress, that you can take opening work in progress, no problem. I want to repeat, finished goods is always valued at cost of production. Work in progress is always valued at factory cost, prime cost and factory cost. And raw material consumed is always valued, opening and closing stock is always valued as per the raw material cost, whatever you have got. Okay? And then these are our cost sheet problems. This is like so many times asked in the exam. This one is also very nice. In overheads, they have given GST paid on raw material. But if input tax credit is available, don't add it. On raw material purchases, if GST is paid and input tax credit, don't add it in the purchases cost sheet mein lo hi mat. You need to keep this GST separate. So these are the problems levels which we solve in routine. This is also a very popular problem with all the inventories and all the details. Sometimes inventory is missing. Now look at this problem. Ninth problem. Sales is also given, percentage of profit on sales. I hope you all remember cost plus profit is selling price. Some of you may be thinking, Dipti ma'am, kya padha rahe hain? Cost plus profit is selling price. Cost is 100 if profit is 10% of the cost. My selling price is 110. If profit is 10% of sales, let sales be 100, profit be 10, my cost is 90. So profit as a percentage, if it is on cost, take cost as 100. Profit as a percentage, if it is on sales, take sales as 100. Clear to all of you, right? This is very important. In accounts also we have branch and departmental accounts where we make equations, and here also we make equations. So it's very necessary to know this. See, now here they have given link. Labor would be 175% of the works overhead. Works overhead is what? Factory overhead. So if factory overhead is 100, direct labor is 175. And if direct labor is given, then factory overhead is. So like this, you can cross multiply and find the figures. There are also problems in the cost sheet related to equation, like this 14th one. Part of it is done and part of it is like changed. If the cost is changing and if profit you want to keep same, see, cost is increasing, profit you want to keep same, then selling price will increase. Cost is increased, and on increased cost you want same profit. Increase the selling price. But you're saying no ma'am, selling price to competition market now cost to बढ़ गया है और selling price same लगना है तो profit will come down. You understand this logic? With this they have given the equation x and y and then you cancel and you can do. Behind your study material also, very nice questions are given. Okay, whichever material, CMA material or CA material, behind your textbook. And after solving our material, solve institute's material and at least give yourself 10 marks test. कोई भी एक past paper उठा लो और 10 marks का test दे दो खुद को कि आप कर पा रहे हैं या नहीं. Right? Okay. Yeah. Next, now let me share the booster notes. These are the booster notes which I give in my regular class. Raw material stock is a part of the raw material consumed. Work in progress stock is a part of the works cost after factory origin. You can't change the placement, ma'am. Ultimately, to sab add hi hona hai na? No. Finished goods is valued at cost of the production. Yes, three types. Raw material is shown in the raw material consumed. Work in progress is valued at works cost. And finished stock is valued at cost of the production. Right? Administrative overhead related to the production. It is a part of the cost of production. Then take it above the cost of production. Administrative overhead. And if administrative overhead is sometimes given combined with sales, you know, they write like this in exam. Administrative and selling expenses. Then they charge it on the number of units sold. Okay? One second. Huh? Yeah. I also gave you some other formulas. Conversion cost, indirect material, if you add labor and overhead, you get conversion cost, then you get cost of production. Many times in the exam, they are giving direct material to itna hai, conversion cost add karo, you will get direct labor and factory overhead, so you will get the cost of the production. If all the costs are given as a percentage on sales, take sales as 100. If not, take cost as 100. Cost of production, if you add opening stock, you get cost of the goods which are available for sale. Yes. Second. Then next is, if cost is increasing. हाँ, ये logic मैंने आपको बताया ना, ये देखो. If cost is increasing and you want to keep selling price same, obviously your profit will come down. Costing में ना, there is lot of interlinking in all the chapters. Ma'am, जैसा cost sheet है वैसा ही operating costing, service costing, process costing, contract. It's like the logics are same only, provided you understand it. If cost is increasing because of inflation, selling price you want to keep same, then obviously profit will reduce. If cost is increasing, profit you want to keep same, तो फिर selling price को बढ़ा दो, revise the selling price. And when your customers say, "Arey, why did the prices increase?" You can say cost is also. This happens, see, when GST was introduced suddenly on few things and all, they said, "Nahi, earlier we were charging 50, now we will charge 58 because GST rates have increased." So simple, increase the selling price. Factory overhead is charged for number of units produced. Correct? We sometimes, you know, customers become slow. Yeah. 11th and 12th point is clear. These are all booster notes we have written over the overhead chapter में कहाँ चलेगी? Overhead exam को time. One second, dear students. Yeah. Conversion cost का हो गया ना? I'm not able to scroll. Just wait, dear students. Screen thoda pareshan kar raha hai. I want to share more booster notes. Like factory overhead, it is charged on number of units produced. Administrative overhead is charged. जितने units produced, if you are doing administrative overhead तो लग ही रहा है. See, factory overhead 13 point. Factory overhead is charged on number of units produced, whereas selling overhead is charged on number of units sold. Remaining are lying on cost of production basis in your godown when they are sold and selling expense. So factory overhead is charged on number of units produced. Selling and office expense, if they are along with the selling, admin and all, are charged for number of units sold. If office and admin expense are not related to production, then works cost and cost of production will be same. See, if admin expense are given with the selling expense, so what is your factory cost and what is your cost of production? बीच में तो administrative overhead है, वो तो नहीं है, so it will be same. Cost of production, number of units produced, and closing stock ka cost. This you can get, no? You have produced 10,000 units for rupees 1 lakh. So 100 units ka cost kitna? 1 lakh divided by 10,000 into 100. In 1 lakh rupees cost of production, you have produced 10,000 units. So 100 units ka kitna? 1,000, 10 per unit. This is how you get cost of production assuming FIFO. GST, if it is paid on raw material, should be added in cost sheet only if input tax credit is not taken on GST. So these are material related points. I'm doing the revision with all the concepts. I'm sharing my booster notes and I'm explaining. But if you feel, no ma'am, we want to see the regular notebook where we have solved all problems, but I don't know how that will be helpful because you all are not having the problem sheet also. So like X and Y related problem or some cost sheet where we have done thorough working. See the language of the cost sheet. Sometimes material is given, profit is given, sales is given, and balancing figure is in between. So without looking and sharing more screen, can we revise what is the format of the cost sheet? Direct material consumed, direct labor, direct expense, prime cost. Add factory overhead, factory cost. Add opening work in progress minus closing. Yes, you get the final factory cost. Add administrative cost only if it is given separately and related to production. You get cost of the production. This much units are produced. Add opening finished goods, you get number of units which are ready for sale, available for sale. Minus closing stock of finished goods. You get cost of the goods sold. In cost of the goods, whatever goods are sold, add selling expense. If you work out number of units and amount, no, you will get the number of units produced are 10,000, but units sold are only 9,200 because 800 units are still lying in stock. So selling expense will be incurred only for 800 units. Is this clear to all of you? 800 units ka hi lagega selling expense. Incurred for number of units sold. Factory and admin related factory expense are incurred for number of units produced. Once you add selling expense, you get cost of the goods which are sold, cost of sales. Add profit, you get finally sales. Clear? So here we complete with the revision, but costing needs written practice. I know मैं बहुत बोल रही हूँ पर जरूरी है. Costing needs written practice. So just revise. Make sure you do thorough revision in writing. Practice the problem, putting the stopwatch. You need speed, you need the presentation, and you need to understand the concept and complete the paper in a super correct way in time. ये होता है, बिल्कुल होता है, provided you practice now. Okay? Any doubts are there, you can stay connected. With this, we will be taking exam for chapter 1 also. Yes, chapter 1 now only I am saying. Most relevant question asked in the exam is these units ke liye, what is the type of the costing suitable? Is this a responsibility center or profit center? What is the difference between cost reduction and cost control? Okay, so these are the usual questions which are asked from chapter 1. What are the limitations of cost accounting? So I've already put up another 2 videos for that. You can check that, and if you have any doubt, you can ask me. This is the 3rd video, and first, second, third video put together, you're going to write exam. See, it takes guts to prepare and write the class test, or बिना डरे रखो मैम यहाँ 10 मिले out of 30 1 hour exam, तो final exam will lose the confidence. नहीं होगा. Face it here. ऐसा नहीं है कि if you fail here you will fail, or if you get 95 here you will get, ऐसे नहीं है. These are just practice tests. I have prepared the question papers to the best of the quality what institute is giving and what I can say with my 20 years of experience. So wish you very all the best. Accounts paper is there first, and already single entry video is uploaded. So check that, revise that, and start writing the exams 100% sincerity commitment के साथ. Don't just prepare past exam papers and come and write the exam. Don't do that. And you can fool anyone, you cannot fool yourself. So thoroughly prepare our material and institute's material for single entry, and then next exam is this cost sheet and the first chapter. Okay? All right. See you in the next video, starting with the material chapter. I'll give you how all formulas are derived. Wish you very all the best, and at every step we are there together with you to support you. No spoon feeding, concepts are given. You have to independently solve it with a stopwatch. Any doubt is there, ask me. All the best. Thank you so much. Signing off now. See you, Dipti Chheda here. Bye-bye. Hello, all of you. Here we begin with the revision lecture for our booster program for one of my most favorite chapter, cost accounting system. Like we have financial accounting, journal entries, debit and credit. In costing, how do you record, right? So there are 2 ways of recording. There are 2 kinds of problem in the chapters. वो फिर मैं direct jump हो जाएगा. So to give you the base, what we are going to do in this chapter. Cost accounting system says either you maintain separate books of accounts. Financial books are there, debit, credit and all, and costing books are separate. Okay, that is non-integrated. In costing books, we record so many things. Like when the raw material is purchased, we record. When raw material is issued to production, we record. When production, okay, it is going to finished goods, we record. When finished goods are sold, we record. So in non-integrated system, in the costing, you record so much. Whereas in the financial accounts, we record the purchase of the raw material and we record the sale of the finished goods. How much material is issued for production, what is the wastage, how many units are produced and ready for sale, all that we don't record. Followed or not? So what is non-integrated system? Costing books are separate, financial books are separate. Now, if costing and financial books are separate, do you need to reconcile the profit? Yes. This is your first type of the question which we are discussing now. Second is T format accounts, how you have to prepare. Very easy, very scoring, and the best part is when this question comes, it comes for 10 marks. Very scoring. Okay, so let us now discuss how we are going to solve the problems for reconciliation first. Second is the T format accounts. Now, why there's a need for reconciliation? The cost sheet is giving the costing profit and the financial books, trading P&L, is giving the net profit. Now, these net profits will not reconcile. Yeah, these profits will not be same. Why? Because in cost sheet, we are not taking some, see, there are three reasons basically why there's a difference between the costing P&L's profit and financial. Understand this orally. I will share the screen. I will share the problems also. Listen now. First important reason is there are so many expenses we are taking in the P&L account. Interest on loan, losses on sale of machinery. All these we don't take into account in the cost sheet. So this is one of the reason there are expenses and income. In financial books, you may have taken dividend receipt, but in the costing books, you don't take other income. You don't take irrelevant abnormal expenses. This is one of the reasons for your difference in the costing profit and financial profit. The second important reason is in the costing books, the closing stock valuation is different, and in accounts, it is different. In accounts, you value closing stock as per AS2, cost or NRV. Here, how do you value closing stock in the cost sheet? Cost of the production 10,000 units, less closing stock 1,000 units, you do it. Got it? So this is the way you do the reconciliations. Second reason, that is the closing stock valuation. Third reason for the reconciliation is the method and the format what you are following. One reason for the difference is under over absorption of overheads. There are three kind of overheads we consider. One is the factory overhead, one is the admin overhead, and third one is the selling and distribution overhead. So now these factory overhead and all may be absorbed at a predetermined rate, 1,000 units at the rate of 8,000. But actual factory overhead may be less or more. I hope you are getting. In financial books, we take actual factory overhead 8,000. In cost sheet, we take the factory overhead at predetermined rate 6,000. So what are the three reasons? It's not that only three items will come in the reconciliation. But what are the important three reasons for the reconciliation? Yes. What's the first one? Stock valuation. Second one, debit and credit. Financial books, some items are losses and all are debited. Dividend received this which you don't record it. And third is under over absorption of overhead. Now, when you start with reconciliation, you should know you are doing either cost sheet. If it is not prepared in exam, prepare the cost sheet. Get the costing profit. P&L account usually given, if not prepare trading P&L, and then do reconciliation. Very important is reconciliation. It is also called as memorandum reconciliation statement. Reconciliation statement is not a part of books of accounts, non-integrated or integrated. It's prepared on a separate paper, like the bank reconciliation statement. So usually when you prepare memorandum reconciliation account, it's particulars amount. When you prepare memorandum reconciliation statement, it is particulars amount. When they ask you in exam, prepare memorandum reconciliation account, then it is T format account. Is this clear to all of you? Ma'am, they asked memorandum reconciliation account, but I to no statement. Add less. I did statement. They will not give you marks. Account or statement में कोई फर्क नहीं है. I'll tell you. Very important is where do you stand? मतलब where do you start? If you are starting with costing profit, and if costing stock is 2 rupees closing stock, financial books is 3 rupees. You make your stock also 3 rupees. कर लो. So what is your costing stock? 2 rupees. Financial stock 3 rupees. 1 rupees if you increase the costing stock. What will be the impact on the profit? Profit will increase. Add. So decide where you are standing. You are standing in the costing P&L account. First thing. Is it clear to all of you? Second is what financial books have done. We can't go and say to others, you do this, you scratch this, you change this. Whatever they have done, if we give the impact in our books also, it will tell you. Well, same they do with the BRS. Start with our books or the bank books. And then do exactly mistakes in our books, mistakes in the bank books and all. When we do, we get the answer. So here I am sharing the screen with all of you, our booster notes for the reconciliation. Reason for difference in cost accounting under overvaluation of the overheads. In costing books, overhead is absorbed at predetermined rate per unit and all. In financial books, overhead is charged on the actual basis. In costing books, closing stock is valued at per unit rate. As you prepare the cost sheet, all of you know. In financial books, closing stock is charged as per AS2. And in costing books, you don't usually take the rent paid to owner and opportunity cost and all. In financial books, you do take loss on sale of fixed asset, goodwill written off, interest income, and all. Generally, start with the costing P&L and do all add and less based on the impact on costing profit. Yes, instead of memorandum reconciliation statement, if account is asked, start with the costing profit on credit side. Whatever you are doing, add and add credit, and whatever you are doing less, that is to be debited. In costing books, instead of profit, if there is a loss, put it in bracket, but the add less concept will be same. I hope you are getting. I am starting with net profit as per costing books. Instead of profit, if there is net loss, still it will have the net loss at or bracket mein likho minus, but the add less concept will have same effect. Are you feeling you are doing DRS? Then answer is yes. So this is the booster note. 1 minute. Let us see our regular notebook, and I'll share the format also with all of you. Yeah, this is the cost accounting system. How to prepare ledgers and all I will tell you. But first I want to take the reconciliation. Ye dekho. Profit as per the costing books. Add interest on own capital, rent on own building. You have not taken such income, but financial books have taken the income. No, you also take. And if you have debited some expense, financial books have not debited, add back. Are you getting or not? Suppose you have paid interest on own capital, rent on own building, but financial books have taken. Okay, or you have taken and financial books have not taken. Because you debited interest on capital and rent on old building, your profit is less, add back. Now, there are some incomes which are taken in only in the financial books. Dividend received, rent received, transfer. You didn't take, you also take it. So your credit and their credit is same. Now, overvaluation हमेशा add ही होगा, undervaluation ऐसे नहीं है. Routine class एक step पे I explain with the help of reading the problem, do the adjustment. But यहाँ पे देखते हैं कैसे होगा. That less the items in the financial books. If they have paid income tax, goodwill and all, you also deduct it. Now, over absorption of overhead in costing books. In costing books, overhead is 10, whereas in financial books it is 8. You have charged 2 rupees extra overhead. You reduce your overhead, profit will increase. So add. Over absorption of overhead in costing books. Same way. Under absorption, less mein aa raha hai. You have absorbed less, now you charge more. You just absorbed 6, whereas actual overhead was 8. So you do less more, or 2 rupees kam kar do. Over absorption of opening stock, add. पर ये add ही होगा, ऐसे रटो मत. Listen, you are in which books? Costing profit. Costing में opening stock is overvalued. Higher the opening stock, lower the profit, lower the GP. So if costing books में opening stock is overvalued, reduce the value. If you reduce opening stock, profit will increase, hence add. Undervaluation of closing stock also add. Listen to the reason. In costing books, closing stock is 7, whereas in financial books, it is 9. How much closing stock you have credited less? 2 rupees. If you credit now, if you increase closing stock, what will be the impact on profit? Increase. तो add कर दो. Same way. And ये सब less हो रहा है, but क्यों less हो रहा है ना? We should know logic. Overvaluation of closing stock. In our books, if closing stock is overvalued 10, whereas financial books it is 7. So closing stock की value कम कर दो. If you reduce the closing stock, what is the impact on the profit? The profit will reduce. This is one of my favorite chapters, and please do it logically. You will get full out of full marks. बट्टीफाई करोगे, अरे मैम पूरा करेक्ट लिखा लेकिन ऐड का लेस किया, लेस का ऐड किया. तो रटो मत. That overvaluation of opening stock always add. It depends upon which profit you are starting, and overvaluation is in which books, costing books or financial books. Is this much clear or you want more reasoning? This was memorandum reconciliation statement. Now, if they ask you memorandum reconciliation account, T format account, start with the profit. They have started with financial books. You can start with any profit. अब financial profit में जो भी add करना है, add means credit and debit. You can start with the costing profit also, and costing में whatever is added, add, whatever is deducted, take it here. Reconciliation, very good problems are there. Sometimes exclusively they can give you the reconciliation also. Then if the reconciliation is given, can you prepare the T format ledgers? Answer is yes. There's all, in a circle. Ledgers banao, cost sheet banao, reconcile karo. Agar reconciliation diya hai, cost sheet diya hai, can you make the ledgers? Yes. Now tell me, for once, what are the reasons of reconciliation? Under overvaluation of overhead, under overvaluation of stock, and exclusive items in the financial books and costing book. एक problem solved भी दिखते हैं ना. 5 minutes extra it will take. We will check in our routine notebook. 3 months coaching is given in routine, and there we do all this. Yeah. I've made them write journal entries भी पूछते हैं ना non-integrated accounts में. पहले तो नॉन इंटीग्रेटेड ही करो, फिर इंटीग्रेटेड करो. C7 problem. P&L account was not there. We prepared it. Trading P&L, routine, work in progress के साथ and all. Cost sheet is not there. But see, in cost sheet, manufacturing overhead is charged fixed 288. Whereas here manufacturing expense is 245. And now do the reconciliation. So start with the costing profit. Okay? Are you all with me? Forget about the figures. Look and concentrate on the concept. So costing profit ले लो. Now, एक item करके देखना है. Sale is same. Closing stock is 150. Financial books. Here closing stock is 170. Is closing stock overcharged in our books? Yes. So now you reduce it. You reduce the closing stock, the profit will reduce. So what you will do? Less. Are you getting कब less करना है, कब add करना है? Now come to the debit side. Material 355, 360 same है यहाँ भी 355, 360. Manufacturing overhead in financial books you have charged direct, straight 245. In cost sheet you have charged some per unit or per 288. So manufacturing overhead is overcharged in our books. So come karo. If you reduce manufacturing expense, the profit will increase. So add manufacturing overhead over absorb, add. Come down. GP is fine. Interest received you have taken in this profit 232, whereas in financial books you have not taken. So there also you add interest received. In financial books they have taken, in cost sheet you have not taken, so now you add. हो गया, ये हमने कर लिया, ये हमने कर लिया और ये हो गया. I hope you are able to solve full-fledged problem. इतने बड़े नहीं आते. Many times they give you the P&L and all printed, but just saying. Come on the debit side. Office expense are 240. Here office expense are 250. Again office expense are overcharged. Reduce. Reduce means if you reduce the office expenses in costing books which is overcharged, office expense ko kam karo, profit will increase. Add. Over absorption. आ गया? Now, what is the selling expense? 2 lakh. Here what is the selling expense? Per unit, predetermined rate रहता है. Number of units sold multiplied by per unit, 180. There it is 2 lakh. So 20,000. Selling overhead, you have charged less in the costing books. There you have charged 2 lakh. In costing, you have charged 180 per unit, 1. So you charge more. If you charge 20,000 more, what is the impact on profit? It will reduce less. Now, next. कहाँ थे हम? Office हो गया, closing stock हो गया, selling overhead हो गया, and now all these donation, interest, preliminary, provisions and all. These are non-cash goodwill written off. All these you record in financial books. You have not recorded in the cost sheet. So now if you record in cost sheet, the profit will reduce less, and so you are getting this profit as per the financial books. You started with the profit as per costing books and financial books 232 exactly profit what you have got in the P&L. Now, if they give the reconciliation in the exam and other details, will you be able to prepare the cost sheet or T format accounts? Yeah. And instead of T format, if they ask you add less, start with the costing P&L, credit side, पूरे add की items credit करना. Don't write in one line. All add items you credit it directly here, and less items debit, you will get it. Tell me, was this all clear? I shared you my theory material. I shared with you my booster notes. I shared with you the regular classwork also. Now, is this clear to all of you? How to reconcile? I know I've taken a little more detailed time, but then this is important. Non-integrated accounts. Ledgers banana. Ledgers should be prepared in sequence, right or not? Stores ledger, stock ledger, then raw material purchase, direct labor. In the sequence in which you prepare the cost sheet, you prepare the ledgers, you will never go wrong. And what is integrated costing? Costing and financial books are prepared together. In non-integrated, you have all the detailed account, stock, wages, production, factory overhead, all. But you don't have cash, bank, datas, creditors, fixed assets. These are the accounts which are maintained by the provisions, share capital. ये सब accounts non-integrated में नहीं है, because these are the accounts maintained by financial books. But if it is integrated, then all accounts you will prepare at it. In non-integrated, whatever accounts are missing, cash, bank, data, creditors, to represent that we prepare a control account called as general ledger adjustment account. General ledger. Yeah, this name has come from self-balancing ledger. So shall I tell you how to prepare the ledgers? Directly चलो एक problem देखते हैं, उसमें समझ में आएगा. ये देखो. ये तो this is the reconciliation का problem, no? See, these are all the ledgers. Journal entries also I make them right in. ये देखो. Stores ledger. How the stores ledger looks? It's like your stock. So opening stock, whatever you purchase, stores ledger debit to GLA because we don't have cash bank. Then whatever stock is issued to work in progress, इसको लिख दो. Transfer. Whatever stock is issued, return. When you purchase the stock, stores to GLA. When you return, GLA to stores. and closing balance. There could be normal, abnormal loss also if it is not tallied. After stores ledger, we prepare wages. Whatever wages you incur, wages account debit to GLA, incurred. But whatever wages you incur can be divided into direct and indirect wages. Indirect wages will go to factory overhead. ये रहा. Direct wages will go to work in progress. Just look at the format. I'll share the booster notes also. Now come to factory overhead. In factory overhead, whatever factory overhead you incurred, to bank ki jagah to GLA. Yes. And in factory overhead, indirect wages will also come. Some material which you have issued for repairs and all will also come. Factory overhead is always absorbed in work in progress. So now factory overhead incurred is 1,05,000, but absorbed is say only 85, and some 15 was opening and all. So remaining 5,000, if it is under over absorption, either you can charge to costing P&L or you can carry forward. मैम कैसे पता चलेगा कैरी फॉरवर्ड करना है? अगर ओपनिंग बैलेंस है तो क्लोजिंग को भी बैलेंस. मैम बोथ आर कमिंग ऑन द सेम साइड, इज इट फाइन? यस, एब्सोल्युटली फाइन. Work in progress. Work in progress means the material which is in between, some balance will be there, some work in progress is there. Add direct labor. Work in progress is like factory. In that already some work is in progress. Add direct material from the stores ledger. Add direct labor. Add factory overhead. Factory overhead is absorbed in work in progress. From work in progress, whatever finished goods are ready, it will go to finished goods account. And balance will continue 185. Next year it will become open. Can I say work in progress is like your production house? Already something is in progress. Add direct material, direct labor, factory overhead. Indirect labor went to factory overhead, but from factory overhead it came here only. And finished goods which are ready, bye-bye, closing balance continue. Administrative overhead, whatever you incurred, GLA account को debit करना, credit करना है. I mean say administrative means office related expense if you incurred, office debit to bank, and it is absorbed in the finished goods. Finished goods means your stock account. Work in progress is like your production house. Already you had opening finished goods, some more finished goods are added. Now whatever finished goods are sold, transfer it to cost of sales, remaining in stock. Acha, whatever goods are sold, finished goods credit, cost of sales debit. So whatever finished goods are returned back to go down, जो sales से वापस आ गए, finished goods debit to cost of sales return. Take your time. When finished goods are sold, finished goods are going out, credit, bye-bye, cost of sales debit, reverse, and closing balances, these many goods are still with stock. Selling overhead, if incurred, sales related delivery times, maintenance, depreciation, driver's salary, and all. Selling overhead debit to GLA. Why? Selling overhead is always absorbed in cost of sales. These many goods have come for sale, 175. Add selling overhead if any. And if there are any returns, 9,000. Sales, cost of sales credit karo. And this is to be debited. And then balance carried down. What is balance carried down here? Balance is not generally carried down. This is transferred to costing P&L. But costing P&L है नहीं problem में तो छोड़ दो. And general ledger account is the control account. And then you prepare the trial balance. After you prepare all the ledgers in exam, generally they are asking you to prepare trial balance. And your trial balance agrees means your problem is correct. But internally, if there is a mistake, the final total will be correct, but you will lose step marks. Journal entries लिखते आना चाहिए. I'll share with you the material. I was just seeing कि cost of sales के बाद क्या होता है. Yeah, cost of sales में selling overhead add किया तो you are getting 2,04,800, which should go to costing P&L and whatever goods you sell. What is the journal entry for sale? Party to sales. Here GLA to sales because data are not there. That sales you bring on the credit side. Cost of the sales debit, you get GP. In GP, some under over absorption which you have transferred to costing P&L adjust and you get the final profit. Final profit 48,000 is transferred to costing P&L if it is non-integrated. If it is integrated, then this profit will directly go to the P&L account credit side, share capital, all is there. So I will share with you 1 second the main material first, जहाँ से आप पढ़ के भी कर सकते हैं. Yeah, this is it. Journal entries. We should all know. What are the journal entries? Journal entries in the financial books and non-integrated, like if material is purchased, here to purchase to cash. In non-integrated, raw material control account or stores control account to GLA. Here, raw material control account to cash. Clear to all of you? Now, direct material purchased and issued directly. Material godown में गया ही नहीं, सीधा factory में चलेगी. Special purchases. Work in progress debit to GLA. If it is integrated, work in progress to cash. And यहाँ the same, purchase to cash, financial books. Once you do this, you should put your hands and see if you're able to answer these entries or not. Are you getting what I'm saying? समझ में आ रहा है आपको? Same way returns, reverse the entry. Material आया तो raw material to GLA, गया तो GLA to raw material. When material is issued for capital work in progress, factory related work, मतलब capitalization, capital work in progress to raw material. If raw material is issued for production, work in progress to raw material, same working. And when raw material is issued to production, in financial books, we don't pass any entry. Am I going fast? Financial books integrated, ये साथ में ही करना. When production से store room वापस जा रहा है, financial books no entry. But here, of course, raw material control account is debited and your production house work in progress is credited. Logic se karo, you will get the entry. When material is issued for repairing work, repairs debit to purchases. Purchase stock is reducing, repairs. Here, factory overhead debit to raw material. Why factory overhead? Repairs is related to factory overhead to raw material. Okay? When goods are transferred from one department to another, no entry is recorded. Clear to all of you? Normal loss is not recorded in books and abnormal loss है, तो raw material को credit करो and abnormal loss है, तो charge it off to the costing P&L. Right. When you pay wages in accounts, wages to bank. In their wages to GLA. In integrated, wages will be debited, but we have, in integrated, we have cash, bank, datas, all the accounts. Now, here, khatam, story khatam, all shortcut in financial books. Kitna material issue kiya, kitna वापस आया, how much is losses, no. Material purchase, finished goods sold. Same way, wages paid. Here, wages credit करके, if direct wages are there, are absorbed in work in progress. Indirect wages will go to factory overhead. And for any abnormal reason, if you're giving wages, costing P&L. So like these journal entries, you want me to check all factory overhead and admin and all incurred to GLA. And then factory overhead is absorbed in work in progress. Administrative overhead is absorbed in finished goods. I think I have written booster notes over there. I will explain. And because I'm explaining this format from here, there are very important to, you इसको 5 star खिलाओ, KitKat खिलाओ, कितने बार एग्जाम में आता है. What are the essential prerequisites to install integrated account system? Means your financial books and your costing books are combined. So what do you need? You just need to decide how much you want to integrate, till what level. Different heads will be prepared, no? Heads of income and all, heads of expense. So codification will be required. Year-ending procedure, prepaid, outstanding, overheads, that you have to. You need qualified staff. You need lot of coordination. So these are the requisites for installation of integrated system. But what are the benefits? If you put both the system in one account, no need for reconciliation. You will save lot of time. There would be no delay ki let 2 books come, we will reconcile. And all the accounting would be centralized. Yeah. Features of accounting. ये सब basic questions हैं, ये पूछते हैं एग्जाम में. Now, how to remember ये जो ledgers आप बना रहे हैं ना, I'll show you. ये regular ledgers समझ में आए आपको कैसे बनाया? And instead of GLA, if you have that detailed, yeah, this one is there. I have prepared provision for doubtful debts and all the accounts, and then this concept of reconciliation routine class. Chalo, I'll share something with you which will be really helpful to you. This is a feedback given by students. In costing, for sure they are getting exemption. An exemption now 65 and 70, above 80, 82, 88, 89. These are the marks in costing, and the reason is they have written these booster notes. I can print and give you these ready booster notes. ये पढ़ के जाना करके दिमाग में तो समझ में आना चाहिए ना. Like now if I say read, what are the reasons? You know, because you have followed. Like that, while preparing T format accounts, you need to remember few things. I have to go scroll करना नहीं आ रहा मुझे यहाँ पे, पता है? सही में, literally I am telling. अब ये labor overhead चला गया, overhead. I hope you all have already watched the revision video for overhead also. Yeah, here we go. Non-integrated accounts. Costing books are maintained separately. Stores ledger. Stores ledger means what? Balancing figure क्या आता है? Raw material consumed. And it is transferred to work in progress. Yes or no? उसके बाद wages बनाओ. Wages में direct wages transfer to work in progress, direct labor. Indirect wages transfer to factory overhead. Then make factory overhead. It is absorbed in work in progress. Then make work in progress. Work in progress is like your production house. Opening work in progress and all. Finished goods are transferred to finished goods. Balance work in progress will continue. See, remember one thing. You will have closing balance in raw material stock account. Wages, no closing balance. Factory overhead, unless over under absorption is carried forward, no closing balance. Work in progress तो है ना? कुछ ना कुछ तो work in progress will be there. Administrative overhead is absorbed in finished goods. Finished goods is like your stock account. Whatever is sold, transfer to cost of sales, remaining will be there. Selling overhead banao, finished goods ke niche. Are you feeling as if you are preparing a cost sheet? Factory overhead, opening work in progress, closing. Cost sheet is the base of this chapter. After work in progress, add administrative overhead. Then opening stock of finished goods. You know the way you prepare cost sheet, ऊपर से नीचे, that's the same T format account, left and right. आ जाओ नीचे, left and right. आ जाओ नीचे, right? Selling, these are not buttified notes. You understand and do. Selling overhead is absorbed in cost of sales. Cost of sales is transferred to costing P&L debit side. Sales is transferred to costing P&L credit side. Costing P&L will give you GP. adjust unabsorbed losses and all, and final profit transfer to GLA if it is non-integrated. Okay? Under absorption of the factory overhead, है ना? Factory overhead. Either you can carry forward the balance. They'll say in the exam, or transfer to costing P&L, or charge supplementary rate. Same thing we have done in overhead chapter. Nothing is given then while preparing factory overhead ledger in the non-integrated accounts. Whatever factory overhead is under overabsorbed, adjust it in costing P&L. Unless they say don't do the balance carried down. Now come to integrated accounting system. Here costing and financial books are all maintained together. So instead of preparing GLA account, you will prepare all the real and personal accounts. Cash, bank, data, creditors, fixed assets, share capital, and so on. Clear to all of you? Under absorption of admin overhead ऐसे करोगे, under absorption of selling, ये तो आपको मैंने बताया. हाँ, अब ये ध्यान में रखना है आपको. Factory overhead is always absorbed in work in progress. Administrative overhead is always absorbed in finished goods. That is your cost of the production. Selling overhead, you remember? Factory and admin overhead is charged for number of units produced. Selling overhead is charged for number of units sold. So it is always absorbed in cost of sales. Will you be able to remember this sequence of preparing the ledger? Starts with stores ledger, wages. After the stores ledger and wages, what will you prepare? Work in progress. Factory overhead and then work in progress. Admin overhead, finished goods. Selling overhead, cost of sales. Costing P&L. Last is GLA. If you practice solved problems of institute left and right, sure you will be able to do. This is ये जो मैं आपको screens बता रही हूँ ना, booster notes and all. Frankly, I was not sure whether I should share or not because there are people who are saying it's their idea and misusing. But ठीक है, knowledge is knowledge. आप booster notes को लिखो एक बार. Like you know, when you decide factory overhead is always absorbed in work in progress. Understand? Administrative overhead is always absorbed in finished goods. तो ये जब आप याद कर रहे हो, your cost sheet, your integrated, and when you combine these chapters and learn, are you not feeling in non-integrated so much of cost sheet we have discussed? Cost sheet separate question is there. This is separate question. Exam, so you have to write 3 hours. You have to put in all your knowledge. And reconciliation is super easy. Hold on to where you are standing. I am standing in costing. Costing closing stock is 7. Financial is 6. 1 rupee costing का closing stock ज़्यादा है, कम करो. Costing का closing stock कम किया तो what's the impact on profit? See, this is called as mind mapping flowcharts. This is called as oral revision. Of course, you cannot do costing orally. You have to pick up your pen, read the problem, solve it like this. But sometimes when you, in between your accounts, your taxation, if you keep on revising the booster notes, if you say hi, hello, so you have it in your mind. Okay, ये ऐसे है, ये ऐसे करना, and you will do super. Honestly, I'm taking lot of effort to combine my theory book, my regular notebook, my booster notebook, सब ready करके दिमाग लगा के फिर recording करते हैं. बहुत सारा time और energy लगता है. And I don't have 5 minutes pause ki chalo you try what I have said and I'm here and then I will take next. It's like non-stop speaking. So this is really helpful. Share it with at least 5 of your friends. Those who feel non-integrated na bada confusing chapter. I'm telling you, it's my favorite, more favorite than material labor only. Super scoring, super easy. Accounts है ना थोड़ा सा debit तो और मजा आता है. So enjoy this, share this knowledge. Comment below whether you really followed this or not. And all the theory and all these notes are available in the app link given below, right? Thank you so much for watching the video till end. Signing off now. CA Dipti Chheda here. Look into this space. The next upcoming video is coming for service costing. Yes. So more revision videos will come. hit the like and the notification. Like बिल्कुल बनता है ना, और notification को subscribe करो, hit करो, तो कोई भी नया video upload होगा, will come to know. So that's super fast along with your regular studies with this revision videos. Put headphones, watch full screen, listen and enjoy the revision. All the best to all of you. Bye-bye. Hello, dear students. How are you preparing for the upcoming exams? Are you putting more hours of quality good studies? When you study, leave aside everything जो याद आ रहा है सब लिख के रख दो, and then take quality good break. Okay? Right. Appreciated all of you, those who have written the material, labor, overhead, all the exams, watching the revision videos. And thank you that you like the quality of the exam and the choices also. Yes, definitely. Because final exam also you're going to get the choice, no? We have already made a separate video for the paper pattern, those who want to watch it. So when final exam, already we have to make a choice. Question number 1 is compulsory, 5 into 5 marks. But beyond that, we have to make a choice. So then definitely, no, in the 1 hour question paper also, if we start giving you choices, you will see an amazingly nice choice in tomorrow's exam for accounts also, that is profit prior incorporation. Okay, right now, coming back to today's topic is costing. Now in costing, we have already completed the gist revision videos for material, labor, overhead and non-integrated. And thank you for all your comments that non-integrated booster notes were very helpful to you. I'm glad I'm able to support you for your exam preparation. Continuing the same series now, I'm starting with types of costing. Now here, please go through the paper pattern and weightage of the topic. There are 10 marks fixed questions which are asked from material, labor and overhead. And labor is generally given in question number 1 only. So you don't have much choice. Piche to hai. But in 5 marks also they are asking, and again they are also asking. Okay. So material, labor, overhead questions are going to come in exam. But yeah, in overhead, sometimes you have simultaneous equations, sometimes you have overhead recovery rate. What I am starting today onwards is type of costing. Type of costing is ascertain the cost according to nature of the business. Like if I say process costing, it is applicable to manufacturing industries, from peanuts to crush to crude oil to refined oil. If I talk about contract costing, it is applicable to construction business. Now, construction business don't have opening stock and closing stock, right or not? So the way they prepare their cost sheet, we all know now the base of the cost sheet. Yes or no? With stock, without stock. But then contract costing, they will do it differently. Job costing, tailor-made, every job is different. They'll prepare it different. Batch costing. Now, in these all types of costing, job, batch, contract, service costing, process costing, all this, every type of costing is not asked every time. Sure, you have a limitation. Like last December 21 exam, they have asked 10 marks question for contract costing. Before that, I think 2-3 attempts only, that 2-3 marks small question, no? How to calculate work certified, uncertified, that is asked. I hope you are enjoying what I'm saying. I'm not teaching. If this is regular class, then this is not the flow, what we do. But now this is the gist of everything we have to give in this revision video. So what I want to say, please don't leave these types of costing in choice. Sometimes joint product and byproduct, only one question is asked in last question number 6, theory question. Sometimes 10 marks question is given in joint product, byproduct for decision making. So, but I'm saying one thing for very sure, that in all these 5-6 types of costing, generally 3 to 4 types of costing will be covered, remaining 2 won't be covered. And then we will go to the last 3 combos: standard, marginal and budget. Standard costing comes every exam. Excuse me. material, labor and overhead variance. Standard costing आता ही है एग्जाम में, and marginal and budget, it depends how they are asking the question. They can ask you simple questions, how to prepare the budget and whatever material you have studied. Yeah, one question repeatedly asked by old students who have taken coaching in concept classes is, ma'am, we have done your material, now next one. In my material, important problems of CA, ICA study material, which are tricky, where you are generally stuck up. I have taken that in class. You check. Labor chapter, not required to do 40 problems in our regular class for labor. But apart from that, you need not buy any book for costing. You do our material. I'm not saying it's enough. It's not at all enough. Institute study material now when you're doing market, same as earlier, easy, only third adjustment important. Some problems put a stick on which are very important, covering all adjustment. You can just have a glance one day before the exam. And once you finish these two, then past exams, mock test papers, RTPs, and at least last 4 attempts paper. July 21, December 21, and May 22, Thaini, and all the last 4 attempts exam. So before I start with today's revision lecture, I wanted to talk about this because these are the routine queries asked by students in WhatsApp and Telegram group. Those who want to join, below this video, the link is given. You can join the Telegram group or WhatsApp group to stay connected with us. And any doubt you have, there are students who are watching my videos in YouTube, but they have not joined me for any regular coaching. No problem. If you have any doubt, you can just click the photo and put a voice note in our WhatsApp and Telegram group. We'll surely clear it, but give me at least 2 days time to clear that because too many things are going on. Okay. And when I'm saying too many things are going on, just this 15th of April, we are starting with a crash course of accounts. Live, I will be teaching the revision of chapter every day with gist, with format, and with 1 or 2 important problems how to do. This will go on for 11 to 2 every day. And then you have revision videos which you can watch for 2-3 times. And then that chapter's exam paper is also there. You can solve in the night. Next day morning, you can send me in our exam mail ID. We will correct and give it to you. Okay. So you can check up all this. Okay. Right now, we are starting with the revision of job, batch, contract, costing. These 3 chapters are connected. I've prepared the question paper and the suggested answer also for this combined. How these are combined is, otherwise they are separate, but the way they are asked questions, theory question bhi karenge, booster notes bhi, sab I'll share. Keep patience. First, what do you mean by job costing? Job costing is tailor-made. You are making the cost sheet for every customer. The best example for job costing I can say is tailor. You take 2 meters of clothes, you ask him to make full sleeves shirt. Okay, Lakhan is saying no, I want half sleeve shirt with collar and stand collar and Chinese collar and buttons. So what is happening? You're going to tailor with clothes according to your pay pattern and according to the laces and elastic and all. He'll give you the budget and he will add on his profit and he'll give you. Another example of job costing is when you give your vehicle for servicing. ये part change करना है, इसका service होगा, ये cleaning होगा, ये होगा, and they quote you. Another popular example for job cost sheet is shutters. How shutters are made? You know, nowadays connecting shutters are there from first floor to ground floor. So how much thick shutter, how much whatever broadness, कितने size का shutter चाहिए, कितना बड़ा चाहिए. So their per square feet material rate, labor rate, overhead is fixed. Other overhead are 20% of the labor and all. So you can make the cost sheet, job cost sheet as per the data given. Is this clear to you? Right? And then we have batch costing and then we have contract costing. I think better would be we will take up one and revise it so that we can do it more thoroughly. And I'll take up the theory, the booster notes for job costing, then for the batch and contract. I've decided to take 1 or 2 materials problem also, escalation clause wala, which is asked repeatedly. Okay? look here now. Job costing में normal cost sheet you prepare, and when it comes to manufacturing overhead, you can charge it using the labor rate or as a percentage of labor. Administrative overhead as a percentage of works cost. You remember cost sheet we have already done. Selling overhead as a percentage of sales also or works cost you can charge. So tailor made. Sometimes, like wedding cards. No, I don't have 1 week times. I want you to make wedding card in 2 days. You say, okay, I'll have to put special workers. We'll have to pay them extra. Charge it to this specific job. Okay. Then what are the advantage, disadvantage, all that I'm not reading. They're very routine. Job costing, why the disadvantages? It's costly and laborious because every job, every customer, you have to prepare a separate job cost sheet. You're an interior decorator or you're selling the shutters or like that, whatever example I think. And you decide the rate, and if there are a lot of changes in the rate, inflation, then it may have a problem. Previous records of cost will be meaningless if market, pattern ही change हो रहा है. So sometimes you can't quote like that, job costing. Advantages क्या है? Detailed cost of material, labor, overhead for every job will be available. Profitability of each job can be derived separately. It facilitates production planning. Budgetary control and standard costing can be applied. Job में एक यूनिट बनाने के लिए इतना किलो मटेरियल, तो इतने यूनिट को कितना. To make 1 kg you need 2 hours. Each worker work for 10 hours. So 5 units you make. Like that you can decide. Okay, right. Next comes is job costing. Much booster notes are not required in your study material. Simple problems are there. I sometimes don't feel any much differences there in normal cost sheet and job cost sheet. Okay, chalo. Now we are doing batch costing, which is frankly speaking exactly opposite to your job costing. The name itself says job batch costing, where goods are produced in lot. Batch costing. One second. Sorry. In batch costing, the goods are exactly similar and they are produced in lot. Okay. Now, what is that lot or a batch? Like medicines. Medicines, are they produced in lot or batch? Biscuits, chocolates. If you see some videos, interestingly, they show how the Lay's potatoes are cleaned and then they are peeled automatically in the machine, the chips, and they'll be fried at a temperature. Salt is sprinkled with fixed measurement. Then they are packed. एक pack होता है, फिर इतना grams जाता है, and automatically this is all done. So this is all done in batches, in lots. Is this clear to all of you? Right? Okay. Okay. So what we were discussing is that in batch costing, it is in lot. So now in batch costing, generally question asked is it is suitable for what? So where items produced are same, like soaps, biscuit, chocolate, pharmaceuticals and all. They've also given the example of like visiting cards. You have to print at least 500 and 1000 and like that. Material cost, labor cost, now you know how to derive. 1 ghante ka itna, and in 1 hour how many units will be produced and all. So in this many times 5 marks simple question is asked in exam. What should be the suitable batch size? What should be the suitable batch size? Now if you produce, your batch size is like your lot size. The same concept you have studied in EOQ, economic order quantity. How much material should I order? Should I order all the material at a time? Then I have to hold the material throughout the year. To inventory ka cost, maintenance ka cost, go down ka cost, interest cost. Same way here. Economic batch quantity says if your batch size is huge At a time you produce 1,000 packets of Lays, then your carrying cost will be high. If the batch cost is high, carrying cost will be high. So much, the higher the batch size, the more material and expense required. तो inventory का holding cost भी आपका बड़ा हो जाएगा, है ना? And your setup cost will be low. Setup is before you put the material. Just example, you are manufacturing, say, breads. So when you preheat the oven, you do all the setup and then you put it for baking. So whether you put 2 bread loaves or 10, to heating or setup cost to utna hi lagna hai. So setup cost is going to be low because more number of items you are producing at a time. Now, if suppose batch quantity is low, so carrying cost is low, holding cost is low because the batch size is low, the number of units you have produced and you have to hold and interest and go down rent and all is low. But then setup cost is high because as and how you get the order fresh, you start baking and all, whatever example. So now somewhere equilibrium has to come between the setup cost and the batch cost. Is this clear to all of you? Setup cost and carrying cost. Zyada banaye to the more you produce, your carrying cost is high. The less you produce, your setup cost is high. So there's an economic batch size where both the costs are equal and there is no loss. That is called as economic batch quantity. Formula is under root 2 ds divided by c, where d is annual demand. There we used to write A2AB by Q. याद है सबको EOQ में? So this is same. 2D is annual demand. S is the setup cost per unit. There we had B for ordering cost per unit. Here S is setup cost per unit per annum. If it is given per month, you have to make it for 12 months. Okay? So setup cost per unit per annum. And then you have carrying cost per unit per annum. So EBQ is under root 2 ds by IC. IC sometimes instead of giving the per unit per annum in interest cost, they give you interest cost in percentage. So you can take it on cost. Okay, right? So this is how, and these distinguished questions are asked now in the regular classes. You all are having this, and institute study material is also having this. Okay, so distinguish between the job and batch costing. Job is specific order, batch is to lot mein kam ho raha hai. No two jobs are same, but batches are obviously same. Next time you buy an oil packet, chocolate packet or biscuit packet, you see the lot number, the batch number will be there. Then we have distinguished between job and process, job and contract. And these are our routine problems. We are just doing the gist revision, but ये बहुत अच्छे problems हैं. What will be the economic batch size, and if you produce this much, just like EOQ problems, you can get problems over here. Okay, this is also a nice problem for the batch, how to decide that which one you will do. So this was a very small topic, job and batch costing. Let me check up if there are booster notes to be covered for this. And then we will go to the most interesting part, that is the contract costing. Contract costing, when it comes, it definitely comes for 8 to 10 marks and very scoring. Contract costing is थोड़ा सा accounts का effect है ना उसमें, क्या कहते हैं उसको? Yeah, here it is. Setup cost and carrying cost are inverse. If the batch size is more, the carrying cost is more, setup cost is low. If the batch का size ही कम कर देते हो तो carrying cost is low, setup cost is high. So you have to come at equilibrium. This is the diagram. Similar problem, I don't know, is with only this part. Follow the diagram. Yeah. This side we have the batch size, this side we have cost. As you are increasing the batch size, your setup cost is coming down. The more bigger the batch size, बार बार setup cost तो कम हो जाएगा. But more you increase the batch size, your inventory cost will go. So this is the economic batch quantity formula we have done under root 2ds by C, where D is annual demand, S is the setup cost, and C is the carrying cost. Right? Okay. There are some nice production related problems also in the job cost sheet. I'm saying job cost sheet is just little extension than your cost sheet. Like if your number of units produced increases, your material cost will increase. Labor efficiency, if it decreases, and quantity produced will also decrease. If labor की efficiency कम हो रही है तो production भी कम होता है. ये सब logics हैं. You have to remember it and apply in the problem. Material price, if decreases, when you are increasing the production, you are buying more quantity. So you are asking for bulk discount. So if the material price decreases, then the material cost will come down. Okay. Now, even if the labor efficiency decreases, you have to pay them at normal wage rate. Generally, they produce 10 units, but even if they produce 8 units, if the labor are to be paid per hour, तो आपको वैसे ही pay करना होगा, right? So that's all for job and batch costing. Starting now with contract costing. Nice booster notes are also there. I'll take escalation problem, but first let us check up the format from your material. Yeah. Contract costing is extension of accounting standard 7, and it is used for those who follow construction business, those who are involved. And contract costing, everything we are looking from the point of view of the builder, the contractor. The contractee is the customer. How he will record, whether it is a personal asset or business asset, is a different thing. Okay. So right now, contract costing में two types of contract are there. One is cost plus contract. As you want to make your house, you use Italian marble or decorum or whatever you want to use. Whatever is the construction we are doing, based on that 1% will be the margin of the builder. Like that, this is called as cost plus contract. And fixed price contract is, okay, we will construct G plus 2, ground floor plus 2 floors for you in 50 lakh rupees. Generally, no one is doing fixed price contract nowadays because of the word called escalation. In contract, the prices of the items are fluctuating, iron, steel, cement. So how you are going to make it in 50 lakhs? That's the problem for contractor. And for contractee, if he says, okay, 50 lakhs mein bana do, so the contractor might deteriorate in the quality. So all these disadvantages are not there in cost plus. It is your house. You want to put up simple quota flooring, fine. You want to put up vitrified tiles, karo. You want to put up Italian, jo aapko dalna hai dalo. Whatever is the house cost, on that percentage they will charge. This is the same applicable for interior decorators also, for builders also. So now did you get the two types of the contract? Contract costing is surely going to come in accounts, a practical question. Okay. Cost plus contract has got nice features. Whatever is the cost, they will add the profit to that. Parties involved in a contract are contractor and contractee. There are some direct expenses like material, labor, overhead, jo. Contract account are prepared site-wise. One site is at Kukatpalli, another is at Banjara, and third is at Secunderabad. Or we can give numbers, site 1, site, or contract. So according to that, we may have some direct expenses, some indirect expenses. Like admin office of the builder is there, and he's giving radio ad and paper ad, newspaper ad for all his buildings and construction. So he can give the ad together. Right. Now, treatment of the material cost. Can we purchase material specifically for this contract? Yes. Then put it in this contract. Can we issue material from the stores? Whichever site needs material, cement, iron and all, we send them. Material transferred from other contract. Can we have other contracts are almost on the verge of completion? So 25 cement bags are pending. Can we call it here? Answer is yes. For return surplus material to the stores, take it on the credit side of the contract account. They do. For sale of the surplus, you can sell it also, or you can send it back also, or you can have closing stock also in the contract. And if there is abnormal loss of the material, just write it off to the P&L account. Now listen all of you. Whenever we talk about cost sheet, we are preparing particulars, working and amount. Yes or no? But in case of the contract costing, we have this format. I'm directly explaining first the format, what you have to make in Excel. It's a T format where on the debit side you write all your expenses like material, wages paid plus outstanding, dono mila ke. Then we have direct expense, indirect expense, other admin cost and all. So on the debit side, material, labor is 100 plus outstanding and all, and expenses and all you include. Then we have plant. Now plant cost on the debit side, you write 100. Plant at site, depreciated value, write 90. So in short, can we write depreciation on the debit side? Yes, it is allowed, provided you write working property. I want to repeat, you write opening WDV of the plant here, closing WDV here, or you can write the depreciation on the debit side. So debit side is clear to you. Now you can say, man, this side we have contract cost, this side we should take contract revenue, contract fees, and we will get contract profit. Of course, it is this simple only. Contract income on the credit side, revenue, whatever is agreement is there no between the contractor and contractee, and contract cost on the debit side, and contract price profit will come. But the problem with this contract problem is contract revenue we cannot take because the full work is not over. Construction works goes on for 2, 3, 4 years at various sites. So forget it. When the whole contract is over, we will recognize the profit. So 2, 3 years, there is no profit. And one fine day, 3 contracts are over and you are getting profit. Is this correct? Answer is no. So then, whether you are in accounting standard 7 or whether you are in costing, they say contracts should recognize the cost based on percentage of completion. Work certified by contract price into 100. Contract price you all know. Total you have to pay me 10 lakhs. Work certified is, I am saying, sir, ground plus first is over. 60% of the work is over. So work certified is 60 rupees and contract price is 100. So 60% work certified is that work which is completed and architect has certified. Okay. Next is, so percentage of completion. That's why I'm writing here on the debit side, ये मेरा 60% expense है. This side I'm writing work certified, 60% income. And then when we have one more term called as work uncertified. Now what is it? So 60% of the building is over, G+1. But for second floor, we have put up some pillars. Some watering we are doing. So some part of work is over. So income we are taking on the credit side, work 60%. Expense and income should match, no? But expense are 70%. 10% additional work is over, which is not yet certified by the architect because it is incomplete. How many of you are understanding the way I am explaining? It's not ये फॉर्मेट है, ये रट लो, मैं आपको 2-4 प्रॉब्लम अभी 1 घंटे में करके बता देती हूँ, एग्जाम में कर लेना. नो प्लीज. If you understand why you are writing work in progress is work certified and uncertified. When I'm saying material issued is 50 bags, I need to write that 5 bags are still at site, so that how much material is consumed? 45. So there is a reason why you are using this format, and it is different from your regular cost sheet. See, dear students, if you follow this way of revision lectures, Do share it with at least 5 of your friends. Would be glad that more people are viewing these lectures and I'm helping more number of you students. Yes, and do comment below. So many of you message me in person, ma'am, your booster notes were awesome for reconciliation of cost accounting system. Can you please start commenting? Expression is needed and there is no harm in giving expression. Or you can comment, ma'am, job costing, more explanation was needed, not whatever it is. But would be glad to see you commenting below the videos and sharing it with at least 5 of your friends. Okay, right. Now, did you get it? I'm taking 70% of cost incurred on debit side, but income work in progress, which is certified as 60. So 10% I call it work uncertified so that my profit will match. What you get, you call it notional profit. This is the notional profit because until now the contract is not over. So this is not profit which you can kha jao, chew karke, enjoy kar lo. No, no. But a part of profit we can recognize to P&L. Remaining we can put in reserves. How much to recognize, that depends upon the percentage of completion. Now you come here. See. Percentage of completion formula is clear, no? Otherwise you write it. Work certified by contract price into 100. Now, if your percentage of completion is less than 25%, it is nil. If you have completed more than 25%, less than 50%, notional profit into 1/3 profit is recognized in the proportion of cash received by work certified. Okay, ma'am, work certified is 60 rupees, but we got from the builder only 50, contracting only 50. See, some amount they retain and pay till the end. Pata nahi, you will complete the contract on time or not, quality will be good or not. That is called as retention money. Take a pause. Fir se ek baar. Work certified is that part of the contract which is over. So I told you 60% work I have done. Why are you not paying me 60%? A part of it you will retain and you will pay me 50 rupees. So they are saying notional profits 1/3 you recognize in the proportion of cash received by work certified. When you do 2-3 problems, only this part is also asked for 4 marks question. I'll see if I can share that. But ये 2-3 बार लिखोगे तो आ जाएगा. If work certified is more than 25%, less than 50%, go for it. If work certified is more than 50%, less than 90%, then 2/3 into notional profit into cash received by work certified. Two-thirds into notional profit into cash received by work certificate. And if 90% से ज़्यादा contract is over, then what is the future cost till date is what you write on the debit side of the contract account. And if you can estimate the future cost till date plus the future cost, you're getting the total cost and the contract profit. Estimated cost, estimated total contract revenue will give you estimated profit. ठीक है? See, percentage of completion is work certified by contract price. And sometimes there is loss. You can't say, ma'am, loss also can be recognized in stages. If you are forecasting a loss, irrespective ki 30% complete हुआ है, 50%, 100% of the loss you will recognize in the P&L account. Clear to all of you? And this 1/3, 2/3 is clear? Yeah. I'll just scroll up if I have not covered anything for you. Material tak to kiya. Escalation clause I'll tell you. What is the value of the work certified? Portion of the work which has been completed. Work uncertified represents that portion which is not completed. Cash is received. Retention money is the, underline this, value of the work certified less progress payments. Work certified is 60 rupees, but progress payment received from you is 50. 10 rupees is the retention money. Retention money. It is withheld हाँ कि if you don't complete the contract या कुछ defective है या कुछ quality ठीक नहीं है and all that. ठीक है? And once you get estimated profit based on that percentage also. Anyone is having any doubt in the format of the contract account? Now, ma'am, can they give 2-3 contracts in the exam? Contract 1, 2 and 3. तो amount column में ऐसे बना दो आप. Debit side all expense, credit side work certified, uncertified, balance carried down, plant opening, closing, notional profit bring it down, transfer to P&L and reserves. Reserves bring it down and work in progress bring it down. यहाँ से the next year contract will become. Many times students are confused if they ask you make the contract account in second year and third year. That problem is also there. So in the second year, first year's opening, 60% to complete है ना? अब 40% और expense लिख लो. And reserve profit will come here and here you write the contract price if 100% is complete in the second year. Are you all getting? Achha, one second. If there's a confusion, 60% work is over, more 40% expense, 100% cost here, 100 revenue. Will you get the profit now? Yes? Right. Only once in exam they have asked you, how will you write this work in progress in your balance sheet? So it is like a current asset. For me, contractor, all my sites are like current assets. So what is the work certified, work uncertified, plant ki closing value, material at site, and less reserve profit. Reserve profit is the profit which is not yet earned. Only profit which is transferred to P&L account is earned. Reserve profit is brought down. Less contractees personal account. Contractees personal account. So this is all about current assets. This side you have P&L account, outstandings and all. This is just an abstract. You don't have to tally the balance sheet. So with this, I think I finished the revision of the contract costing. Of course, I'll take up all the problems also for ek baar to discuss kare. Yeah, these problems are very popular and asked in exam, that you have to prepare the contract account for April 2007 to 2008. Pure saal ka. But then next 6 months also the detail they are giving. So that in rough, if you can make for April 2007 to 30th September 2008, 1.5 years, you get estimated profit. An estimated profit into work certified by contract price and all you can apply and you can complete. See, if you have practiced, you will follow the revision video. If you don't know anything and if you're thinking to learn, then download Concept Classes app, join the course, and detailed learning videos are there, 1.5 hours each. Like that, 7 to 8 classes are there for contract costing. With me, definitely you can learn. And these recordings are recent and live. So as in, I don't teach, I pause, kya doubt hai pucho, and I sit like this so that if students are having doubt, they can ask. And with these 20 years of experience, sure, I can reach and tap up ki kahan pe student atakte hain generally. So that's the best way to learn that. All right. Yeah, I was talking about question like this. Now this is so simple. Look at this. Total expenditure till date, future cost. If you add, you will get total cost. And you have the 90% completed contract. So work certified जो है ना आपका fourth वाला 27,50,000 work certified is 90%. So 100% कितना होगा? That will be contract price. Are you all getting? Work certified 2750 is 90%. So 100% you will get the contract price. Once you get contract price, you know the total cost. You can get the estimated profit. And then you can apply estimated profit and all to get the answer profit. Total cost you take on the credit side, you take work certified, uncertified, and you will get the answer. I'll see if I can show you 11th problem notebook maybe. Yeah, this problem is asked 2 times. It is about the escalation clause. Can I take up this concept? And when I go to notebook, I'll explain you this also, 11th problem also. And please take a pause and mark this problem as very, very important. 2 problems are there in institute study material and 3 are there in our material. So solve it, dear students. इसको solve करो अच्छे से. चलो. Yeah, I was explaining you what is the escalation clause. The beautiful clause in the agreement which is made by contractor and contractee. Okay, we have told you we will make the G+2 house in 10 lakhs. So if the prices go up by 10%, no problem. But if prices go up beyond 10%, till say 25%, then whatever are the prices going up beyond 10%, that part, okay, we will take it from you. That means contractor is saying, suppose material cost is 5 lakh. So 5 lakh 50,000 तक हुआ तो कोई problem नहीं. But suppose if it is 580, then 30,000 increase in the material cost beyond pre-decided. Of that 50% or whatever percent we will charge from the contractee. Additional you have to pay, and journal entries, contractee's account debit to contract account. Contractee's account debit to contract account. ठीक है, क्लियर है आपको? Right. In fixed price, contract price is fixed and predetermined. If there's an increase in the price of material and labor, then during the execution, the total cost may increase. So you have to bear the additional cost. Otherwise, kya hoga? These people will lower the quality. See, so many times bridges, flyovers are falling and all because they've deteriorated. Itna zyada sasta puche na. This is a common sense and this is a common experience in food industry also. If you ask for a very cheap rate, now they're going to deteriorate the quality. Normally, the dosa bandis are giving dosa in 30 rupees. Now, if you ask them, nahi, 20 mein to milta hai, so definitely instead of some urid dal and all, he'll put some cheap material, some corn powder or something which is very cheaply available. Simple logic. So, escalation clause is a part. Clear or not? Tell me. Huh? Yeah, chat box is open. Those who are attending live, पूछो कोई भी doubt है तो. Escalation clause आपको समझा? Up to a limit, if there is increase in the price, we will bear it, contractor. But beyond that, if the prices increases, you will bear it. But let me tell you one thing very strictly in a focused way. Escalation clause problem I will discuss next. But very important is in the escalation clause also, whatever is the standard price and actual price. Standard price is 10, actual price is 13. So increase in the price we will cover in the escalation clause. But if there is increase in quantity, standard quantity is 30 kgs of cement, actual is 45 kgs. Quantity increase, the contractee will not pay. आपने wastage किया, किसने बोला आपको extra use करने के लिए material? Are you all getting? Escalation clause is only for price changes, not for quantity changes. So I'll just take you to the notebook so that you can check. पहले booster notes देख लो, and then regular notebook I'll show you some problem how they are solved. It's really a challenge, I always say, for me also, but if I'm doing something which is justified and आपको help हो रहा है तो do tell me. Yes. Work certified is income based on percentage which is completed and certified. Work uncertified is that part of the cost which is not completed. Work uncertified plus work certified minus cost till date will give you notional profit. I can show you what it यहाँ लिखा है, ये देखो. Notional profit. Work certified, uncertified. It's already written. Why do we want to write? Yeah. So work certified, work uncertified on the debit side, cost till date and notional profit. Now the total contract cost is cost till date plus future cost. That's called as contract revenue. Contract revenue. ठीक है? ये आपको समझा? Cost till date plus future cost will be the total cost. और contract revenue तो सबको मालूम है. And then what you get? Contract revenue minus total cost, you get contract profit. Progress payment account. In contractor's book, contract account will be there. Sometimes for 2 marks, they are asking you to prepare contractee account. So bank account, debit to contractee account, whatever they pay and balance is carried down. This is settled when the contract is over. In exam, if contract account is asked for 2-3 years, then on ये देखो मैंने लिखा था यहाँ पे, अरे joint product by product में चले गया. Yeah, then in the second year, ये रहा second year, write the work in progress on debit side, the material at site on the debit side, plant at site also on the debit side, and reserves on the credit side in the second year. Clear why you have to do like this in the second year? Yeah. And now in case of loss though, irrespective of the stage of completion, whole loss is transferred to P&L account. And up to 25% of stage is completion, nothing is transferred. If 25 say above a 50, so 1/3 of notional profit into the cash received as decided. And above 50%, 2/3 and 90% के बाद है तो फिर तो ठीक है. ये देखो escalation clause का I am doing the problem, but this is the generally the contract what we apply. Look at this. It is increase in the contract price due to increase in the rates. So escalation clauses standard quantity into standard price minus actual price plus या minus जो भी है plus भी उनका see price में increase होगा तो भी you have to bear it, price में profit होगा तो भी आपका है. For labor it is standard hours into standard rate minus actual rate. Only the rate change they will take care. Clear? And then journal entries are fixed. Yeah, let me take you to the regular notebook where I have solved problems so I can show you. Yeah, this is the escalation problem. Institute's material also, this is there. Like see, standard quantity you write, standard price is 1000, but you got it for 1100. Is the price increasing by 100? Yes, but multiply the man actual quantity is used. नहीं, quantity ज़्यादा use किए, I will not be bothered. I means contractor. Standard quantity into price variation plus and minus, we will take care. So material cost is increasing by 160, labor is increasing by 38. So the contract price, which was 150 lakhs, has become this. 8 marks, this is asked. And normal contract price, ये देखो, material, labor, other expense, you write on the debit side. यहाँ तो actual quantity. But in the contract price, which is 150 lakhs, why did I add 5,40,000 as the additional increase in the contract price? Because of the escalation clause, because of the price fluctuations. ठीक है? Yeah. 1 or 2 ये देखो इसमें 2-3 contract है. So they are asking escalation clause. Up to 100, ठीक है? If it is 2.5% increase हो रहा है तो no problem. But beyond that, whatever is increasing, अगर 110 जा रहा है, so then it's a problem. So original material cost is 37,400, which is 10% increase वाला है. So what will be the 34,000 normal? So if till 2.5% increase, 34,850 tak no problem. 34,850 से 37,400, this change, whatever the price has increased from 34,850 to 37,400, it has increased by 22550. Contracting, ये जो price यहाँ तक बढ़ाया ना, 1 or 2, I will bear it. But beyond that, whatever is increased, of that 20% you have to bear. Like this, the questions are to be worked out for contracts. These are nice problems. अच्छे problem है ये सब. आपको I told you know that debit and credit also they can. हाँ, this is there. See, cost till date and future cost will give that 4 marks question which can be asked in question number 1. जो भी डेटा अवेलेबल है ना, कॉस्टिंग सीक्रेट इज पुट द डेटा इन योर आंसर शीट. समटाइम्स इफ यू आर नॉट अंडरस्टैंडिंग from which chapter this is, how to flow and which type of question, just write the data. Cost till date, future cost malum hai, you got total cost. Contract price is given, you got estimated profit. Work certified, uncertified, work in progress you got, and cost till date you knew, you got notional profit. Now I have done add and less. You can do T format also. ठीक है? Yeah, these are routine problems for the contract account. Cost till date and future cost and all. That kind of problems are also very nice, where they give you 1.5 years data and they ask you to make only 1 year's RST construction, which I said no. 1 second. I have discussed the booster notes with you. I want to take up one problem. Yeah. Can you see on the screen? I am expecting if they ask you this problem again, you should know that standard quantity and rate is this, actual quantity and rate. Now standard say 5,000, say why did you use 50450? Contractee is not bothered. Contractee is saying, okay, if price has gone down from 50 to 48, it's our profit. If C materials price has gone up from 60 to 66, it's the increase in the cost. Okay? So standard quantity, standard minus actual variation plus minus do it, and 1,500 and 7,000. 8,500 say increase your agreed price. So final contract price instead of 70,50,000 is 70,58,500. Yes, same kind of questions are there. Job और उसके तो problems मुझे बताने नहीं है. You can do. And what I was saying, one problem wherein they have given for yeah, these kind of small questions are also asked. This ICI study material. Yeah, you can do it. Not getting now that it will take a lot of time, but that RST and all. So you need to prepare, say, April 21 to March 22 contract account. But actually the contract is going on till September 22. So if you can make it for 1.5 years in rough, I mean say rough, not rough page, working note mein, you will get the estimated profit. Based on estimated profit, you can derive the notional profit. But in contract costing, students score at least 7 out of 10 because it's format based. It has accounting benefits. On debit side, you write material, wages, outstanding, expense, minus prepaid. On the credit side, you write work certified, work uncertified, material at site, plant at site. So you get the notional profit. In notional profit, whatever is going to P&L, fine. Reserves are carried forward on the credit side in the next year. Work certified and uncertified is carried on the debit side. Tell me, is this clear to all of you? Did you understand this revision of job batch? Batch costing generally that EOQ kind of problem. Job costing is extension of cost sheet, but specifically for this, some specific jobs will be there. Study material problems are awesome. Karo. Job, batch and contract costing we have completed. Next we are doing joint product, byproduct, service costing. So look up for this page for more quality good revision videos, and all the revision videos have been updated for taxation except TDS and TCS. Okay, and amendment material some of you were asking. You can download Concept Classes app, and on the left hand side, one free content is there. Costing theory questions and tax amendments and all the PDFs are available. You can download offline and you can take a print also of that to keep with you, all the theory questions of costing and all. Okay, right. So that's all from my side. Please hit the notification button. So as and now we come up with more such videos weekly. I have promised I'll put up at least 3 videos till the exam to support you best. And do share these videos. Do like and comment below if you feel this 1 hour of some gist revision was helpful to you. All the best to all of you. All my blessings are with you. Work hard. Any doubt you are there, just a message away here. Doubt like exam mein mat jana. Sometimes that doubt doesn't come in the final exam, पर वो थोड़ा भी demotivate हो जाते, so we don't want that, right? Thank you. Bye bye. Hello, all of you. Here we begin with the revision of process costing. Simple process account is asked, sometimes equivalent units, 1 part in 5 marks question in question number 1, or you're getting 10 marks question. In between, lot of trend was there that they are asking you equivalent costing. Nowadays, simple process costing is also asked. Now, what is process costing? It is you are making a cost sheet only, but for those manufacturers, for such businesses who are transferring their goods from one process to another process. So, for example, in the first process, the peanuts are crushed and all. In second, from the pulp, crude pulp, the oil will get separated. In the third process, the crude oil mein kuch chemicals dalo, so you get refined groundnut oil. In the fourth process, packing is done. 1 liter sachets or cans. So it's a cost sheet only, but because it's a process account, we put input. A process hai to kuch na kuch loss hoga. All of you know, if I put 10 kgs of raw material, peanuts, I'm not going to get 10 kgs of output, oil. There will be 8 kgs of oil and some oil cake, which is like byproduct. We have done joint product, byproduct. So oil cake means jo oil nikalne ke baad jo reh jayega, which is a very good fodder for animals. Leather sheets bana rahe ho to kuch to cutouts will be left. That is sold in scrap, and some craft peoples may make out of that keychains or whatever. So in process costing, we will do cost sheet only in T format, process wise, and particulars amount में one additional column for quantity. Additional column for quantities, 1000 units I have put the raw material, 100 units normal loss is going to be there. Normal loss is absorbed in good units. Quantity is reduced, cost is nil. What I'm teaching you, I've taught in AS2 in accounts. Abnormal loss, see, 1000 units I have put. I'm making you comfortable with the terms. 1000 units I have put, 100 units normal loss I am prepared. To 900 hona tha. If my output is 920, 20 units ka to abnormal gain ho gaya, good. And if my actual output is 700, I was prepared ki 1000 mein 100 loss hoga, 900. I got 700. 200 units is abnormal loss. And abnormal loss is valued at cost per good unit. अच्छे यूनिट का कॉस्ट क्या है? टोटल कॉस्ट माइनस द नॉर्मल लॉस का स्क्रैप वैल्यू. यू ऑल नो आई एम गोइंग लिटिल इन अ फ्लो में बिकॉज यू हैव जस्ट कंप्लीटेड जॉइंट प्रोडक्ट एंड बाय प्रोडक्ट. तो नॉर्मल लॉस इस जो भी स्क्रैप होगा उसको आप कुछ ना कुछ स्क्रैप सेल करोगे, दैट विल रिड्यूस योर मेन कॉस्ट. सो टोटल कॉस्ट माइनस द नॉर्मल लॉस स्क्रैप वैल्यू डिवाइड बाय टोटल क्वांटिटी माइनस द नॉर्मल लॉस scrap quantity. Are you all with me and clear also? Yeah. So this is how we will prepare the details. कि आपको cost per good unit मिल जाए. And once you get the cost per good unit, then whatever is abnormal loss, 200 units अभी जो बताया, that is also valued at cost per good unit. Closing stock is also valued at cost per unit, and what is transferred to next, वो भी cost per unit. सिंपल एक काम करते हैं ना, आज हम थोड़ा अलग वे में पढ़ेंगे. फॉर्मेट तो देख लेते हैं फॉर प्रोसेस अकाउंट व्हिच इज आस्क्ड इन एग्जाम, and then I will show you some solved problem on the screen to understand the flow, because this is a revision class. So you already have the idea. You have taken the regular coaching of 130 plus hours, right? Where every day one concept, one problem. Equivalent process costing में जाने से पहले the base building only took one class. So format of the process costing is opening work in progress. अगर कुछ बीच में है, crude oil is already there in between. Generally, it doesn't come in the first process, but subsequent process, yes. So opening work in progress, add previous process से जो आ रहा है, material, labor, expenses, overhead and all. And now on this side, transfer to the subsequent process or finished goods. Normal loss, abnormal loss. If there is abnormal gain, I told you 1000 unit I have put, I'm ready, 100 normal loss होगा. तो 900 जाना था, but if the output is 700, definitely 200 is abnormal loss. If the output is 920, but I was prepared 920 rupees, I'll write here abnormal. Are you getting? And the secret of not going wrong in the final exam and scoring 10 out of 10 in process costing is, जब तक quantity column tally ना हो, don't balance the amounts amount. Like T format, post it. जैसे हम subscription account बनाते हैं, fixed asset, post all the entries. Until all this is not balanced, quantity column, don't try to balance your rupees. And opening is given, raw material expenses will be given, transfer is given, and then normal loss is taken at the scrap value. Abnormal loss, this transfer and closing if any, this will all be valued at cost per good unit. Cost per good unit आपको दिया है, ये रहा देखो. Cost per good unit, ये रहा. Gross cost is total of the debit side and gross quantity is total input. Normal loss, scrap value you got. Net cost is debit side का total gross cost less the scrap value. And net expected output is gross quantity minus the normal loss. ठीक है? Right. So this will give you the net cost divided by expected output. And this will give you the cost per good unit. Cost per good unit. ठीक है? Gross cost minus the normal loss and divide by the gross quantity. I hope you are getting. अगर मैं इसका ऐसे लिखूं तो total cost minus the normal loss scrap value divide by total quantity 1000 minus the normal loss quantity. This is the cost per good unit. So your transfer to next process, your abnormal loss, abnormal gain and closing stock all is valued at cost per good unit. Normal loss is scrap, but abnormal loss is not scrap. It's valued at cost per good unit. ठीक है? Right. So this is how we complete the process account, and then next process यहाँ से जो जाएगा process 2 में and so on. Now normal loss. 50 units, 50 rupees. Buy time 50 units बेच दो 50 rupees में. ठीक है? Abnormal loss. अभी आपको बताया 700 मिला तो 200. And let us value it at 8 per good unit, 1600. Now abnormal loss are additional loss over and above normal loss, which is 8 per unit, good per unit. But है तो loss तो हुआ ना. So these 200 units at 200 rupees. Scrap में ही गया. This 1400 rupees is abnormal loss. Are you all clear with me? Abnormal quantity में abnormal loss हो गया ये तो. ठीक है? चलो अब क्या करें? Clear? Now abnormal gain. Abnormal gain will come here from the process costing. The abnormal gain. Now this is absurd that you are writing abnormal gain also. 20 and you are writing normal loss also 100. So actually में I hope you are getting. I decided कि 1000 में 100 loss होगा 900 मिलेगा, but I got 920. So 20 gain है तो सामने 100 loss भी तो बताया है ना, right? So 100 normal loss, whatever is the normal loss that related to the abnormal gain, you can adjust here and remaining transfer. In short, normal loss you transfer to the P&L 100 and abnormal gain P&L. तो आप net off कर सकते हैं दोनों को and then take it. I think better I can show you one solved problem so you will be clear with the figures. Yeah, and normal loss as a percentage of input also you can take. Normal loss as a percentage of opening work in progress plus purchases minus closing. Production की unit पे भी आप ले सकते हो normal loss as a percentage. And normal loss you can take as a percentage of input also. ठीक है? Abnormal loss, abnormal gain, I told you, write a short note on operating costing अलग है. Operating costing is service costing. Operation costing, many times they are asking in exam. Let me show you one problem of process costing and you will be clear. हो गया, बिल्कुल नहीं भी. These are booster notes. Of course, I am checking that also, but I want to show you. Booster notes के अलावा process costing बताना है आपको. Yeah. See, these are like the problems. देखो, 25,000 units you have put. 22,500 you got. Normal you were prepared 2,500, so 24,500 abnormal loss. अब क्या करेंगे? This debit side is तो process का easy part ये कि पूरा format है तो just go on writing. Now total cost 7,56,000 debit side minus scrap value of the normal loss divide by total quantity 25,000 minus normal loss quantity. This will give you cost per good unit 32.5. तो 22,000 जो आपका ट्रांसफर है ना, that also you value at 32.5. Abnormal loss also 32.5. Now suppose your abnormal gain is there. In 22,000 you were prepared 2,200 will be the loss, but still you got 20,000 output. So 200 abnormal gain. That also you value it at cost per good unit. Easy? Now normal loss first process 2,500 तो हो गया. Second process normal loss 2,200, but there is abnormal gain also. Abnormal gain हुआ ना, you were to prepare for 2,200 normal loss, but normal loss actual is only 2,000. कम हुआ normal loss. So बैंक में तो कम ही पैसे आएंगे ना. Actual normal loss you were prepared 2,200, but actual normal loss is 2,000 multiplied by your per unit. So abnormal gain 200 adjust कर दो. You can take here directly to buy P&L, but that will be contradicting. So take it to abnormal gain. Now third process abnormal loss 500 units, which is valued at 16,250 cost per good unit. But up to scrap value is 4,950 और costing P&L में डाल दो. Now abnormal gain has come 200 units at 9,900. सामने normal loss you have adjusted at scrap value 1,720. Remaining abnormal gain will go to costing P&L. I hope you are getting. Second process में students अटकते हैं फिर से एक बार. You were ready for a normal loss of 2,200, 18,920 scrap value. But actual normal loss is 2,000 units you have sold in scrap 17,200. 200 is abnormal gain. तो उतना abnormal gain कम करके balance only transfer to costing P&L. See, please don't wait that after every process, ma'am, can we prepare the cost per good unit here? Answer is yes. Ma'am, अच्छा लगता है पूरे process एक जगह working note next page पे. This is not accounts exam. Investment account बना लो और working notes चल रहे हैं 8, 9, 10. No. Cost per good unit इस process का यहीं बनाओ, transfer और ये लिख के then take it to the stock room if it is there, and through there it can go. कभी कभी पूछते हैं stock room के साथ, ठीक है? So I hope normal process accounts is easy and clear to you. Just look at this. बस ऐसे लिखते जाना है आपको. ये देखो process 3. Transfer from process to more material, more labor, more expense. This side transfer. Normal loss you were prepared 360. Abnormal loss है. Quantity tally हो गई. Now amounts. Amounts also debit side is the full written, just copied from the problem, material and all. 261, 360 minus the scrap value and normal quantity minus the scrap value. This is the cost per good unit. So transfer also at 76. Abnormal loss also at 76. Cost per good unit पे क्या क्या value करोगे? Your transfers, your closing stock, and decide your abnormal gain and abnormal loss. That easy this is. एक ही बार they have asked you process costing problem with profits. When one department is, now this problem is actually easy, but it has calculations. So if you have time, go for it. Otherwise, leave it in choice. In my all the booster revision lectures, you must have never heard Dipti ma'am saying this, but now I'm telling you. आपको अगर कॉन्फिडेंस है कि आप ये प्रॉफिट वाला कैलकुलेशन जल्दी, जो प्रॉब्लम बहुत इजी है लेकिन कैलकुलेशंस तो हैं प्रॉफिट के साथ, and because calculations are there, they are giving you hardly one or two process only, but still calculations are there when you are sending the goods from one process to another process at profit. Like opening stock is there, material is there, wages, cost, profit, total, 3 column बना दिए. Now prime cost पे I have my closing stock. Closing stock is at prime cost or at factory overhead, वो आपको बताएंगे क्या करना है, ठीक है? Prime cost minus the closing stock. That will give you the net prime cost. Add manufacturing expenses, cost of the production. Now profit as a percentage on cost or sales is given to you. Dekho. Cost is 296, profit is 20% on sales. So 100 का 20% तो 80 आ गया, right? अब 80 is 296, 20 is how much and 100 is how much? आ गया आपका profit. And y को ट्रांसफर कर. मैम इतना तो इजी है. Come to y then. Opening stock already है y के पास with profit and cost and amount. Now processed 296 goods have come with 74,000 profit. And here now material is there, wages are there, prime cost is there, closing stock 32,000. In 570 stock, 78,000 is profit. In 32,000 stock, how much is profit? Cross multiply. I have written here. See, 570 prime cost में 78 profit है, तो 32 में कितना? Net prime cost आ गया आपको. फिर overhead add किया आपने, and फिर profit add किया. This goes on. This is actually very simple, but you all have done regular class में 1 or 2 problem also you will be able to do in exam. But आपको ये आना चाहिए, मतलब calculation फटाफट. And for that I am always saying chapters like overhead, step ladder method, process costing, use all the functions of calculator, m plus, m minus, सब करके जाओ. उसके बिना हम फास्ट कैलकुलेशन नहीं करोगे. एंड यूज द सेम कैलकुलेटर व्हिच यू आर यूजिंग इन द क्लास एवरी डे, और वही एग्जाम में यूज करो. एग्जाम के लिए नया मंगा के यूज मत करो, सो दैट यू आर कंफर्टेबल. इट्स अ वेरी स्मॉल टिप बट आई ऑलवेज गिव फॉर प्रोसेस कॉस्टिंग. ओपनिंग स्टॉक समझ में आया? मटेरियल है, वेजेस है, ट्रांसफर y से z को आया. अब प्राइम कॉस्ट आ गया. नाउ 944 500 हैज दिस मच प्रॉफिट, सो 39,000 इज हाउ मच? ये रहा 944 में इतना प्रॉफिट है, तो 39 में कितना ले लो? 9750 और आ गया आपको. अब ओवरहेड ऐड करो, टोटल कॉस्ट आ गया Now total cost is given to you, and here also. Now can you add the profit 3,24,000? ये देखो total cost आपका, see this is the cost and profit. Your main amount column is this one, 972. Okay. So 972 is the cost and profit is 25% of transfer price. 3,24,000, 1,296 आ गया आपको. Like this you have to do the transfers. Okay, right. So I hope I have made the normal process costing very clear to all of you. अब आता है equivalent process costing. मैम वो एक मैं छोड़ के जाता हूँ एग्जाम में, मत छोड़ो, because the first table, just make equivalent units correctly. That is also asked for 5 marks in question number 1, and question number 1 is compulsory. So no chance of leaving equivalent process costing. एक बार अगर आप समझ के करोगे ना, ये देखो जब हमने मेथड चेंज किया ना, तो रेगुलर क्लास में छोटे छोटे प्रॉब्लम्स करते हैं फर्स्ट. Why equivalent process costing? This concept came in the process costing. Because in work in progress, what is work in progress? Neither it is raw material, peanuts, nor it is finished goods. बीच में कुछ तो काला crude oil ऐसा. So in that raw material may be 100%, but labor may be only 80%. अभी काम बाकी है 20%. Overhead may be only 60%. So you can't say total cost divided by total quantity. You will get the cost per unit. I am teaching last 15 minutes that only. Total cost minus normal loss का scrap value, total quantity minus, तो वो यहाँ आ जाता है. You cannot apply that logic here because your total cost is cannot divide by number of units, because in total cost material is 100% complete, labor is 60%, overhead is 50%. तब फिर कैसे करोगे? देखो स्टेटमेंट ऑफ इक्विवेलेंट यूनिट्स. ओके, इनपुट 1000, अब फिनिश गुड्स तो 800 ट्रांसफर होके गए. जो क्लोजिंग वर्क इन प्रोग्रेस 200 है ना, दे आर एक्चुअली ओनली 40% कंप्लीट. 800 यूनिट्स fully complete. 200 units, I'm explaining you the logic of process costing, only 40% complete, right? So if 200 units are only 40% complete, that is 80 units equivalent. The same concept of equivalent we have done in service costing, where students are not paying same fare for school. Hotel rooms, hotel का cost है 5 lakh, divide by 500 room. अरे, but 500 rooms are not paying equal fare. Some suite rooms are there, some single, some double, some AC. So you have to bring equivalent units. You can't divide your cost per unit 17,600, देखो मैंने लिखा भी है, divide by 1000 unit, गलत हो जाएगा. 17,600 divided by 1000 unit is wrong. You have to divide 17,600 by 880 units. Clear? 800 units complete. And closing work in progress is 200 units, but it is 40% complete. So equivalent units is 880 units. अब आपको 20 per unit आ गया. तो आप क्या करोगे? 800 units into 20, 16,000 is the cost of finished goods, and 80 into 20, 1600, 17,600 distribute. Understand the logic. If I distribute 17,600, my debit side cost, divided by 1000 units, 17.6, it's wrong, because finished goods is 100% complete and closing work in progress is only 80 equivalent units. But can I make them equivalent units? Only this table is asked for 5 marks, which is very scoring. You should not miss. And if they ask you by FIFO method, 200 and 1050, FIFO method अगर आपको पूछा है एग्जाम में, so 200 units will be sent first and 900 units will be sent out of 1050. 200 units which you have transferred from opening, in that only 60% work is done, because 40% तो पहले ही था. Opening work in progress में कुछ तो काम होके रहता है ना. So only 60% work you are doing now. And current production 900 units, 100% complete. See the column, particulars, quantity, particulars, and I have put a blue remark here. Why did I put the blue remark here? The blue remark is particulars, quantity, particulars, quantity. Why I have put the blue remark? This is like a process costing. This should be very clear to all of you. Okay. So now why am I making these additional columns for percentage, for equivalent units, for cost and all? To get equivalent number of units. Are you all getting? Particulars, quantity, particulars, the routine process problem where I started my class. But this is because my transfers, what I have made, I have done only 60% work. 60% ही काम किया है मैंने ट्रांसफर में, क्योंकि 40% ओपनिंग वर्क इन प्रोग्रेस वाज, हाँ करंट इनपुट, करंट फिनिश होके जा रहा है, 100% वर्क आई हैव डन, 1100 units and total 1250. Till your quantity columns are not tallying, don't go to the right side. I'm recollecting my regular class where I teach with so much patience. एक डेढ़ घंटा एक चीज एनालाइज करके इफ आई टेल यू, आप कभी गलती नहीं करोगे प्रोसेस कास्टिंग. It takes time to study for the first time, but then that flow comes. So anyone who's directly watching the revision video and not attended the regular class, please go and check the lectures. You have paid for that, you have purchased that. उसको भी check करो, ठीक है? Now, closing work in progress is 150 units. ये तो ठीक है, but वो 70% ही काम हुआ है उसमें. 150 का 70%, that is 105. So how many equivalent units are there? जो आपका total cost है 22,500 rupees. Divide by 1. Your number of units are 1100. Transfer. Bye bye. Number of units are 1100. 22,500 units. Divide by equivalent units 20 per unit. ठीक है? क्लियर है आप सबको? Okay. Did you get the logic or not? First in, first out में क्या हुआ? 1100 units are transferred, but in opening transfers only 120 equivalent unit of work is done because already 40% is done. 900 units and this. So now you get correctly. ठीक है? अगर same data, same problem, if they ask you weighted average, तो कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता. 200, 1050, 1100 units transfer and closing. This table, no, what you are preparing separate for transfer and current. That is first opening को भेजो फिर current को भेजो. यहाँ तो transfer is transfer, भेज दो, no problem. ठीक है? So like this, when you prepare first in, first out, only this table also, if you understand how to prepare, dear students, you will master it. And I'm telling you, don't go to the right hand side till you don't complete this. 100 units are there, 11,000 डाले, 11,100. 100 opening work in progress में 60% work is done because 40% it was already done opening में. तो current जो expenditure किया है ना आपने in the opening, that is only 60%. 8,500 units current ही डाले and current ही finish हो गया 100%. Normal loss equivalent units are nil. Normal loss equivalent units are nil. Abnormal loss 100% complete. It's as good as good units. Closing work in progress 70%. So 770, you got equivalent units. And this time normal loss was 10%. एक तो normal loss can be 10% of 11,000, so 1100. This time normal loss is 10% of production. So opening or production minus closing मिला के आप कर दो. Normal loss का 1000 units. So normal loss is on input, or normal loss is on production, that you will have to take care. ठीक है? Right. And once you get your cost, then you can do cost per unit. 291,900 is the cost, divide by 9730. आपने per unit लगा दिया सबको. Per unit cost आया ना 30 per unit. 291,900 is the cost and 9730 are the total units. 8560 units are transferred. Actually 8,600, but equivalent units, abnormal loss and closing. So if you divide, you get 30 per unit or multiply karoge, so you will get amounts. See, after preparing equivalent units, you can make the T format process account. Okay? See, this is a weighted average method. So kitna easy hai? Transfer 100%, closing labor. In that also, if the material is in closing work in progress, material is 100% complete. Separate number of units column. Labor and overhead is 50% complete. Alag column le dua. Okay? Now, what is the first table in the process costing? Prepare statement of equivalent units, and I am repeating till you don't tally particular input and output. आप right side मत जाओ. आप कभी गलती नहीं करोगे. You have to follow the steps. Input, current input, output ये हो गया. Now, stages will be given to you. चलो. Now, total cost, equivalent units, cost per unit. My total cost of material is 120. But how many units of material is there? 20,000. My labor cost is 36. But equivalent units are only 18,000. So cost per equivalent unit you will get in the second table. And then you can multiply. जो भी transfer हुए हैं आपके, how many units have been transferred? 16,000. Can I put total 11.36 cost पूरा? Yeah. And material 1 and 2 closing work in progress में तो अलग अलग हैं. Closing work in progress. Material 1 is जो पहले प्रोसेस से आया है 6 per unit. अभी किया ना आपने डिपार्टमेंट 1 से आया. Material 2 1.76. Labor 2 per unit. In my closing work in progress I am charging like this 38,200 ये मिला के, because closing work in progress में equivalent material का cost. Material का cost is 36,000, but you cannot divide bluntly by 20,000. 28,800 you cannot divide by 20,000. Right? I can't teach you actually like this. I have taken revision lectures for all, but equivalent process padhana easy नहीं. उसको एक बार full-fledged you'll have to do the problem. See, total particulars input, particulars output. अब material ये transfers हो गया. Normal loss का कोई नहीं रहेगा. Abnormal loss you know, and closing work in progress. An equivalent cost per unit you are getting material और सबके लिए. Yeah, when you calculate cost per unit, normal loss scrap value what you get now that you reduce from the current cost. कहीं भी material से minus तो करना है ना. Total cost minus normal loss scrap value you have to minus. So generally minus it from the current cost. Okay. And once you get all the values, what is the first table? Look at the screen. Equivalent units. Second table, statement of equivalent cost per unit. Third table, statement of apportionment of the cost. कर लो, इसको कितना cost डालना है. And then you pick up the figures and make process account. Some 80-90 rupees rounding of difference will be there that you can charge it. In regular class, we have solved many problems. Now it's time to check our booster notes. Generally, routine problem is also asked. ऐसा नहीं है कि यही पूछते हैं आपको. Routine problem भी पूछते हैं. ये देखो points to remember. Tally quantity column first and then amount column. First mantra. Cost per good unit is total cost minus normal loss quantity into scrap value. Total quantity minus normal loss quantity. Yeah. Transfer, closing balance, abnormal gain, abnormal loss are valued at cost per good unit. Normal loss is sold at scrap value. Normal loss quantity is calculated in two ways. Either normal loss can be as a percentage on input. All I'm giving. One day before exam, if you revise the format, if you revise these booster notes, will it not be helpful to you? Normal loss quantity is either production rate or opening input minus closing. Now sequence to solve the problem. Prepare process account following the working for cost per unit. Post all quantity details and amount on the debit side. This is for your mind mapping. Normal loss का scrap value लिखो, फिर cost per good unit calculate करो, and with cost per good unit you will get the value of transfer, abnormal loss, abnormal gain and closing, and then go and prepare your normal loss and all. ठीक है? Now points to remember for equivalent process costing. क्या क्या बनाना है? Statement of equivalent units. I am again saying only this is asked for 5 marks and very scoring. Statement of cost per unit. Statement of cost of apportionment of the total cost. Cost per unit कहाँ से आएगा? Total cost minus the equivalent divide by equivalent unit cost per unit. अब per unit को लगा के आप total cost लेके आ जाओ and then prepare your T format accounts. In statement 1, unless quantity units are tallied, don't go to the right side. Solve problem with FIFO method if given, otherwise weighted average. If they give FIFO, do. Otherwise always go, and whatever method you do, write it on the top. You've solved it. If opening work in progress, balance of completed units is given. If opening work in progress 40% दिया है, तो इस बार completed कितना होगा? 60. Are you getting or not? Already opening 40% हो चुका है, उसका cost भी last process में लग गया है, तो 40 is already done. Now what material labor overhead you are putting? You are putting for 60%. Current production transfer take 100% complete in all the respect. Normal loss equivalent units will be nil. Abnormal loss, abnormal gain equivalent units are 100% complete. Abnormal gain is written on the same side negative. Ma'am, just now you told you 15 minutes before abnormal gain debit लिखते हैं. हाँ, लेकिन equivalent units में तो आपको number of units you have to calculate. So abnormal gain, instead of making those many units on the left hand side, you write it on the right hand side in negative. Closing work in progress should be taken as a percent. I'm telling you, if you blindly go on copying these booster notes, or if you take a Xerox, कोई student ने लिखे है ना booster note, कर लो Xerox, कोई काम नहीं आएगा. Because these students, when they have written, they have understood and written the points. So very important is to watch 3 videos for equivalent process costing. In labor and overhead, conversion cost percentage of completion is same, then you can prepare the combined column, no problem. In equivalent units, material 2 is current process, but material 1 जो last process से है. Normal loss scrap value is always deducted from the current material cost. Yes. In the second table, if current cost is given, opening work in progress added. कभी-कभी opening work in progress का detailed cost दिया रहता है, material labor. तो आप second table में ही detailed लिख लो. Okay. Otherwise, in the second table, current cost divide by number of units and add opening work in progress. ये बहुत important point है ये. Opening work in progress, if total is given, then in the second table, current cost divide by current units per unit करके आ गया. So in transfer, add the opening work in progress total cost. And if opening work in progress individual cost is given to you, material and labor and all, then just take it in the second one only. And rounding of difference, you have to adjust. I've tried my best to justify this process costing revision. Simple process account भी पूछते हैं exam में 10 marks and very scoring. Only equivalent number of units, first table is also asked for 5 marks. So these are the few things you should all remember, and make sure you take out time and watch this video again and again to get a good grip on process costing, right? Thank you so much. Believe and have super duper faith in yourself. Have faith in teachers. Have faith in the system and move ahead with all the confidence. Thank you so much. All the best to all of you. Bye-bye. So you followed or not? If you really feel that you have followed this, then do share these booster revision videos with at least 5 of your friends and do comment below. That will motivate us also to make more such videos. And below this description box of the video, link is given if you want to stay connected with these kind of updates and lot of other motivating activities going on in our WhatsApp and Telegram group. The link is given below the video. You can connect with us and send all your doubts over there, right? So hoping to see more connection with you all, and do share these videos with your friends whom you feel, no, this concept is really genuinely given, और ये जो booster notes बना रहे हैं ना, ये सालों से कॉस्टिंग पढ़ा पढ़ा के जो माइंडसेट बने हैं उसके हिसाब से बना है, पर आपके लिए रेडी दे रहे हैं ताकि आप इसको यूज करो, not for learning. For learning, regular coaching is only needed. Revision videos are good how to revise one day before exam, right? All the best to all of you. Thank you. So did you enjoy these conceptual learning? If yes, then below the video, the link is given for our Telegram group. You can join for concept classes app. You can download. Lot of videos are there in the free content also along with the PDF material. So whole chapter, you can download the material. You can watch all the videos in detail and do learning. Lot of theory questions, other PDFs are all included. Okay, right? So do connect with us with all the links below. If you have any query, you can write a mail and you can connect with us through the link, and would be more than glad to help you join our concept classes app community, waiting to welcome you all, right? Thank you so much. Wish you very all the best. And if you really like these kind of the concepts, hit the notification button, hit the like button, so that you're notified next time when we are taking a lecture or we are uploading it in the YouTube. And do share this video with friends. Do comment below the video for any query also, any doubt also, and if you have really taken some value addition. I'm on a mission to help more than 10,000 students. I really want to help by putting lot of value addition with the way I have learned. These all subjects are interlinked: account, tax, costing, FM. And you will enjoy this interlinking knowledge. Wish you all the best. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello, all of you. How are you preparing for the exam? Super well? Right. Let us start right now with the revision for joint product and byproduct. These revision lectures, I'm revising the concept, I'm discussing the booster notes, I'm revising and making you aware of all the pitfalls jahan galti hoti hai, right? In our regular classes, of course, one concept, one problem we are doing, which is not possible here for these revision videos, but maximum for specific problems where what level of the adjustments we have done, for that I'm sharing those problems also. So have you gone through the contract costing video? And there I've shared with you the institute's escalation clause problem, which is repeatedly asked. Only the change in the price will be taken care by the contractee. If the price is changing, a part of it will be borne by the contractee. If I, as a contractor, am using more of quantity, that won't affect. Okay, clarifying this because this was the common doubt asked. Let us begin with the revision video for joint product and byproduct. Now, in this chapter, only two types of questions are asked based on the concept of this chapter. One is, whenever we see the production companies Up to a limit, they are doing common process. So I'm putting material, labor, overhead, and say I'm putting milk and everything, and I'm getting curd. After getting curd as my common produce, I have 2-3 options. Sell the curd as it is, put sugar and essence and make sweet lassi, or put all ginger, chili and all and make buttermilk. So whatever cost I have incurred, milk and other chemicals and all to make curd, milk powder or whatever, that is all joint cost. After the joint cost, I have 3 options. I have got 500 kgs of curd or 500 liters of curd. 250 liters I may make sweet lassi. 100 liters I make salted, and remaining I may pack and sell the curd as it is. So after the split off point, whether I should sell the curd as it is or I should further process the curd into the sweet lassi and buttermilk, that depends upon decision making choice. So one very important and very easy question asked in this chapter is decision making, whether further processing should be done or not. And second very important concept here is how to split the joint cost. See, finally, like we did in the overhead, how service costing. Service department overhead should also be absorbed by the main production department, no? Because finally the product you are going to sell. So that product should have service department cost also. Service department is not going to sell anything. Same way, when you are selling lassi or curd as it is or buttermilk, the joint cost of producing the curd should be apportioned between the products. Okay? And this point where they are apportioned, this point is called as split off point. So now the joint cost can be apportioned by various methods which are discussed in your syllabus. Many times simple 5 marks question is asked, what are the advantage and disadvantage of features of one of the method, or they are asking you apportion the joint cost by NRV and all or quantity and sales. So one type of question is apportion the joint cost. Another type of question is decide whether you want to sell the joint product at the split off point जहाँ अलग हुआ है वहीं sell कर दो कर्ड को, or you further process it and sell it. So obviously we will process it further if after processing and after incurring additional further processing cost, is it beneficial? Is it giving more profit? Then definitely I would go for it. Otherwise, I would not go for it. Okay? Right. So I'm sharing first the material what we have for joint product and byproduct. While making the joint product, we also get byproduct. I will keep this discussion for later, because byproduct, co-product, what is the treatment, that's a part of the syllabus, but I don't want to open all the fronts. So right now, joint cost, how will you apportion? Okay, what is the common cost? All the costs incurred till the split off point are called as the common cost. Post split off, specific costs are there. Okay, right. Now, first method of apportioning the joint cost is physical quantity method. If you have put 500 liters of milk and you got 100 liters of curd and 200 liters or kgs of paneer, like that, this is your joint product. जो भी आपने बनाया, joint product मतलब 2-3 products what you are producing simultaneously from single process. So till here, whatever cost you have incurred, this is the split off point. This cost, you can say the joint cost of raw material labor overhead is rupees 5 lakh. Now this 5 lakh you can apportion in the physical quantity. That is final product, 100 liters at 200. So in 1:2 ratio, or in kgs or liters or number of units, whatever it is. So physical quantity method is according to the weight, gallons, tons and all, you can divide. Where it is easy to identify that when I'm putting curd and when I'm processing curd, I'm getting 200 packets of lassi and 300 packets of buttermilk. And this is lassi. So 2:3 ratio, we can divide this 5 lakh rupees ka joint cost. That is physical quantity. Second is average unit cost. Okay. Total cost is 5 lakh for 500 packets and 200 packets are curd and 300 packets. So physical quantities, you do it in kgs, liters and all. And average unit cost is divide it and do. For example, A, B, C, you are getting average unit cost. Number of units produced of A are 500, for B 200, for C 300. And joint cost is what? 600. So 600 divided by 1000. That is 60 per unit is the average cost. And 60 multiplied by 500, 60 multiplied by 200, 300, so on. That will be the average unit cost. Clear? Right. Now, next, many times they are asking this question. This is called as contribution margin method. This method of apportionment is generally used where you can classify your joint cost into the fixed cost and the variable cost. समझ में आ रहा है? आपका जो total cost है, that if you can divide into fixed cost and variable cost. And now let us see. Yeah, for those who have not watched, do watch first with lot of weightage the revision videos for material, labor, overhead, cost accounting system. This should be the sequence. Cost sheet. All these are very important videos. And watch the videos according to the playlist. Separate playlist is there for the tax revision videos. Separate playlist for the costing revision videos. So if you watch like that, you can watch it in sequence with headphones, with full screen, so that you get benefit of writing all boosted notes. Okay? Now, सबसे पहले, can you apportion your joint cost into fixed and variable? Okay, let us start again. So we were discussing contribution margin method. Now what happens in the contribution margin method? You all know in marginal costing, sales minus variable cost is the contribution. So first of all, this method is used when you are able to apportion the total joint cost into fixed cost and variable cost. Okay. Now, variable cost of joint product, you apportion by other method, physical quantity or average number of units. Total cost divided by number of units, or survey method. In survey method, you give points. According to survey, A product will get 8 points, B will get 2 points, C will get 1 point. So 8:2:1, like that. Now, compute the total variable cost, apportioned variable cost, and flow post split of variable cost. Now, sales minus the total variable cost, joint variable cost and post split off will give you contribution. इंडिविजुअल ए बी सी का जो सेल वैल्यू है तीनों का, फ्रॉम दैट माइनस होल वेरिएबल कॉस्ट, जॉइंट कॉस्ट ऑफ वेरिएबल कॉस्ट आल्सो अपोर्शन एंड स्प्लिट ऑफ वेरिएबल कॉस्ट तो है, सो यू विल गेट द कंट्रीब्यूशन. एंड नाउ जॉइंट प्रोडक्ट का जो फिक्स्ड कॉस्ट है, अपोर्शन इन द रेशियो ऑफ दिस कंट्रीब्यूशन. आर यू गेटिंग? For every method, nice problems are worked out in your material. Should I repeat? A, B, and C are there. Sales value is given to you minus the variable cost. Okay. Now, variable cost, both you take up. Post split off, anyhow it is separate. And pre-split off, I mean say the joint variable cost. Joint cost है ना? उसमें जो variable cost है, that you apportion by any method, physical quantity and all. So you are getting the contribution. And then joint fixed cost, you apportion in this contribution ratio. ठीक है? So like that, we have the contribution value. Now final market value. So you have 2-3 market values. You can apportion the joint cost based on market value of the product at split off point. Joint cost, raw material, labor, overhead. You have 3 products, A, B, C. A you can further process L, M, N. So either you can take sale value of final product L, M, and N, final market value after further processing, or you can take market value at split off. Just at the split off, what is the market value A, B, and C? After further processing, what is the market value L, M, and N? That will be given to you. So in either of this ratio, you have to apportion the joint cost. And very popular method for apportioning the joint cost is the NRV method. NRV method, the net realizable value method, we go reverse. Final sales value नीचे से ऊपर जाना है, जैसे कॉस्ट शीट में ऊपर से नीचे आता है ना, नीचे से ऊपर. Final sales value minus profit margin minus selling and distribution expense and further processing cost, you get NRV. I want to repeat. Final sales value, in fact you all should write, minus further processing cost is given, minus profit is given. What do you get? Further processing cost, selling and distribution expense and all, you get NRV of A, B, C. In this NRV ratio, you apportion the joint cost and then you can complete the problem. Okay? Now, very important, everyone who is watching this video is to know each and every function of your calculator super well. M plus, M minus and all. Are you getting what I am saying? If you don't know how to use your calculator properly, you need speed, no? You will get 3 NRVs and you will get total of NRV. So अब 10 lakhs NRV में 532 है and joint cost is say 3 lakh. So 10 lakh में 5 lakh है तो 3 lakh में 1.5. You need to apportion it, no? So 5 divided by 10 into 3. Are you getting or not? 10 में 5 तो 3 में कितना? तो 3 lakh by 10 lakhs. You can divide and put it in memory and then multiply by 5, multiply for overhead chapter, for joint product, by product. You need to have a super good speed with your calculator. Clear or not? So that's why I'm saying NRV method और ये सब के लिए calculator में speed अच्छा होना चाहिए. Are all the methods clear to you? Survey method is not given in theory, but I want to explain here. Survey method, one problem also we have solved in the answer book. From there I'll explain. So how many methods we have done? Joint cost can be apportioned by physical quantity, kgs, liters, number of units. See, like chocolates and all, you have number of units also. Each packet has 80 chocolate and weight also. So you can do it according to weight. Milk packets are also there, liters is also there, oil packet is also there. So 3 packets of oil, 10 packets of oil, that is unit of measure. Or you can do it in liters and all. ठीक है, ये हो गया oil packet and liters and all. And so one was physical measure, one is average unit, one is contribution margin where you can apportion the variable cost and fixed cost in the joint cost. Then market value at split off point, final market value, and the 6th method is most important, that is the NRV. And survey method is there, I will explain. Did you understand now? Chalo, now I want to explain what is byproduct. Joint products are when you are producing, you get 2 products which are almost of similar value. I told you from curd, if I make lassi or I make buttermilk, both are having almost equal value. But byproduct is the product which we didn't wanted to produce, but it has come and the value is very low. For example, if I take peanuts, I crush and I get groundnut oil, crude, then I put chemicals, I get refined groundnut oil. तो वो जो groundnut का जो crush रह जाता है ना, that is called as oil cake and it is a very good fodder for animals. So those poultry farms and dairy farms and all, they take it from the groundnut oil company. Are you getting? So what I wanted to produce, did I wanted to produce oil cake? It's a byproduct. From sugarcane juice I am making sugar and jaggery. तो वो शुगर केन में जो ऊपर से जो फ्रॉथ निकलता है, that is called as molasses. It's a byproduct and it's one of the important ingredient in making balms, iodex and amrutanjan and all this. So byproduct is very small in value. It is produced with the main joint product. ठीक है? Right. Okay. One more thing may not be asked in exam, ज़्यादा पूछते नहीं है, but relevant है यहाँ पे. Joint product तो you got two products of, like from leather sheets I can make bags, I can make belts, I can make shoes. Bag, belt and shoes are joint product. 2-3 products which you are making of same value. Now, joint product is clear to you. Now, byproduct is clear. One more new term I am introducing here is co-products. So, joint product are two products which are produced of similar value. Co-product is choice. From leather sheet, either you can make bag, laptop bag, or you can make shoes. So, co-product is any one of the product which is prepared. Joint product and co-product are used synonymously, but strictly a distinction can be made. Co-products which are contemporary but do not emerge from the same material. You can make bag or shoes out of the leather sheets. Whereas joint product, two or more product produced in course of same processing. Byproducts recovered from the discarded part. Joint product is intentionally manufactured, this incidentally comes. It's comparatively high in value, comparatively low in value. Okay? Right. Split off point is clear, no? I'm putting raw material, labor, overhead, and the point where I split the product, this point is called as split off. So what is the market value of split off point? ये ले लो, नहीं तो final market value ले लो. ठीक है? Survey method is just like weights, what you put. Now, one thing, next question asked so many times in the exam, theory question is, how do you treat byproduct in the books? Byproduct fodder भी कुछ ना कुछ sale तो कर लोगे ना? So what will be the treatment of the byproduct? Yeah, this question is different. This is saying how will you calculate the value of the byproduct? Many times I have seen students are saying, ma'am, I wrote such a correct theory answer and they have given 0 out of 5 and I opened my paper and all. Okay? So that's not right. That's not right. आप ध्यान से पढ़ो एग्जाम में क्वेश्चन क्या पूछ रहे हैं. If they say, what is the way to calculate byproduct? It is, how do you get the value of the byproduct? Every byproduct is not going to have market value. They have good. And this one which is most asked is, once you get the value of the byproduct, how you are going to treat it in your books. Okay? So let us first get how will you get the value of the byproduct. Market value of the byproduct. To arrive at the cost of the main product, the amount realized on sale of the byproduct is deducted from the cost of production. For example, amount realized on sale of molasses in sugar factory goes to reduce the cost of sugar produced. Oh, the best way is byproducts value where what you get, reduce it from the joint cost and reduce the joint cost. Or you can calculate the byproduct. यहाँ पे तो you are calculating at the sales value. Here you are calculating the byproduct at the NRV. Under this method, NRV of byproduct is deducted from the cost of the production instead of the sales value. And this is suitable when byproduct requires additional further processing and all. So just whatever is the market value of the byproduct at the split off you can take. Or you can put a standard cost to byproduct. Standard cost is the benchmark in main product ka cost. If peanuts you are putting 50 per kg, the fodder what you get will be 5 kg. 10% ही रहता है. So now some standard benchmarks we have. Okay, so that we will consider. Okay, some confusion is there. Listen, all of you. What I am discussing is how will you get the value of the byproduct? You can take it at the market value, byproduct जो sale हो रहा है, या फिर NRV, sales value of the byproduct minus further processing cost of the byproduct, and so, or you can take byproduct at a fixed standard cost, like 10% of the original product cost or something, or you can take comparative price as any other alternative if you have similar to that, or reuse or opportunity cost. Sometimes what happens, like in utensil making company or in paper mills and all, the byproduct जो waste है ना, again they put it as a scrap and they उसको melt करके फिर से they put it as raw material. So then in that case byproduct you are not selling outside, but suppose some bowls and all steel bowls you are making, if they are damaged, that is like a scrap and then they again melt it and again put it as raw material. So you value it at the opportunity cost. This is just to get the value of the byproduct. This question is at least asked 5 times in the final exam as theory question. In all these revision videos, I am covering theory questions, I am covering concept, weightages I am giving to you, and I am discussing booster notes. But yeah, booster notes were too many in cost sheet, material, labor and overhead. Here not required much. Okay. Now, how to treat the byproduct in your books? If the value of the byproduct is very small, miscellaneous income, you can put it in costing P&L account, or you can reduce it from the total cost of the main product. So if my joint cost is 5 lakhs and byproduct value is 25,000, I can reduce the joint cost only to 4,75,000 and a portion. How did you like this? So you reduce it from the total cost, or you credit it to P&L account. And sometimes byproduct is of good value. काफी valuable है byproduct भी. In gold diamond units, that scrap, that whatever little also you get, gold, water and all that is very valuable. Then you can treat it as the joint cost and go on. And sometimes when they require further processing, byproduct is again processed and made into neat product and then sold, then you can take it according to the NRV. So generally, what is the treatment of byproduct? I want to repeat. If it is small in value, transfer to costing P&L, or reduce it from total cost. Or if it is of major value, then apportion it in the joint cost. Now, when they require further processing, okay, right? If they require further processing, then NRV you take at the split off point and further produce it and treat it like a joint product. Okay? And now, repeatedly asked question is, I think I'll show you the notebook. So you can know the repeatedly asked question here is decision making, whether you should further produce or not. चलो इसको देखते हैं. Yeah. Contract costing we have just completed. Yeah, look at this. If you want to take a decision whether you should sell the product at the split off point or you should further process, how do you take that decision? 1 second, I'll be back just 1 second. Thank you so much for waiting. Chalo. Final sales value you take as your first step after further processing. What is the final sales value after further processing? Less. What is the sales value at the split off point? अगर आप further process कर रहे हो, A you are further processing to L, B you are further processing to M. What is the final sales value and what is the sales value at split off point? Is there any additional sales value? Take it. Less. Additional cost. When you're further processing, you will incur additional cost also, no? Or I have specially written this with different pen many times in the exam. Additional saving in the cost. If you further process, then instead of 16, only 14 lakhs will be incurred. होता है ऐसे भी. So 2 lakhs you have saved in the cost because of further process. If you sell as it is, no, selling expenses are 16 lakhs. If you further process and sell, selling expenses are 14 lakhs. So you have saved 2 lakhs in further processing. So that is also an income. And if this is giving additional profit, further process it or sell it at split off point. फिर से एक बार, what is the final sales value? Less. What is the sale value at split off point? Third step, additional sales. Fourth step, additional cost. Additional cost you have to deduct, minus. But if you have saved, you have to add and you will get additional profit. So if there are 2-3 products, A product में additional profit है, further process करो. B में loss आ रहा है, मत करो. C में further process करो and so on. This है. If additional profit is there, further process it or better sell it at the split off point. ठीक है? Right. See how you can apportion this cost in number of units, or you can apportion in the output, or you can apportion in the final sales value. Acha. And now what is survey method? Survey method is, suppose these are number of units produced and survey says weights of number of units is 40%, 30%. Weights and all can be given in points, percentage, anything. So you multiply number of units with the weight. So you got these as point, survey points. And in this ratio, you will apportion 1 lakh joint cost. Now, can you take survey method with output? That was survey method with kgs. And now take survey method with output, weight, karlo. So now you have got weight in output. And in this, you take the joint cost. Okay, right? And so like this, you have some nice decision-making problems also here. 1 second. Just I thought I'll share with you the routine class book also, so that you can check how to solve. It's very easy and don't leave students. Contribution margin and all. नहीं समझ में आ रहे तो अच्छा, this is the only chapter थोड़ा सा orally भी, लेकिन problems देख के जाना है आपको. Okay. Theory question is clear. Will you be able to get 5 out of 5 marks? ये देखो. Yeah, contribution margin method. You're asking, no, one problem. This is my regular class notebook. Sale value you have taken out. Final sales value minus variable joint cost. So you are getting contribution. Joint cost को you should be able to split into variable and fixed, which will be given. So variable joint cost you apportion in the ratio of 100 kg and 120 kg. Units में survey method, physical unit, kgs. Variable joint cost you apportion. You get contribution minus the fixed joint cost in the ratio of the contribution, that is 40:12, and you get the profit. Very easy this chapter is. So you can apportion like this. Sometimes in the exam, in the problem, if required, you can see this is a problem for decision making. If you finally further process AR, you are getting this. If you sell just at P, you are getting this. But when you further process, you are actually saving the selling expense. So add. And further processing cost minus, you are getting the net sale. Just 5-step answer. You can draw the diagram, you can apportion like this. See, this is also decision making. Final sale value, less sale value at split off, additional sale value, less further processing cost, additional profit. So M में तो if you further process, you are getting a profit of 20. Good, go for it. N, if you further process, additional sales is 28, but additional cost is 32. So there's a loss of 4. Stop. Don't further process N. P, if you further process, you're going to incur additional sales to BC will right, but additional cost is 36. Don't do it, 16. Just sell it. You know, so many people, they say, this is like a common sense. I can sell my product in Telangana. Good, you're doing very good. Now you decided, let us sell our product in Mumbai and Delhi. But those are metro cities. You will have to incur a lot of competitive advertisement and other costs. So, okay, if you go out of Telangana and sell your product in Mumbai and Delhi, you may increase your sales. But if your advertisement, traveling, transport, all cost is more, don't do that. Make yourself master in your product in Telangana. Let people from India come to Telangana to buy your product. So this is a beautiful knowledge. I always say knowledge is not restricted to classroom. Right? हाँ तो ये जरूर से आप चैप्टर करके जाओ, छोड़ो मत. Very simple, and this is a chapter. I myself say you need written practice for material, labor, and overhead. But overhead, 1 or 2 problems if you do that step method and simultaneous equation, fine. This is the chapter. Just keep and practice. One day before exam, कोई problem solve करने की जरूरत नहीं है. Check up 2-3 good problems where you have done decision making, and 5 marks they are asking contribution margin method. What's the indicator? Joint variable cost पहले apportion करना. Now in the contribution ratio, joint fixed cost apportion करना. हो गया. Survey method, physical method. I think I have repeated many things so that they are clear to you. And if these revision videos are helpful to you, do share it with at least 5 of your friends. Sometimes, you know, many students asking, ma'am, you're putting so many revision videos for tax, accounts, costing. God knows till what time we will be able to carry on like this, bolte or not. So this knowledge, if it has benefited, it has brought result for so many of you who have become chartered accountants in last 20 years and cost accountants. I'm teaching CMA taxation also. So definitely it would be a great help from your side if you can share these videos with your friends. Watch this, your concept will be clear. Below the video, link is there where you can join our Telegram and WhatsApp group to stay connected. And any doubt you also have in this video, comment below. Most welcome, and I'm ready to solve all your doubts. Any book, click the photo clearly, send me a voice note, what is your doubt, I'll surely clear it for all. Hit the notification button so that next I'm going to come up with a revision video for service costing and all, and you can watch it very quickly and watch 2-3 times, replay करके बार-बार सुनो. Students have really given me the feedback. Those who have completed writing the test series, overhead paper is over last Sunday. They said overhead, this booster revision video, they have watched 2-3 times. YouTube में आप कितने भी बार देख सकते हो. So the more repeatedly you hear, it is more helpful. That's all. Thank you so much. Blessings and wishes to each one of you, dear students. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello, all of you. Here we begin with the revision video for service costing. Earlier it was called as operating costing, right? Okay. Do watch this video 2-3 times so that you write all the booster notes. And when you start preparing for this chapter, if you watch this gist revision, you will come into the grip of the concept. We will cover up in this the concept of service costing, any theory questions if they are asked, and pitfalls which you have to be very careful. Service costing is a chapter where exactly same question comes. Otherwise, you know, कहाँ से पूछा क्या पूछा पता नहीं है. But service costing, this is the cost sheet you are making for person who is not selling any product. So there is no stock of raw material or work in progress and finished goods. But this, the gist is the service costing is make the cost sheet for those who are providing service. Like if I discuss the secret, I'm going to make service costing. I'm into teaching, right? My fixed cost is rent of the room for my face-to-face classes, Zoom, what per month I'm paying for my online classes, and depreciation of the cameras, the touchscreen laptop, the lights, the ACs, and all the amenities. These are my fixed costs. My variable cost is material, what I print per student, and so on. And I add my profit and I charge fees from the students, right? So, service costing generally in exam is asked for transport service, but in that transport of passenger is different, transport of goods, where you do 10 kilometers. Passengers is different, then school transport, buses. So when I'm teaching this chapter, that excitement you can see is because इतने patterned problems है since years I'm teaching costing and students have got exemption 80 to 88 for sure. I'm not saying anything wrong sitting here, but वो क्यों आते हैं? Because ये तो एक chapter है where whatever problem they have done in the class it comes in the exam. And now in the new syllabus they have added the toll service and many other services. Still it is very easy. And theory questions are also asked from this chapter. In the last question number 6, 4 into 4, those theory questions are there, what you have to answer. So let us begin revising this chapter. Particulars, working note, amount. This is how you have to make operating cost sheet. It's the cost sheet of service provider. If you can, then divide the cost it into variable cost and fixed cost. And sometimes semi-variable overhead also they give in the service costing. Like up to the limit whether you go or not, your say petrol, diesel and all is variable. Fixed cost is fixed. Of repairing and all, up to a limit whether you drive or not, routine repairing is there. But if you drive the vehicle too much, more ups and downs if it is doing, then the repairing cost will be very high. So there's a glimpse of variable cost, fixed cost and semi-variable cost. Now, very important thing is, as you prepare cost sheet in the exam, there are some expenses which are given annual. There are some expenses which are given monthly. How do you make the operating cost sheet? Will you make it annual or will you make it monthly will depend on the denominator. This is the cost of the operating of my one bus per month divided by number of passenger kilometers. So if your denominator is 10 kilometer, passenger kilometers, number of students who are going to and fro in school bus, number of hotel rooms, if you are doing it for library, number of library. So if your denominator they have given for 1 month, then numerator you make it for 1 month, annual expense up divide by 12. Are you all getting? If they give the denominator annual, the numerator you make annual, and whatever is given monthly, usko multiply by 12. So simple. If this is a routine class, then service costing, the first class goes in studying what is absolute ton kilometers and commercial ton. But here we have to take the gist, so I am doing this exam oriented revision. Is it clear what I'm talking until now? Are you getting? And many times in exam they tell you clearly, preparing operating cost sheet for August month, prepare operating cost sheet for 2021. You have to make it yearly and so on. Now, let us do it very smartly. How to calculate denominator? और ये चैप्टर जितना इजी है ना उतनी गलती होती है. See, in account students generally don't do mistakes in amalgamation and internal, but something very easy, single entry array we know. It's like एक debit या एक credit, इतना भागते हैं ना तो गलती होती है. So in operating cost thing, you have to be very, very careful. Second. Let us revise from your material first. Yeah, look at this. Service costing is applicable for transport, canteens, hospitals, theaters who are giving service, right? Okay. Now, this is asked as theory question. That whatever services is the nature, what will be their cost unit? You know what is cost unit? Unit of measure. If you're making oil, it's in liters. If you're making jewelry, it is into pieces. How many pieces of necklace and so on. So what is your unit of measure? Are you all getting? If you're selling fabric, it is in meters. Once you dye the fabric, you are selling it in meters. So if you are involved in services of hospital, your cost will be calculated per patient per day. That too, it depends on general ward, single room, double room. Yes or no? Hotels, number of guests and number of days. Here also, single room, double room and so on. In case of passenger transport, it is passenger kilometers. How many passengers are traveling in this bus and how many kilometers? If it is cargo, it is ton kilometers. I want to give this example of cargo. Have you ever booked a courier service? Yeah? कभी हम कुरियर से भिजाते हैं ना कुछ पिकल गिफ्ट ये वो तो खाने की बात होती है हमेशा नहीं कुछ और गिफ्ट भी भिजवा सकते हैं तो इफ यू से in fact we can talk about trains also. Are trains also giving services? I want to travel from Hyderabad to Nagpur. How many kilometers? 530 per kilometer. This is the rate of railway. Okay, you want to go in 2-tier AC, 1300. 3-tier AC, 750. Sleeper class, 450. Because the amenities are different. So, per passenger, per kilometer is fixed. Same way when you book, why did I give courier? Because it's very simple. Okay, how much you want to send? 1 kg mangoes. फिर खाने की बात. Jokes apart, 1 kg mango I want to send from here to Raipur. So here to Raipur is 700 kilometers. So now we know ki 1 kilometer, 1 kg, what is the rate? Are you getting? So if I want to send say 5 kg, so per kilometer, per kg का rate अगर fixed है, तो okay 200 kilometers जाना है और 10 किलो है, तो according to that they will quote you the rate. So they see people around us have not studied costing, but costing is literally going around us. A small Xerox wala knows what is his costing. You go to courier wala and say, अरे भैया 1 किलो का आप इतना ले रहे हैं और 10 किलो का आप इतना तो सेम ही लो ना यहाँ से रायपुर का डिस्टेंस तो सेम है ऐसे नहीं सर नहीं परवड़ता because 1 kg will need different space 10 kg will need so these are some basic logics which work in service costing. So for passenger transport what is your denominator? Passenger kilometer. For cargo transport what it is? Ton kilometer. For canteen number of meals. For electricity kilowatt hours. Boiler houses, how much quantity of steam is produced and all. Cinema halls, how do they charge? Number of ticket and number of shows. In Hyderabad, it's not there, but if you go to metros and all, do you know the show rates are very low in the weekdays and they are high on Sundays. In Sundays also, morning show it is 150 rupees, afternoon 250, evening 350. Why like that? Because that is the way they decide their cost. Number of shows and number of. Okay, this screen has less number of the people. According to that, big screen they are charging more. And have you seen we have to pay extra for 2D, 4D movies for specs because those specs they are getting damaged and also they charge more, right? Banks, how do they charge? Per RTGS they charge. Yes or no? Every quarterly from your account, amount is deducted SMS charges. Per customer, they charge SMS charges. Per service, per transaction, per project, that depends. You make locker you open, depending on the size of the locker, they will charge how much deposit and all you have to pay. Education institute, per course, per student. Per subject, per student, the fees is 5,000. But if you enroll for 4 subjects, instead of 20,000, you are getting in 18. Because there is some common cost which is working for all and they can reduce that cost. Whether you join for 1 subject or whether you join for 4 subjects, their rent and all is fixed, no? Only thing is if you join for 4 subjects, they have to issue you separate material and separate lecturers and separate AC and all electricity bill badega. Lekin rent to same hi hai na? You got it or not? That's why this educational institute and all, they charge per course, per student, per batch and so on. IT industries cost per project. And IT people, they see how many hours of work is there and how many people will be needed. We need to work for 100 hours and we need 4 people, 400 hours. They are going to work on this project. और per hour हम 20 rupees से कम तो काम करते ही नहीं है because we are all qualified. So according to that, they'll charge 80,000 like that. They fix up the rates. Insurance companies, how do they charge per policy, per claim, and so on. So will you be able to answer this kind of question in exam if they give you the service and this? Now, to determine the denominator, especially for kilometers, you can take up absolute kilometers or commercial ton kilometer. Now, what is absolute ton kilometers? By multiplying various distances. You are going from A to B, B to C, and again C to A. So 10 kilometers, 8 kgs, 11 kilometers, 9 kg. Every ton and kilometer is multiplied. That is absolute ton kilometers. Commercial ton kilometers is total distance 8 plus 11 plus 9. Do the total of the kilometers and multiply it with average load. Okay, I'll show you how to work out this. Average load is all the 3 kgs divided by 3. Okay, so nothing given in the exam. Ma'am, shall we take commercial kilometers or absolute kilometers? Absolute kilometers. 10 kilometer, 10 kilometer, 10 kilometer को multiply करो, add करो. Those who have taken the cake coaching, don't leave these problems. These are like basic problems. How to work out passenger kilometer. How many buses are there? 6 buses. How many days they are operating? 25 days in a month. Each bus makes 8 trips per day. So 25 into 8. Itne trips होंगे. Distance covered is 20 kilometers one side. So multiply by 2. ये students भूल जाते हैं. Written you get passenger or not, but kilometers, petrol तो लगेगा ना. 20 kilometers going one way, 20 coming back. While coming, whether you get passengers or not, but kilometers तो लगेगा. And there are 6 buses. Every bus has 40 passengers and average 80% occupied. So 40 into 80 is 32 passengers. If you multiply, you will get passenger kilometers. Are you getting? 10 kilometers also I'll show. This is also a very nice problem. Once you calculate the total cost, then divide it to get the per kilometer cost, and then like Delhi to Chandigarh, it is 150 kilometers. So per kilometer, if you get the cost, add the profit and all, you can complete the problems in routine. Yeah, this school problem is also nice. First you pick up seniors and drop, then juniors. And the school works only for 10 months, but salary and all are paid for drivers, cleaners, all for 12 months. But petrol expense, you take it for 10 months. Kilometers, you take it for 10 months. Because 2 months, the school bus is parked in school and it's summer vacation. Got it? I'm just making you aware how differently they can ask you questions. See, now this is semi-variable overhead asked in transport problem. Total distance traveled, this much kilometers, maintenance cost. This much kilometers, maintenance. Now this cost is not fixed. Ma'am, कैसे पता चला आपको it is semi-variable? This is taught to you in the very first basic chapter If you want, I would revise it for you. See, please don't expect me, आप जो लिख रहे हैं ना, जो लोग लाइव अटेंड कर रहे हैं कि मैम एक या दो प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व करो, फिर तो वो रूटीन क्लास हो जाएगा या क्रैश कोर्स हो जाएगा. I promised I'll give you the gist videos. Enjoy this knowledge. Pause the video जहाँ आपको लग रहा है कि मैम जो पॉइंट बोल रहे हैं इसको लिखने जैसा है बूस्टर्स में, लिख लो, and then start with your practice. You will be able to solve each and every problem of service costing for sure. Those who have done the coaching, तो absolutely, because you have this material. तभी मैंने बताया था कि ये problem important है, ये पूछते हैं और. And theory questions, a separate PDF is uploaded for costing and all theory questions, and that is uploaded in Concept Classes app. Below this video, link is there. Download Concept Classes app, and there in the free content, costing, FM, tax amendment, all are there. You can take and open the PDF, and directly you can print it if you wish and keep the copy with you. If you have any queries, you can join our Telegram and WhatsApp group. For that also link is given. Okay, now how do I decide, dear students, that this maintenance cost, ये जो है ना maintenance cost, ये fixed तो नहीं है, because 460, 451 is not fixed. Next, it is not variable also. Variable कैसे पता चलेगा? Pick up your calculators. या पिक अप योर कैलकुलेटर्स, अभी पता चल जाएगा कि ये वेरिएबल है क्या. हाउ विल यू कम टू नो इफ इट इज वेरिएबल और नॉट? 460, 500 is the maintenance cost divided by 160, 200 kilometers. So it is 2.87 per kilometer. 451, 750 divide by 156, 700, it is 2.882 kilometers. So this is not same per unit. Variable cost is constant per unit. Fixed cost is constant total. But can I now calculate change in cost divided by change in kilometers? Can we calculate change in cost divided by change in kilometers? कर सकते हैं हम. हाँ, what is the change in cost? 451, 750 minus 465. 8750 से जब cost बढ़ा तो kilometers have increased. You can pause the video, take down this data. I'm giving you the concept of fixed overhead constant and total, variable overhead constant per unit, and semi-variable, and this concept is hitting cost sheet, overhead, and so many other chapters. Change in cost is this, change in kilometers is this. So whatever is the change in the cost, when kilometers are changing, the cost is changing, that is variable cost only. 8750 divided by 3005. 2.5 per kilometer is the variable cost. आपको समझ में आया? Now 160, 200 kilometers into 2.5 is the variable cost. So what is the fixed cost? 60,000, क्योंकि total तो मालूम है. Now 156, 700. Pause the video, take the figures, work out in notebook this concept with me. 156, 700 kilometers multiplied by 2.5. 391, 750. ये तो variable cost है. Plus 60,000. See, you are getting 450. Fixed cost is constant in total. So when kilometers are changing, the change in the cost is only because of the variable element. So many kids must be like एकदम ऐसे ही revision, है ना? तो ये आपका variable cost हो जाएगा. Okay? Right. अच्छा, now what is the benefit of doing all this? ये कहाँ काम आता है? Suppose you are saying, ma'am, next time if my vehicle is going only for 150 kilometers, can I calculate the semi-variable maintenance cost? Maintenance cost is semi-variable. 150 into 2.5. 3,75,000 तो यही है प्लस 60,000 फिक्स्ड है तो कितना हुआ 4,35,000. If this kilometers goes down to 150, my total cost here will be 4,35,000. So I am actually into service costing, but what I am teaching is like cost sheet, basics. There are high-low method and so many methods to derive in semi-variable overhead. You should know how to segregate the variable cost and the fixed cost. Clear to all of you, right? So these are nice problems. If it is for IT industries and all, ये जो नए ऐड हुए हैं ना, problems are good in your study material and as it is the problems are asked. What is the cost of employees in the IT industries? The major cost is employees and some depreciation for laptops and all. You can get the total cost. Toll gates में आजकल बहुत चल रहा है. Yeah, this one is asked in December 21 for 5 marks as theory question. Build, operate, transfer approach. We are making the toll. We try to implement it. अब तो टोल में सबको मालूम है ना, कार्ड्स आ गए, फास्टैग, तुम वहां रुको, कैश दो, चेंज लो, चालान कटेगा, वो कुछ है ही नहीं. Just swipe and go. And that card is having already balance for prepaid toll paid. It's a very nice concept. And once we operate it, then we hand over or transfer this to government. जहाँ पे आप toll ले रहे हो तो government का area है ना. Yeah. So this is the knowledge behind this para. And otherwise, how do you charge the toll rate? Total distance into toll rate per kilometer. If I am using the express highway Mumbai-Pune, it is 180 kilometers. Per kilometer, they are charging 10 rupees 1800 for a four-wheeler. And if it is a bus, 180 kilometers into 25, if it is a heavy loaded bus. So these are the way charges are fixed for tolls and all. We have worked out these problems. Education system, school, colleges, banks. I am expecting a question like this for bank. Banks may the major cost is admin, like depreciation and all of your furniture, laptops and desktops and all, and salary cost. And divide by number of clienteles you have in different areas. Right. Let us check up the booster notes, what we have written for this. Last class we have taken for joint product and byproduct. ये तो हमने कर लिया ना, joint product booster notes. Yeah. For service costing, I am checking the booster. What do you mean by total taking? Total taking is the total fare you are going to charge. Sometimes, once you complete the cost sheet for a transporter or hotel and all, fixed cost and variable cost, you get total cost. And then they say profit is percentage of cost. So वहाँ पे फिर आपको अपना दिमाग लगाना है. Cost plus profit is taking. Taking is like selling price. So if the percentage is 20% on cost, 120, 120. If the percentage is 20% on sales, take sales as 100. 20% is the profit. Cost will be 80. So once you get the total cost, divide by passenger kilometer or you divide by ton kilometer. Composite unit of measure is per passenger, per kilometer, per ton. See, दो denominator है. Kilometer भी कितना जाएगा vehicle और कितने passengers हैं. So that's called as composite unit of measure. Sometimes you have to work equivalent units and all. Because when students are operating the bus, those who stay within 5 kilometers, they are paying lower transport fees. Those who are coming from 20 kilometers, they are paying more. So it depends. So that time you have to put the weights and do. इसके लिए एक student और एक hotel का problem है. If you can do it, if I can show it now, we'll surely love to show all that also. Electricity, divide the total cost by kilowatt hours. Total cost of the policy by number of policies. Total cost by total insured value. What is the cost per vehicle? Those who are using total cost divide by number of vehicles भी कर सकते हो या फिर total cost divide by total kilometers these vehicles are traveling. Yeah, this one should be like by heart by all of you. Absolute and commercial ton kilometer. देखो screen पे. What is absolute? Ton kilometer plus ton kilometer, one distance to another distance. Commercial ton kilometers, we take average of tons. A plus B plus C divided by 3 multiplied by, one second, multiplied by total kilometers. Nothing given in exam, use absolute ton kilometers. Sometimes the return load is 0. They say we are going to unload the coal and return we will come vacant. Then also kilometers multiply by 2 you should do, because I told you खाली गाड़ी भी आएगी तो पेट्रोल तो लगेगा. Clear or not? Yeah. Let me show you that I told you know why you have to do equivalent units. वो एक problem मैं आपको बताती हूँ. This is a routine chapter. ये देखो semi variable and all. And if you know the cost per ton kilometer, profit if they give you the margin on sales. So it's 10% on sales. So take sales as 100, profit margin as 10 and cost be 90. If it is 10% on cost, take accordingly. जो भी ठीक है आपको जो लगे. This library is problem. We solve so many problems actually in our routine class. Yeah. Why do I do? This is a question for school. Driver's salary, cleaner's salary, license, insurance, depreciation. Diesel cost is for kilometers. So 10 kilometers for 18.50 is the diesel rate per liter. And in 1 liter diesel, your vehicle runs 10 kilometers. And total in a year, vehicle have run these many kilometers. While calculating kilometers, if it is 10 months only, the school buses use, take like that. 10 kilometers, 18.50 paisa. These many kilometers, how much? Cross multiply, you get answer. And how do you get kilometers? One bus is going 16 kilometers, 4 trips. सीनियर को ले जाके छोड़ते हैं, फिर जूनियर को ले जाके छोड़ते हैं, फिर जूनियर हाफ डे वापस ले जाके छोड़ते हैं, फिर सीनियर. So 4 round trips. So multiply by 2. And it is operating 24 days and 10 months. इसी calculation में गड़बड़ होती है. It's a challenge if the way I'm making these videos, is it helpful to you or not? It's a challenge for me. Teachers को पढ़ाना बहुत easy है. Routine class, I explain one concept, one problem and work. Service costing, we have done 7 classes in routine. तो वो बड़े मजेदार क्लास है. आप लोग कैलकुलेटर में चैट बॉक्स में मेरे से पहले आंसर देते हो. But when we record these kind of videos, so much we need to remember. That's why I'm saying I would be glad if you can comment below the video the words of it. If you have got so much of knowledge, अगर आपको लगा है कि हाँ हमको semi-variable overhead, absolute ton kilometers, all this is clear, I would be very glad to help you more. That will motivate me also. है ना? Thank you. चलो. Come back to this. Why I am saying one bus 16 kilometers. When I in my routine class, no. दीप्ति मैम सब नहीं पढ़ाते, आपको भी पढ़ना पड़ता है. आपको it's not how best I teach and how neat your notebooks are. Scratching is not a problem. It's a superb way of learning. Are you all getting? So scratch करो लेकिन करो. So I just pause in the class and then they revolve around the answer for 5-10 minutes, and then they say, oh ma'am, I didn't do two-way. Then why you didn't do 4 trips? No. I'll go from school, I'll pick up senior and come. I'll pick junior and come. Afternoon 1 o'clock, I will drop junior and come back khali. Then 4 o'clock, I'll drop senior and come back khali and pass the bus in school. So these are 4 round trips. That's why multiplied by 2 and 24 days in a month and 10 months. Why 10 months? 12 months तो नहीं आएगा. ठीक है? Right. Now, why am I doing equivalent students and cost per student and all? ठीक है? Right. चलो इसको करते हैं साथ में. 4 kilo total 120 students are doing there, 60 juniors and 60 seniors. This problem is very common. You must be having it on material maybe. So 120 students, 15% of the students means 18 students are there who are coming from 4 kilometers. 120 ke 30% students are coming from 8 kilometers and remaining are coming from 16. Now they are not paying equal fees. Suppose if those who are coming from 16 kilometers, they are paying full fees, 100%, 1 rupee. 8 kilometers, 50%. 4 kilometers, uska bhi half, 25. So if I say, you know why I am doing all this, just look here. Suppose if total cost is coming here, है ना, total cost है आपके पास 2,52,000. Just ऐसे आपको कुछ logic बता दें. 2,52,000 total cost. If I divide by 120 students, the answer will go wrong. Costing is so much of analysis. The more you read the question, the more you practice, your analytical skill will develop. ठीक है? 2,52,000. अगर cost of 120 students, you are charging equal cost to every student. They can give you total cost, add the profit, then take it at the freight charge, selling price, whatever you call it. But abhi profit ki baat hi nahi. I can't charge equal cost to all the students. But yeah, 18 students are paying 1/4 fees. Can I say they are equal to 4.5 full students? 36 students are paying half fees. Can I say they are equal to 18 students paying full fees? 4.5 students paying full fees? 66 students paying full fees? Total 88.5 students are paying full fees. If I divide 252, I think I need not do किया ही है. 252 divide by 12 इसलिए किया कि monthly करना था. This monthly cost divide by 88.5, 237.36 is the full fees. Divide by half, 8 kilometers. उसको भी divide by half, मतलब original का 1/4. Yeah. In my regular class, I explain, I make them write, I write. आपको भी होना तो वीडियो पॉज करो और ये देखो, और फिर भी कुछ डाउट है तो कमेंट बिलो द वीडियो इन YouTube. इक्विवेलेंट यूनिट कॉन्सेप्ट नहीं पढ़ा तो क्या पढ़ा सर्विस कॉस्टिंग में? रूटीन. हाँ, दिस इज नॉट अ बीकॉम काइंड ऑफ एग्जाम where you solve 50 problems of service costing and 40 problems of material and labor. It's not how many number of problems you are doing. It's the quality of problems. This is not a BCom style exam where the pattern is same, the data is same. Every problem of operating cost sheet is different. Passenger service, hospital, hotel, school transport bus. So you need to do quality good problems, and that's what I have maintained in my 20 years of teaching journey. One thing I'm honestly sharing with you, dear students, I have never compromised in the quality and the level of the problem which teacher should teach in the class. Then we are giving you professional coaching for a professional exam. Right or not? Otherwise, you will not realize, हाँ मैम ने तो 26 प्रॉब्लम कराई सर्विस कॉस्टिंग में, पता चला सब वही पैसेंजर ट्रांसपोर्ट ये वो इक्विवेलेंट यूनिट तो किया ही और वही आया एग्जाम. लाइब्रेरी तो किया नहीं, तो लाइब्रेरी में सब्सिडी भी मिलती है. हाउ डू यू ट्रीट दैट? So very important is sometimes we need to give you these benchmarks so that you realize when you are judging a teacher, mazak masti we also do in our regular class. I don't want serious students in my class, but definitely I want sincere and committed students. When I say I'm sitting in front of you, you work out kilometers, पूरी class answer देती है chat box में. And if they get, yeah ma'am, I also got 32,000 kilometers, genuine wala confidence is built up. Yeah, Dipti ma'am thought I will be able to do it in the final exam. And if they do mistake, oh, that scratching, that pinching in the regular class is so very important, so that you don't do any mistake in the final exam. Am I right or not? सिर्फ हिला हिला के हाँ मत बोलो, अगर कुछ गलत लग रहा है तो बोलो. Yeah, this is a case of a hotel, rent and all, and whatever is the total cost, profit is 20% on the cost. So total takings तक तो आ गया. Now we have 100 single rooms which are 100% occupied for 360 days, and the fare is this much. Now we have 50 double rooms. They are 80% occupied. So as good as 40 rooms into 360 days. So day rooms, we will get 14,400 day rooms. And single room, if they are paying 1, they are paying 2.5 times more. So though day rooms for double is 14,400, but equivalent day room is 36,000. Triple rooms are 30. But they are only 60% occupied. बाकी तो खाली रहते हैं. तो 60% मतलब 18 rooms, 360 days, and we charge 5 times the fare of the single room. So this is your equivalent rooms. If you divide this by your cost, you will get answer. Imagine if you divide your cost or your fare with 100 plus 150, 30. 180 is the number of rooms. तो फिर थोड़ी सही आएगा. 180 number of rooms will not give you the correct answer. Clear? Right. I think enough ना. मुझे बड़ा मजा आता है ये चैप्टर पढ़ाने में. तो I think I have gone in my regular class mode in teaching, but this is a revision video. Hope I have tried to justify my best. Thank you so much for watching till end. कितने लोग बस यहीं कट कर देते हैं. अब मैम वही बोलेंगे नोटिफिकेशन करो, 5 लोगों को शेयर करो, तो फिर करो ना. कुछ कमेंट भी करो बोलो तो हमें पता चले. Are you really understanding and are you writing the booster notes I have given? यहाँ तो कम booster notes थे, फिर भी थे. I've shown you my screen of the booster notes, but there are good number of booster notes and very very important in your EOQ, EBQ. One day before exam, if you revise all the booster notes, instead of going कि some chapters I revised everything और कुछ chapters ना revise करने के ही रह गए, चाहे छोटे हो, standard budget तक तो मैं पहुंची नहीं. It's not right. All the chapters format and booster notes you should revise first, and then you should go in the chapter wise revision. Okay, right. Thank you so much. Bye bye all of you. All the best to all of you, dear students. You are amazing. Well, you have got super patience and you will do super well in exam. Trust the path, trust your goal, trust this syllabus, trust the teachers, and trust yourself most. Bye. Hello, all of you. Here we begin with the revision of standard costing. Standard costing is the chapter where generally we are not able to apply everything logically. It's logical only. What do you mean by standard costing? It's a chapter where we compare what is the standard cost of this product, of this item, and what is the actual cost. And if there is a difference, that difference is called as what? Variance. Variance will be positive if standard cost is 10, actual cost is 7. Good. You were ready to pay 10 rupees cost, but your actual cost is 7. Positive variance. If standard cost is 10, actual cost is 12. Negative, unfavorable variance. So, this whole chapter, we are analyzing the variances. Okay. That and what is the result of those variances? Sometimes these variances, some may be favorable, some may be adverse. Like in case of material, quantity used actual is more than standard, but the actual rates are low than the standard. So overall impact is actual labor cost is low only. Are you all getting? So you have variance analysis in your syllabus for material, for the labor chapter, for the overhead, fixed and variable. Sometimes they're also asking you related to sales or the profit. Okay. So one by one variance, let us take up one variance, and it's not buttified formula, but there is some logic in which we are going to learn this chapter. So make sure when I share the screen, pause the video, write it down. If you don't write it, you will not understand this beautiful technique. And once you have done with, it will be very clear to you. Any problem of standard costing for 10 marks. Generally for 10 marks, they are asking you overhead variances or material or labor, you will be able to do it. Okay? Right? So now if I say there's a variance in material cost, it could be either quantity used, kam zyada hai, or price is more, or mix. Standard material A and B, they are used for 1 unit banane ke liye 2 kgs of A. B ka 3 kgs. But in actual, A we use 3 kg, B we use 2 kg. So mix could be different. So these are the reasons of variances. Now let us see how we can solve the material variance question. I'm directly sharing with all of you our booster notes. You make 4 columns. Okay, you're allowed to do like this in exam. And this is the way in our regular class, we make the columns. We try to learn the names of the variances first 2-3 classes. By 4th day, students are able to pick up and do it. Okay. Now, what is material variance? Standard quantity into standard price. But standard quantity of the material for AO, खास highlight करके मैंने लिखा है for AO. So standard quantity of the material for actual output. 1 unit requires 10 kg. So if you have produced 10,000 units, you require 1 lakh kg of material. Budgeted may be 120 kgs. So standard quantity of material required for actual output into standard price. Actual quantity into actual price. This is your actual material cost, second column. Third, actual quantity into standard price. Quantity अगर same है, price अगर आपने standard लिया, so this is your third column. Fourth column will come only when you have more than one type of material. Revised actual quantity into standard price. Are you all with me? And very clear, right? So standard quantity into standard price, standard quantity for actual output, actual quantity, actual price, actual quantity multiplied by standard price, and revised actual quantity is actual quantity only, but in the standard mix ratio. Are you all getting? Standard, I'll explain it with the help. And plus is favorable, minus is adverse. Now, let us come to the name of the ratio. ये देखो. Material cost variance. Material cost variance is material price variance, usage variance. Material cost variance. Suppose I am writing here 1 minus 2. Now what is my 1? What is my 1? Standard quantity into standard price. 2 is actual quantity into actual price. तो ये मटेरियल का मेन वेरिएंस हो गया 1 minus 2. Okay. Now this can further be segregated. If there is a variance in material, it could be because of the price, it could be because of the usage. So let us see material price variance. Material price variances and material usage. Let us take up material usage variance as 1 minus 3. I think better I'll take you to the main sheet where I have printed and given you the material, no? So there it will be clear to all of you. Are you able to see the screen? 1 second, I'll share it again. Yeah. Please come to the variance. ये देखो. Material cost variance. If there is a difference, it is either because of the price or because of the usage. Usage में difference है. It could be because of the mix, because of the yield. Are you all with me? Material cost variance is because of the price and usage. Usage variance is because of the mix and yield, right? Now, material cost variance, I said 1 minus 2. Standard quantity, standard price, actual quantity, columns which you have already made. Now, material usage variance is 1 minus 3. What is 1? Standard quantity for actual output into standard price, actual quantity into standard price. So usage में price is standard price. Only quantity is differing. Only quantity is differing. Then we have material yield variance. Usage में अगर फर्क पड़ रहा है तो या तो mix में फर्क है या yield में फर्क है. So standard quantity 1 minus 2, 1 minus 3, this is 1 minus 4. What is 1? Standard quantity, standard price. What is 4? Revised actual quantity. So many times in the exam, fourth column is not there because only one kind of material is there. So this will end it here. 1 minus 2, 1 minus 3, standard quantity, standard price minus revised actual quantity into standard price, 1 minus 4. Are you all getting? So here, standard price is same, only the quantity is differing. Now, 1 minus 2, 1 minus 3, 1 minus 4. This is 4 minus 3. 4 minus 3. What is 4? Revised actual quantity into standard price minus actual quantity into standard price. So if you have attended regular classes, हमने सिर्फ material variance ही 2 दिन किया, labor we did 1 by 1 step, then you will understand this revision video very thoroughly. So standard quantity into standard price, actual quantity into actual price, actual quantity into standard price, revised. These are 4 columns. 1 minus 2, 1 minus 3, 1 minus 4, 4 minus 3. Revised actual quantity and standard price, actual quantity, standard price. 3 minus 2. Actual quantity into standard price, actual quantity into actual. Actual price तो मालूम है आपको और actual quantity into standard. अब फर्क किसका आ रहा है? सिर्फ price. Price is different. Are you all getting? 1 minus 2, 1 minus, this is now you do it. In exam you will not be required. Students have attended the class and they have just completed it perfectly well after this. Okay? See, this looks like something, but when you understand it and if you do the mind mapping, you will not have to draw this in exam. The way they have solved the problem in study material, that is the way you will solve it. Yes or no? 1 minus 2, standard quantity into standard price, actual quantity into actual price. 1 minus 3, 1 minus 4, 4 minus 3, 3 minus 2. This you remember. Now material cost variance is because of the price. Quantity is same. or usage, quantity is different, price is same, or mix and eat. And columns तो मालूम है ना, standard quantity, standard price, actual quantity, actual price, actual quantity, standard price, revised actual quantity. Like this you get the answer. Let me see if I can share with all of you one notebook. अच्छा, like this पहले नाम पढ़ लेते हैं. In material, if the purchase variance is there, then purchase quantity into standard price, purchase quantity into actual price. So अगर purchase price variance में if there is a difference, you will come to know. Exactly same is the labor variance. Labor cost variance is labor rate, वहाँ material price, here labor rate, and labor efficiency, material usage, so labor efficiency. Labor efficiency is labor mix and sub-efficiency. 1 minus 2, 1 is standard hours for actual output, not standard hours, budgeted hours, what they give. Standard hours for actual output into standard rate. Actual hours into actual rate. Third is actual hours into standard rate. Fourth is revised actual hours into standard. You know one thing, dear students, once you are comfortable with the names, look at these columns. ये तो क्लियर है ना, लेबर कॉस्ट वेरिएंसेस रेट एंड एफिशिएंसी, एफिशिएंसीज मिक्स, ये लर्न ही नहीं करना पड़ता है, स्टूडेंट्स करते हैं. ये देखो exactly same like material is labor. Standard hours for actual output into standard rate, actual hours into actual rate, actual hours into standard rate, revised actual hours into standard rate. हर जगह पे you are following standard rate except for the second one, which is your actual material cost, actual labor cost. Easy. Now come to the variable overhead. Standard hours for actual output into standard rate, actual variable overhead, actual hours into standard rate. Same variable cost में तीन ही है. Mix and also fourth column is not there. Or variable cost per unit अगर दिया है, this was per hour, per unit है. Actual output into standard rate, actual variable overhead, actual hours into standard rate. Same three columns and you are done. Now, how do you get the standard rate of variable overhead per hour? Budgeted variable overhead divided by budgeted hours. Budgeted over by budgeted unit करोगे तो standard rate per unit. Is it very easy or not? First material करने में time लगता है, then it is same, and 1 minus 2, 1 minus 3, 1 minus 4, 4 minus 3, 3 minus 2. Rate, material cost variance to decide price and decide efficiency. Efficiency, sub-efficiency, mix. Okay? Right. Fixed overhead may be same. Actual output into standard rate per unit. Actual, second column is actual cost, actual fixed cost. Here one more will come, budgeted fixed overhead. So the third column, actual hours into standard rate, will go to the fourth one. Okay? Fixed overhead. And there is a fifth one also in the fixed overhead, possible budgeted overhead. Budgeted overhead into actual days by budgeted days if they give you. Okay? Actual output into standard rate is fixed overhead. Actual fixed overhead, budgeted fixed overhead, actual hours into standard rate, budgeted fixed overhead into actual days by budgeted days only if they give you dates. Sales is exactly like material and labor. Budgeted quantity, budgeted price, actual quantity, actual price, actual quantity, budgeted price, revised actual quantity, budgeted price. But here plus is adverse. क्योंकि अगर आपका स्टैंडर्ड सेल से एक्चुअल सेल्स कम है, ये पॉजिटिव है आंसर, ये 10 रुपए 8 रुपए प्लस, तो अच्छी बात नहीं है ना. एक्चुअल सेल्स शुड बी मोर. Profit, budgeted quantity into budgeted margin, actual quantity into actual margin, actual quantity into budgeted margin, revised actual quantity into budgeted margin. Clear? Generally we do material labor overhead, distribution में भी सब जल्दी समझ में आता है, इसमें भी आएगा, provided you have applied this in your regular this thing. Now one thing very important here is When I'm talking with all of you of labor variance, cost is rate and efficiency, efficiency is mixed. Sometimes idle labor hours are given. Idle hours, you all know, जो hours waste हो जाते हैं. So labor idle time variance is always negative. ठीक है, right? And balancing figure will be then labor sub efficiency variance. वो भी होता है. Variable overhead cost variance is expenditure variance and efficiency hours में variable overhead में फर्क पड़ता है ना, hours efficiency here expenditure. Efficiency is variable overhead idle time if they give you idle hours and all, and this is ये कभी आते हैं. Otherwise standard hours into standard rate, actual hours into actual rate, actual hours into standard rate. 1 minus 2, 1 minus 3, 3 minus 2. If they give you variable overhead के idle hours into standard rate, this variance is always negative, and this minus this will be the balancing. And I hope you remember इन दोनों का total ये आएगा, इन दोनों का total ये आएगा. So if you check the variance, combined problems, what we have done, if you check it orally also, you'll get the answer. Fixed overhead cost variance. Fixed overhead cost variance. Expenditure and volume. This was expenditure and efficiency. Here it is expenditure and volume. Fixed overhead volume variance is capacity, efficiency and calendar. 5 column है. Capacity, efficiency and calendar. 1 minus 2, 1 minus 3, 1 minus 4, 4 minus 3, 3 same. Only if calendar days are given, then 5 minus 3 and here 4 minus 5. In our routine class, I have taught you all this. Actual output into standard rate, actual fixed overhead. Third column is budgeted fixed overhead. Fourth column is actual hours into standard rate. And fifth column is possible overhead. ठीक है? Sales, so it is too easy. Sales variance may be because of the price and volume, exactly same like material and labor. Volume could be because of the mix and quantity. Budgeted quantity, budgeted price, actual quantity, actual price, actual quantity, budgeted selling price, revised actual quantity, budgeted selling price. These are the 4 columns. 1 minus 2, 1 minus 3, 1 minus 4, 4 minus 3, 3 minus 2. Budgeted variance could be because of the price and volume. Volume could be because of the mix and quantity. Same for the margin. But while calculating margin, budgeted margin is standard selling price minus standard cost. Actual margin is actual selling price minus standard cost only, not actual cost. Yes? And you can apply the formula and do. Budgeted quantity, budgeted margin, actual quantity, actual margin, actual quantity, budgeted margin, revised actual quantity, budgeted margin. Sales margin is price and volume, volume is mix and quantity. Is this clear to all of you? Generally, they ask you simple problems. And what is the advantages? You get to know variance and एक problem मैं आपको share करती हूँ. कभी-कभी जब combine पूछते हैं ना, don't lose it. It's like super scoring. Let me come to our routine answer notebook. It's the best way, dear students. I could have revised this. Chapter बहुत easy है, लेकिन आपको करना तो पड़ेगा ना, मतलब पहले से तभी आएगा आपको. Sometimes variance is given and you have to find reverse answer. That also you should know. Yeah, this is it. See, it's simple. Hai. 3 kind of the product you are selling. So you are allowed to make columns like this in exam. Budgeted quantity, budgeted price, actual quantity, actual price, actual quantity, budgeted price, revised actual quantity, budgeted price. Now just fill up and you get the answers. Sales, variance, price, yeah, volume. Volume is equal to mix and quantity. And you know the concept. This is the way. Labor. ये देखो, standard hours for actual output 900 hours into standard rate. Actual hours 1050 hours into actual rate. Actual hours into standard rate. Revised actual hours is 1050 only, but in this ratio. 1050 only, but in this ratio. 16:6:3. ये रहे, working भी किया हमने कैसे. Once you get this answer, then you can calculate cost variances, rate and efficiency. Efficiency is mixed. 1 minus 2, 1 minus 3, 1 minus 4, 4 minus. Problems are super easy. अगर आपको वेरिएंस दिया है और आपको रिवर्स भी पूछे ना, आ जाएगा. And see, these are 119ers. Material, फिर labor, फिर variable overhead. ये कैसे हैं? These are combined problems. So combined problems are so or easy. And these are reverse problems. If they give you the variance, you will be able to find it. I was feeling like while revision, let me put all the videos. This chapter is like that. If you want once, I'll share the booster notes also. तो आप लोग को समझ में आया या नहीं, just एक बार आप देख लो. These are regular notebook. I've shared the answer. ये बजट के साथ वाला क्वेश्चन भी अच्छा है. 14th question, we have done it in our regular class. Budget is 80 and actual 72. You cannot compare. If actual is 72, budget also should be 72, no? Flexible budget. And then you get the variance, and then you can easily prove these variances also. Yes? Right. Yeah, please look at this table and tell me if you want, take it in your notebook. ये clear है या नहीं आपको? एक ही पेज में सब just आ गया. Material variance, labor variance, standard hours, standard rate, actual hours, actual rate, actual hours, standard rate, revised actual hours, standard. Same for variable overhead, for fixed overhead, sales, profit, and so on. That's all, dear students. If you feel I have not justified, because generally, you know, Dipti ma'am is income tax पढ़े या कुछ भी पढ़े, हम logic से करते हैं. 100 का index 317 हो गया है, तो इसका कितना है all. But standard costing के जो terms हैं, especially fixed overhead, capacity and volume and efficiency, you have to go by this method. 1 minus 2, 1 minus 3, 1 minus 4, 4 minus 3, 3. It's not in the regular class. I have explained you the logic also. That here only there is difference between the price. Here only there is a difference between usage. But if you try to learn the formula, no, कहाँ standard quantity लेना है, कहाँ actually you'll be confused. And you cannot miss out these marks if they ask you in question number 1, 5 marks. तो करके जाओ, easy है, right? And any doubt you have, you can surely connect with us. Thank you so much, dear students. All the best to all of you. Bye-bye. So did you enjoy these conceptual learning? If yes, then below the video, the link is given for our Telegram group. You can join. For concept classes app, you can download. Lot of videos are there in the free content also, along with the PDF material. So whole chapter, you can download the material. You can watch all the videos in detail and do learning. Lot of theory questions, other PDFs are all included. Okay, right? So do connect with us with all the links below. If you have any query, you can write a mail and you can connect with us through the link, and would be more than glad to help you join our concept classes app community, waiting to welcome you all. Right? Thank you so much. Wish you very all the best. And if you really like these kind of the concepts, hit the notification button, hit the like button, so that you're notified next time when we are taking a lecture or we are uploading it in the YouTube. And do share this video with friends. Do comment below the video for any query also, any doubt also, and if you have really taken some value addition. I'm on a mission to help more than 10,000 students. I really want to help by putting a lot of value addition with the way I have learned. These all subjects are interlinked, account, tax, costing, FM, and you will enjoy this interlinking knowledge. Wish you all the best. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello, all of you. Here we begin with the revision of marginal costing, one of the very important chapter at interlevel and also final exam. In question number 1, only 5 marks they are asking the question, and when it comes in 10 marks, it is super scoring. That if they change the cost, what it will be and all. Now, to understand marginal costing, there are some formulas, but those formulas and all are very logical. We can easily understand and do that, right? So let us begin the revision of marginal costing. Let us divide this learning into two parts. One is formula-based question for marginal costing, and another is reconciliation. Okay, right. Just give me 1 second. I am switching on the main of laptop. 1 second. Thank you for waiting. Yeah. And the second part of the marginal costing is reconciliation. That whatever profit comes as per the normal, your costing P&L or your cost sheet is different than as per marginal costing, it is different. Because in marginal costing, you value all your stock at variable cost. Whereas here, in your normal cost sheet, you're valuing the stock. Whatever, 3 types of stocks are there, raw material, work in progress, finished goods, you're valuing it at total cost, fixed cost and variable. So there's where the difference comes. So both of it we will check up. Going by the trend, because this is the gist revision video, and going by the trend, since long they have not asked the reconciliation, but 10 marks questions are super scoring. Today I'm doing revision from the formulas and material, but material institutes, materials problems are also very logical and very simple. Once you understand in the flow, you can go on doing. When you do marginal costing, there is nothing like kahan se shuru karna hai. You can start whatever data is given and whatever you know, and you will come to the answer. It's like doing ratio analysis. If they give ratios, how do you make the balance sheet? Or if they give balance sheet, how do you calculate the ratios? You can start with current ratio, you can start with quick ratio, whatever data is given, we hold on to the data and start the calculation, right? The basic meaning of marginal cost is the variable cost. We all should know when we talk about cost, we divide it into fixed cost, which is constant in total, like rent of the factory. Ab kitna bhi production karo, the rent of the factory is fixed. Salary of our employees fixed. So fixed cost is constant in total. Variable cost is constant per unit. Variable cost is constant per unit. So if you produce 100 units, 1 rupee variable cost 100 rupees. If you produce 200, variable cost total will change, but per unit is fixed. In between variable and fixed cost, there's an element semi-variable overhead, which we have studied in the cost sheet, we have studied here, we have already done it in the operating costing, budgeting, so many chapters. Yeah, but I'll explain once again here. Overhead chapter में भी किया है हमने, cost sheet बनाते वक्त भी किया है. If they give you semi-variable overhead, in semi-variable overhead there is an element of fixed cost which is constant, and there is an element of the variable cost per unit. Okay, right? So how to segregate semi-variable overhead into fixed cost and variable cost, that I will tell you now. Okay? Right, sure. Let us begin. I'm sharing the screen with my booster notes. If you want, pause the video, take the screenshot and write these notes. Okay? Fixed cost is constant in total. Variable cost is constant per unit. Semi-variable cost can be segregated into fixed cost and variable cost. Change in cost by change in unit. Change in cost by change in unit. That is the variable cost. Are you getting? Semi-variable cost, if it is increasing with the production, no. That is only because of the variable factor, क्योंकि fixed cost तो fixed है. So change in cost by change in unit. This is the variable cost per unit. Now look at the screen. Yeah, just see this table and you will be clear of. Sales, you know, variable cost, you know, contribution, you know, fixed cost. Now, if there is an increase 20% in the number of units sold, the sales in total is increasing, per unit is fixed. Variable cost is 30% of the sales. यहाँ भी. So per unit तो same है, but total increase हो रहा है. Fixed cost is constant in total. So your profit is increasing. Now when production and all is increasing by 20%, the profit is almost increasing by 70%. Because when sales is increasing, variable cost is increasing proportionately, fixed cost is constant. So profit is increasing at still a higher rate. Are you all getting? Right? Same way, if there is little drop in sales by 20%, the variable cost is also dropping and fixed cost is constant. So the profit is dropping at a higher rate. That's why if little also sales is reduced, the salesmen are in so much of pressure. Every sales return is answerable. When I'm doing this table, you have a topic called financial management is a subject in group 2. And there you have topic on leverages. Operating leverage, the financial leverage, the combined leverage, and this is how the same concept is workable there. If sales increases, profit increases at a higher rate because fixed cost is constant. But if sales decreases little bit, 20%, profit decreases at a higher rate as the fixed cost is constant. Okay? Now, in this marginal costing, we have a chart analysis that is called a chart. नहीं है, पानी पूरी नहीं है. This is a chart. Break-even point chart. Break-even point is that point. इतना sale करो कि neither there is profit nor there is loss. See, every person is doing business with an intention to earn profit, right or not? So break-even point is that level of the sales. That level of the sales where you are making no profit, no loss. Now I'll tell you, dear students, you all are students, I am teacher, we are learning marginal costing. If you go to your Xerox banana, भैया 50 पैसा per page, but मुझे तो 500 पेज कराना है. चलो, he said 40. I am asking 30. He said नहीं परवड़ता. When someone tells you no, it will not work out to me, he knows what is this fixed cost and variable cost. Okay, everyone is opening the shutter and doing the business with an intention to make profit. But worst case, chalo, if profit is not there, then at least if profit is not there, koi profit nahi hai, so at least your cost should be covered up. Otherwise, at loss, so you cannot sell your product, no? Right? So, break-even point is that much quantity of sales where there is no profit or loss. On x-axis, you draw number of units produced and sold. On y-axis, profit and turnover. Now, fixed cost pehle draw kar lo, ye raha. Fixed cost is constant. Irrespective of number of units sold, fixed cost is constant. Your variable cost goes like this, from 0 to up. The more number of units you sell, the variable cost is going up. And total cost starts from here. Total cost is starting from here. Even if you produce and sell 0 unit, fixed cost तो रहने ही वाला है ना? So the total cost will start from here. Okay? Right. And now sales. Sales from here till up. Okay? Now, where the sales and total cost lines are intersecting, sales and total cost lines are intersecting, that point is called as break-even point. So you produce and sell these many units, Above this, the cost is low, total cost is low, and sales is high. This is profit. Below this, the cost is high and the sales is low. There is loss. Are you getting? Now this green color के pen से जो मैंने किया है ना, that is called as angle of incidence. The gap between the cost and the sales is profit. The wider this gap, the profit is more. Imagine you are having your total cost here. है नहीं? ऐसे ही. Suppose your total cost is here. So your profit margin is more, no? Angle of incidence in 10 rupees sales. If your total cost is 7, you are making a profit of 3. Are you all enjoying or not? I'm not directly starting with the formula के exam में ऐसा ऐसा आता है, वो तो करेंगे. But at least you understand the concept. Draw the break-even chart and explain it in one line point. लिखो, करके आओ. Out of 100 students, 10 are also not going to attempt this question. You attempt it, you will get marks. 10 sales है, 7 cost है, the profit is 3. And if your sales is 10, if your cost is 5, the profit is 5. So if your total cost is low, your profit margin is high, your angle of incidence is high. Right? Okay. So now, what I want to say is, in the break-even chart, wider the angle of incidence, better the profit for the company. Are you all clear with this? So this is all about the break-even chart. Nice, clear? Yeah. Now, break-even chart we should know how to. It is also called as CVP, cost volume profit analysis. The more the volume and turnover you do, it is better for the organization, right? So wider the angle of incidence, better the profit. Okay. And let us use it, formula also. What is PV ratio? Contribution by sales into 100. PV ratio. What is PV ratio? Matlab profit volume ratio. In the sales, there is a statement. No, we use. I must have given that statement also. नहीं दिया तो अभी जो हमने किया ना ये statement ही था. 1 minute. Come here and understand the statement first. Yeah, please look at the screen. Sales minus variable cost is covered up contribution. Minus fixed cost, you get profit. So many times, if your variable cost is 3 and some special order is coming at 4 rupees, also we sell it. Because even if I don't take this special order of 4 rupees, my fixed cost is going to be constant. Fixed cost तो लगना ही है. So even if I sell at 4, I will make a marginal contribution or profit of 1 rupee. Every time you cannot do like that. You need to cover your fixed cost. But अगर कोई special order आ रहा है और कोई बड़ा order and he's saying I'm ready to buy at 3.5, 0.5 तो आप कमा लोगे. Because without this special order also, at least your fixed cost is so constant. It is there only, right? Sure. Let us take up now these formulas for PV ratio. Contribution by sales into 100. And PV ratio is also 100 minus variable cost. If variable cost is 60%, then contribution or the PV ratio is 40%. PV ratio is also margin of safety by profit. Margin of safety by profit. You know now what is margin of safety? Actual sales minus the break-even. Break-even sales is that sales where there is no profit, no loss. Uske beyond what sales you are doing, that additional sales, what you are doing, actual sales above the break-even sales, this difference is called as margin of safety sales, where you make profit. Yes, PV ratio is also equal to change in profit by change in sales into 100, and I've done star mark because this formula is used so many times. PV ratio is also equal to change in contribution by change in sales into 100. Higher the PV ratio, higher the profit, higher the sales. PV ratios जितना ज़्यादा है, it is good. Your cost will be covered up. ठीक है? Right. These formulas are interlinked. So I have started with PV ratio. You can also start with break-even point. Break-even point in units is fixed cost by contribution per unit. Okay, ठीक है? So fixed cost is, you know one thing or not, that at the break-even sales your contribution and fixed cost is same. Your screen is creating a problem. Yeah, at break-even point in rupees, the fixed cost and total contribution is same. So if you do fixed cost by contribution per unit, or you do total contribution by contribution per unit, are you all getting? At break-even point, your fixed cost and contribution is same. That's why contribution minus fixed cost, the profit and loss is 0. So now at break-even point, fixed cost by contribution per unit ले लो या total contribution by contribution per unit, it will come same. Now break-even point in units too, I told you now. Break-even point in units, you can also do break-even sales divided by selling price. Break-even point is rupees is fixed cost by PV ratio. Now use this fourth formula, and if you want to earn profit, fixed cost plus profit by PV ratio. So this is going to be your desired sales. आपको प्रॉफिट कितना चाहिए? 1 लाख. फिक्स्ड कॉस्ट कितना है? 50,000. Divide by PV ratio. You need to sell this much, or your sales is this much, fixed cost is this, so desired profit. Anything you can calculate. Some of you may be feeling I'm using some formulas and all, but जब आप इसको लॉजिक से करोगे, एक प्रॉब्लम के साथ सॉल्व करोगे, तो things will be clear. Margin of safety sales is sale above the break-even point, which helps to generate profit. Actual sales minus the break-even sales, that is margin of safety sales. Margin of safety sales in quantity is margin of safety divided by selling. कितने units you are selling above the break-even point to get profit? There are different ways of getting. Margin of safety sales is profit by PV ratio. Break-even sales is fixed cost by PV ratio. Fixed cost और profit को मिला दिए, ये देखो मैंने लिखी हुई है. Margin of safety is profit by PV ratio. Break-even is fixed cost by PV ratio. दोनों को मिला दो, so you get your total actual sales is equal to fixed cost plus profit by PV ratio. Yeah. Actual sales is equal to profit plus fixed cost divided by PVR. Sometimes this formula is also used like this. Profit is equal to margin of safety into PV ratio. These are looking like formula, but in the regular class, when we understand and we do, it is clear. So this is just a revision. You all have attended the classes and you know it. Shutdown point. It is avoidable fixed cost by PV ratio. Yeah. Avoidable fixed cost is total fixed cost minus unavoidable, जिसको हम avoid ही नहीं कर सकते हैं. So you get avoidable fixed cost by PV ratio. Okay. Now cash break-even point. You all know what is break-even point. Cash break-even point is generally break-even point का क्या formula है? Fixed cost by PV ratio or contribution per unit. So here cash break-even point में from the fixed cost can be minus non-cash expense like depreciation and amortization of goodwill and all, so that we get the cash break-even point. Yes. Indifference point, आप कितना भी producer sale करो कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता. That is difference in the fixed cost. Two options. Divide by the difference in the variable cost, or Difference in fixed cost divided by difference in variable cost ratio. Now, this is not enough for marginal costing. Let me share with all of you our routine class and some of the problems which we have done, including the reconciliation. Yes, here we go. Very nice. These problems are, once you understand a bit, अगर ये change होगा तो क्या होगा, ये होगा तो क्या होगा, we should know. How to segregate the fixed cost into variable cost, so we all know. ये देखो. Sales minus the variable cost is contribution minus fixed cost is profit. Now PV ratio is contribution by sales into 100. 350 by 1250 into 100. Break-even point is fixed cost by contribution per unit. Now desired sales is equal to fixed cost plus profit. See, you know your fixed cost is 280. You want to earn 70,000 profit. Or fixed cost 280 है. So you have to get 3,50,000 as your contribution. 350 contribution at the rate of 28% means 100 में contribution is 28%. So 350 में कितना होगा? 12,50,000. If you make 12,50,000 sales, you will be able to earn profit. So either if they give profit, you can calculate sales. In exam, if they give you 1250 sales there, so profit kitna hoga? 70,000. You can come. Yes. Once you know the break-even point fixed cost by PV ratio, your break-even sales is 10 lakhs, but your actual sales is 1250. So your margin of safety till 10 lakh sales, no profit, no loss. 1250 mein you are making 70,000 profit. So margin of safety is the additional sales of 2,50,000 are you getting from the screen. Your break-even sales is 10 lakhs and your actual sales is 12,50,000. So 2,50,000 sales, margin of safety 2,50,000. Yes, okay, that is the additional sales in which 28% profit 70,000 is come. This is like proving all the ways. Problems are going to be very easy, ma'am. ये सब करना पड़ेगा, बिल्कुल नहीं करना पड़ेगा. I am telling you, till 10 lakh sales, no profit, no loss. Then your actual sales is 1250. So 2,50,000 additional sales is margin of safety sales. Into 28%, you do 70,000. Margin of safety into PV ratio is profit, or PV ratio is equal to profit by margin of safety. ये देखो उसी के नीचे क्या हुआ है? Whatever you want, you can apply and do. See. So anyhow, you can use. And now once you know the formula, and if they ask you कि थोड़ा सा change होगा, तो how you will do? If the selling price is changing and all, then you can do it. This is also a very popular question. Contribution, you know, एक का 40, एक का 20. This is asked in joint product, by product also. I'm going into some problems because you all have this material, you have done it in regular class. Now in revision, if you revise it, keeping your notebook open, you will do the revision at a very faster pace. Sales mix is 4:3. Contribution, generally J's contribution is high. So produce J more. But there is mix. If you produce 4 units of J, 3 units of K होते हैं, joint product है. So what is your contribution mix? 160 and 20 into 360. Now, fixed cost, 6,16,000 into 160 by 220, 616 into 60 by 220. Are you all getting? 6,16,000 is total fixed cost. Can you apportion it in the ratio of the contribution? Answer is yes. So you are getting fixed cost as 4,48,000 and divide by fixed cost means at the break-even point fixed cost and total contribution are same. At break-even point, your total contribution and total fixed cost are same. So fixed cost 448, total contribution भी 448 है. Contribution आपका 40 है. So 11,200 units are produced and sold for J. और वैसे ही K, so you get the break-even point. है ना? It's a nice problem. Right now the material cost is 40. If it is increasing, if labor is increasing, overhead is increasing, total cost is increasing. Now if cost is increasing and selling price is same, तो profit तो कम हो जाएगा ना? Are you all with me? Cost is increasing, selling price is same, so profit will decrease. No, if cost is increasing, I want the same increased profit, percentage of profit. तो selling price बढ़ा दो. सर क्या करें, हमारा कॉस्ट ही बढ़ गया है, डीजल बढ़ गया है, सर जीएसटी बढ़ गया है. Listen this in the market, no? If selling price is same, the profit will reduce because cost is increasing. If increased cost के साथ भी you want the same profit, then let the selling price go up. Simple logic. So these are all very nice problem. I think आप ये सब कर पाओगे. रूटीन में रिवाइज करो. कहीं कोई डाउट है, just comment below the video, put it in the chat box. You all are there. You have purchased the regular class. You have purchased this just revision videos in the app. So definitely you all are there in the challenges group where you can post all your last moment doubts, and I am doing audio clearing for it. Okay? Right. Yeah, reconciliation. In marginal costing, sales minus the variable cost. Variable factory cost and selling cost will give you contribution. Less fixed cost will give you profit, 4680. Now, let us go by the absorption costing. In absorption costing, what you do? Sales. Your variable cost and fixed cost, जो भी आया है आपका, your opening stock and your closing stock में, you are taking variable and fixed element both. So, you are taking variable element 11 plus fixed cost 2, 13. And closing stock to hai 20. First in, first out, no? So closing stock is latest production. 21,15,000 is the cost of 160 unit produced. So 20,000 closing stock ka kitna? So this. Are you all getting? And selling expenses also. So what is the difference in the absorption cost sheet and marginal? Marginal में all your stocks, work in progress, finished goods, you are taking at the variable cost, and here you are taking it at the total cost. Clear or not? So obviously the profit is differing. Profit as per marginal costing is coming to 239,375, whereas absorption is 259, because under valuation of the opening and closing stock in marginal cost. Marginal costing में closing stock आपने 11 rupees पे लिया variable, whereas there it is 30. So now if you also decide to do 13, stock बढ़ जाएगा तो profit बढ़ जाएगा, less कर दो. Opening stock there you have valued 13, here you valued 11 in marginal. Now if you also value at 13, opening stock बढ़ जाएगा तो profit will reduce. ठीक है? Right. So this is all about the reconciliations of marginal and absorption costing. Our study materials, 3 quality good problems we have done, and they are only repeatedly asked. So make sure you do it. This is also a nice one, single problem on indifference point. Means there are 2 to 3 projects. कोई भी करो, क्या फर्क नहीं पड़ता है. Whether you want to produce A or B or A or C or 2 products. So difference, cost of indifference point is difference in fixed cost by difference in variable cost. And then you analyze according to the benchmarks given. I think you'll understand this. ये सब किए हमने. I'm just scrolling my old routine class. And let us check up some theory questions are there here. Now I'm skipping the formulas because we have done all this, and this is a very easy, like PV ratio का significance क्या है? It's a basic indicator of the profit. Higher the PV ratio, better the firm. Improvement of the PV ratio कैसे करेंगे and all that. Break even point. Fixed cost by PV ratio. So break even quantity. ठीक है. Cash break even point में only cash fixed cost you take. Write a short note on angle of incidence. The gap between the total cost and the sales. Higher that gap, more is the profit. Margin of safety sales is sales above the break-even point. Indifference point. Indifference point कैसे calculate करोगे? Difference in fixed cost by difference in variable cost ratio or PV ratio, जो भी है. So if your production is below the indifference point, then जहाँ पे fixed cost कम है चले जाओ. At the indifference point, it doesn't make a difference. Higher the indifference point, wherever profit is more, go for that option. There are limiting factors. Sometimes, ma'am, जिसका contribution ज़्यादा है, let us produce that, but it's not right, dear students. जिसका contribution ज़्यादा है, you cannot produce that. Right. Because there are limiting factors. It's like a product has got higher contribution, I will produce, but the raw material is not available or labor is not available, resources are not there, money is not there. Acha, A has got high contribution, you will produce A and keep more. Utna sale bhi to hona chahiye na. So then multiply the contribution with the limiting factor. Just now I told you sales mix wala. Advantages of marginal costing, it's helpful very quickly in pricing policy. It gives you true profit, helps you to control your expenditure and decision making and all. But for short term, long term, you need to absorb fixed cost also, no? Marginal costing का सबसे बड़ा limitation है every overhead and expenditure they want you to segregate into variable, fixed, and which is not possible every time. Difficult to classify the fixed and variable and all. Contribution is not final. Wrong pricing decisions. ठीक है? Right. Wrong pricing decision means every time you cannot just cover up in your variable cost and sell. Fixed cost कौन cover करेगा? And stock valuations and all. It's not correct. There are certain assumptions. Write a short note on cost, volume, profit analysis. This is another theory question you can do. Yeah, these kind of problems are coming in question number 1 only and super scoring. Now you know what is fixed cost, you know what is contribution. So reverse, you can work out the things and get the answer. ये 15 class में किए हैं. Yeah, reconciliation is here. In your absorption costing, sales minus the variable cost. This is marginal costing. ओपनिंग स्टॉक क्लोजिंग स्टॉक सब वेरिएबल पे ले रहे हैं. ओपनिंग स्टॉक में मटेरियल लेबर वेरिएबल फैक्ट्री ओवरहेड ओपनिंग स्टॉक. फिक्स्ड कॉस्ट इज नीचे, सेल्स माइनस वेरिएबल कॉस्ट, यहीं पे स्टॉक आ गया. whereas if you take absorption costing, your opening stock में variable and fixed cost both. So in the reconciliation, only difference in the marginal and absorption costing is here all decisions are taken based on variable, here fixed and variable both. ठीक है? All clear to all of you? Right. So this is how we complete the revision. These generally we have done revision quite in depth. I've tried to bring with you that J and K wala problem on screen. And now combos are also asked, margin and costing and budgeting, like that. So be prepared for that. But this is a chapter where if you have done regular class thoroughly, the formulas revise karo, 15-20 minutes your revision is done. Okay, right? Thank you so much for watching the video till end. Do share it with your friends if you feel these booster notes which I have shared. एक साथ पूरे. You may not understand all the booster notes because वो regular 7 classes है margin and costing के, और एक दिन आप देखो कलर भी चेंज हो रहा है इनका booster notes में. They have been written not at a stretch, but still if you have a gist like this, one day before the exam with this revision video, you can revise all the formulas, right? Thank you so much. Bye bye all of you. Make sure you attempt the class test which is given along with this revision video for margin and costing, and I will to correct and give the paper. You all check it yourself also. Okay? Right. So did you enjoy these conceptual learning? If yes, then below the video the link is given for our Telegram group. You can join for concept classes app. You can download. Lot of videos are there in the free content also, along with the PDF material. So whole chapter, you can download the material, you can watch all the videos in detail and do learning. Lot of theory questions, other PDFs are all included. Okay, right? So do connect with us with all the links below. If you have any query, you can write a mail and you can connect with us through the link, and would be more than glad to help you join our concept classes app community, waiting to welcome you all, right? Thank you so much. Wish you very all the best. And if you really like these kind of the concepts, hit the notification button, hit the like button, so that you're notified next time when we are taking a lecture or we are uploading it in the YouTube. And do share this video with friends. Do comment below the video for any query also, any doubt also, and if you have really taken some value addition. I'm on a mission to help more than 10,000 students. I really want to help by putting lot of value addition with the way I have learned. These all subjects are interlinked: account, tax, costing, FM. And you will enjoy this interlinking knowledge. Wish you all the best. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello, all of you. Here we begin the revision of budgetary control. One of my favorite topic, because it's not like all the our favorite. Service costing is favorite. This is favorite because it's very easy. And when I'm going to teach you budgeting, you all have completed accounts with me. If you remember departmental accounts, somewhere we have touched up the concepts of budgeting when we prepare different kind of budgets. Now, what do you mean by this chapter? This is one of the important element in costing we should know, that is budgeting. Budgeting is a plan. Can we make a plan for the next week, for the next month, for the next year? Answer is yes, we can. Now, when we are making budget, it's like, suppose you want to make a travel budget. You want to make a travel plan first कि कहाँ जाना है आपको, कितना बजट लगेगा, कितने दिन के लिए जाना है, what all destinations you will cover, how many days, how many people, you want to go solo, with family, with friends, how. So this is the way in the budget, in business also, however good we are performing is our cost sheet. Our integrated final accounts gives us the profit. But when we want to progress ahead, we need to prepare budget. Okay, I am operating my business at 80% capacity. Yes, what if I operate at 100%? My turnover will increase, my variable cost will increase, fixed cost will be same. In the same factory where you are manufacturing 80%, if you manufacture 20% more, my fixed cost will be same. And semi-variable, of course, it depends. But only making 100%, 80% production को 100% ले जाना ठीक है, you will be able to do it. But the thing is, 80% sales is having how much market? Are you having market for selling additional 20%? Yes. So now this all kind of the budgets are linked, and the most important budget we should understand and prepare first is sales budget. कितना बेचना है अगले महीने, next week, next quarter, next year, how much you want to sell, what is your target? It's not just do more production. If you do more production and dump it, it's of no use, no? So budgeting chapter will give you, first of all, sales budget. How much you are planning to sell in units and at what price, so in amounts. Once you know, okay, this much I have to sell, and next month sale 50% should be in my closing stock. Opening stock is this. You know, we have some ratios, stock and sales, stock turnover ratio. Okay, if every month you are selling 2 lakhs, next month also 2 lakh, so 1 lakh का तो आपके पास stock होना है, बाकी 1 lakh you can purchase. So from the stock budget, can we make the purchase or the production budget? Production budget only. Okay, you want to sell 10 units? 2 units you have to keep in stock, 12 units. 12 minus 1 you already have. 11 you need to produce. So the second budget, I'm not showing anything on the screen, but this is just a mind mapping for this chapter, very scoring. It comes for 10 marks question, fixed budget, flexible, wo main baad mein bataungi. I'm discussing with all of you functional budgets right now. So based on sale budget, I will make my production budget. Once I do the production budget, okay, then I know, okay, 12 units are there, 2 units are in stock, 40, and 3 opening stock is there, 11 I need to produce. Okay, now I know I have 3 products ABC. This is what is my production budget. Okay, to produce this, how much raw material is required? 1 unit requires 5 kg. You have decided to produce 10,000 kg, no? I mean, say 10,000 units, sorry. 1 unit requires 5 kg of raw material. 10,000 units will require how many kgs of raw material? 50,000 kgs of raw material. Are you all with me? So 50,000 kgs of raw material will be required to purchase. Okay. Now, we know that based on the production, this much raw material is required, 50,000 kgs. But as we have finished unit stock, we must be having raw material stock also. 50,000 units of raw material is required for production. 5,000 units of stock mein rakhoge, 10%. That ratio will be given to you. And this is the opening. This will give you the purchase budget. See how budgetings are linked. Sales budget. Sales will tell you itna produce karo. Production will tell you itna produce karna hai, itna raw material lagega. Raw material purchase budget is ready. And now you know that this much raw material is required. Then you can talk with the vendor whether you will buy quarterly or it's good to purchase in the bulk. Material chapter logic. Kitna kharidna hai, EOQ and all. Right? So you can make your purchase budget in units and in rupees. Chalo, now labor budget. 1 unit requires 10 hours to make. Ye chapter itna easy hai, logic se jao to. 1 unit requires 10 hours to produce. 10,000 units will require 1 lakh hours. 1 lakh घंटे मुझे काम कराना है workers से. 1 worker works 48 hours in a week. 1 lakh divided by 48. How many workers I need? Are you getting? So now I am shifting using my production target. I am making labor budget. And in labor, 1 unit को बनाने के लिए 2 skilled workers, 3 unskilled workers. तो इतने यूनिट को बनाने के लिए these many workers I will need. अच्छा, those, चलो, now I got to know I'll need 5,000 skilled workers. Per worker charges 80 per day multiplied by 20 working day. 5,000 workers will charge. So I will get the labor budget in hours and in rupees. I've made the raw material budget in kgs and in rupees. Next is overhead. Okay. Now, what will you do in overhead? 1 second. These classes are like we need to speak continuously. Now, what will you do in the overhead? Any doubt you have, you can ask, or if you're watching this as a video, do comment below. Next, then, like material and labor, we can make overhead budget. 1 unit requires 5 rupees of overhead, whatever, indirect material, indirect labor, indirect. 5 rupees ka indirect expense. 1 unit, 5 rupees is the overhead. 5,000 units, if you want to manufacture, 25,000 will be the overhead. Once your material, labor, overhead budget is ready in units, in hours, and in amounts, now what you will do? Material, labor, overhead is done. Now you should prepare the cash budget. How do you prepare the cash budget? Opening cash is there. You have a policy that whatever you sell, 80% abhi paise aate hain, 20% next month mein. Next year, 20% of January, February ka 80%. In March ka 80%, February ka 20%. In April ka 80%. So that policy will be given to you. So opening cash, you know, collection from data, you know, some other income they'll give. In the payment side, you know how you're going to pay to your creditors. You have prepared the purchase budget. You have made the wages budget. How many skilled workers and per worker will charge how much. And you have made other expenses overhead budget. You can make a cash budget. Now, when you made cash budget for 3 months, January, February, and March, you saw in February month it is off season, cash is going negative. Collection कम है, season नहीं है, sale नहीं है, but expenses के meter तो चलता है ना, purchase and all this. You know, some businesses are like seasonal. For example, school uniform. They don't earn throughout the year. They are earning 2 to 3 months, just when the school ends and summers and all. But they are paying the salary, rent, labor, workers, everything for 12 months. So they can plan when they have to take the bank loan and when they will get the collection free and all. So like this, all the budgets are linked and you should prepare the budget for your exam. Sometimes standard costing and budgeting combined problems are also asked. Clear to all of you? So this is how we deal with this subject, this topic budgeting. And one more budget is fixed budget and flexible budget. I'll read out from the notes everything, but this is like in the revision, this is necessary. If you have any doubt in whatever I'm saying, ma'am, this term at this minute is not clear, put me a message below this. Now what is happening? Flexible budget at 70%, this is your sale, this is your variable cost, this is your fixed cost, this is your profit. If you want to work at 80%, some cost will be constant, some will change, sales will change, variable cost will change. Variable cost is fixed per unit. In total, it changes. Fixed cost is constant in total. Like this. So they may ask you to prepare flexible budget for 5 marks in question number 1 also. Or a similar kind of 2-3 linked budgets for 10 marks. And in budgeting, sometimes it's not raw material. 1 unit banane ke liye, raw material A is required half kg. Raw material B is required 1 kg, 1 unit of output, and 1 bag is needed. So like this, these are 3 kind of the raw materials. Do the calculation and you get the answer. So make sure when you do these topics, these all are interlinked. Marginal costing, budgeting, standard costing. Isko jab bhi karo, saath mein karo. I mean, say in budgeting also one part of marginal costing, sales minus variable cost, contribution minus, they are asking sometimes. Okay. So here we complete the concept of this. Now let us revise. Theory questions are definitely asked. So starting with the first theory question only. What are the essential steps for preparing the budget? What is the organization structure? How many people are there? Instructions flow down, reporting go up. You all know it, hierarchy wise. So what is the organization structure? We must know about it. And then setting the clear goals. 1 second. To open it again. 1 second. Yeah, here we go with the budgeting. Yeah. Essential steps for preparing the budget. Organization structure must be clearly defined. Setting of the clear objectives. Organization and responsibility should be clearly stated to the management. Who person is responsible for what budget? See, for making proper budgets of purchase, labor, material, we need lot of information and coordination from various departments. Budgets are prepared for future period. And budgets are updated for the events that were there. They keep mind buffering, no, in the budget. It should be monitored periodically. Variance analysis should be done. Ki standard or decided was this, actual is this, and how. Budget should be quantified. Budget performance need to be linked effectively. Okay? What is budget? It's a statement for the fixed time, right? Budgeting, it means of coordinating the combined intelligence of entire organization. Budgeting is making the budget, and budgetary control is establishing that system of making the budget, making जो नहीं budget है तो फिर budget में ही काम करना है. And if little also you deviate, नहीं मैम material costly हो गया, workers मिल नहीं रहे कोविड के हिसाब से, whatever, then you need to know how to control your budget, compare with actual, do the variance analysis. Variance is change in the budget and actual, right? Objectives of budget, advantages. It's good. Budget gives you so much clarity. You can plan in advance how to control future cost, how to work efficiently, evaluate the performance, standard costing and variance analysis, policy formulation. Policy nahi, itne, acha, today's target is, for example, a person who makes wedding cards. He got 500 order of 500 wedding cards. So he knows कि 500 wedding card में इतने sheets लगेंगे, इतना ink लगेगा. Benchmarks are ready. Disadvantages, it's just an estimate, so it should not be rigid. Sometimes budgets become very rigid. No, 2000 ही लेके जाओ और shopping करके आओ. But very good offer was there for 2100, he missed it. So always we plan to buy 2000, then also we take 3000. No, some buffering should be there. Budget should never be rigid. False sense of security, so very beautiful. Budgeting is planning. Planning करने से पढ़ाई हो गई क्या आपकी? No, ना. So like this, budgetary control also, it's a false security that you have prepared the budget to काम हो गया. Lack of coordination between all the departments. You need lot of coordination to implement the budget, and lot of time, cost, effort is needed. If we have least staff, एक तो sales staff कम है, एक तो accounts कम है, तो waste the time to make the budget and then see the actual and then maintain the data and compare and do. This is an extra cost. Benefit is there extra, but you need separate staff, separate documentation for all this. Budgeting is time consuming and costly, but benefits are also above. That's why big level पे companies करते हैं. Types of budget. Physical budget पूरा quantity detail. Raw material कितना kg लगेगा, labor कितने hours लगेगा, production कितने units होगा, sale how many units. These are like physical budget. Cost budget means उनसे related rupees. Profit budget we all know. Okay, now what's the difference between fixed and flexible budget? Many times they are asking you this theory question, and not like this definition. ऐसे नहीं. Left right ही लिखो और simple way में लिखो. Language make it simple, no problem. It is a budget designed to remain unchanged irrespective of the level of the actually. Fixed budget is fixed. Flexible budget is recognizing the difference between fixed, semi-variable and variable. ठीक है? Fixed budget does not change with the actual volume of the activity. Flexible budget can be recasted on the basis of the activity level. Fixed budget operates on one level of activity and it assumes that there will be no change in the prevailing conditions. Flexible budget, it tries. Chalo, we are at 60%. Let us check if we produce at 50% or 80%. Kya hoga? Variance analysis does not give useful information because we are doing at a static level. Yeah, if it is flexible budget, variance analysis will be helpful. Yeah. If the budget and actual activity level differ, then aspects like cost ascertainment, price fixation do not give a correct picture because the budget and actual is different. Whereas flexible budget means you are nearby, your results are nearby to the actual. So it facilitates ascertainment of cost. Budgeting helps you to fix up a proper selling price and all. Okay? Comparison of actual with the budgeted target will be meaningless. If your fixed budget is at 60% and you are actually operating at 90%, तो क्या compare कर रहे हो? Whereas flexible budget is, if you are operating at 90%, you make the budget also from 60 to 90. So this is all win-win situation for the flexible budget. ठीक है? Right? I'm going with the flow of the class. Keep patience. After the theory, we will definitely check up the booster notes and all. Types of the budgets, how all the budgets are linked. Sales budget, yeah, I was telling you about plant utilization budget. To produce every unit, these many machine hours are required. तो इतने यूनिट्स बनाने को इतने मशीन आवर्स, तो एक यूनिट को बनाने के लिए 8 मशीन आवर्स, तो 1000 को 80,000 machine hours. Like this we can decide what all plant capacity we will need. Purchase, labor, production, these are the various budgets. You can make long term, short term. In budgeting, sometimes very important here also, and in marginal costing is also limiting factor. Limiting factor है, important है. Yeah. Now what is that limiting factor? Sometimes it's good, ma'am. Instead of 60%, if I operate at 80%, I will own more. I will earn more. है ना? आप अभी 60% पे हो, अगर आप 80% सेल कर पाओ और एक्स्ट्रा प्रोड्यूस करो, you will earn more. But maybe raw material is limited. Maybe labor is not available to shift from 60 to 80. Maybe cash or finance is not available. So like that, there are many limiting factors which budget will make clear. Budget manual, write a short note on budget manual. ये पूछते हैं एग्जाम में. Budget manual is a scheduled document or booklet which shows in written form the budget organization. Budget manual is everything. What all budgets are prepared, how many people are there, what is their responsibility, everything. Brief explanation of the principal budgetary control system, objective, benefit, how does it operate. Various reports are there, accounts code, chart of accounts, budget calendar showing date of completion and all that. Okay? Yeah. Now there are certain steps involved in making the, are you connecting with these topics? I know thoda sa technical hai. This theory is not as easy as we did EOQ, how much to buy, and reorder level, kitna kharidna hai, EOQ is kab kharidna and all that. So logic se padho, do baar at least side headings you should know, little exam oriented knowledge. There are certain steps involved in the budgetary control. First, decide the objective. क्यों बनाना है budget? Are there any limiting factors? How many people will be involved to control the budget? Make proper budget manual. Budget period. You want to make a budget for 1 month or quarterly or 1 yearly or 6 weekly or how? And then make standard, compare it with actual and make. Right. I was just seeing some nice, see this is a superb problem. 55, 65, 75 पे अगर आप operate करेंगे तो क्या होगा? In fact, sharing like this से अच्छा होगा मुझे लगता है. I should. This is also a nice problem. देखो, sales फिर production से component usage. Component usage मतलब purchase की quantity. फिर purchase का amount, फिर labor. Like this you can go. One second, I'll go to the notes. Yeah, look at this. These are the booster notes. Regular class, we take 5 classes at least for budgeting and various kind of budgets we practice. But इतना easy calculation है, कोई technical knowledge नहीं है इसमें. Process costing I am saying is little technical, but not this one. Functional budget. First is sales budget. In sales budget, if sales mix is limit, first of all, you should make sales budget. Did you get or not? Because based on sales, you will decide production. Based on production, you will decide ki raw material kitna kharido, labor. So these are linked. In sales budget, if sales mix is the limiting factor. What is sales mix now? Sales mix is ki 8:3:4. A के अगर 8 यूनिट सेल होंगे, B के 3 यूनिट्स होंगे, C के 4, ऐसे. So these are like limiting factors. So then contribution into sales mix is used for apportionment of the desired contribution. Contribution is obviously fixed cost plus desired profit. कितना profit earn करना है? इतना. अच्छा, fixed cost तो इतना है, तो इतना contribution. I told you lot of link is there between marginal costing, budgeting and budgeting and standard costing. Right? Okay. Now, production budget. Number of units sold you got from the sales budget. Add closing stock. Less opening stock. You got the number of units produced. Again. Because of this problem only now I have decided to make the that's the reason now I have decided कि नहीं सब chapters का अलग अलग boosters लिखना है. This screen always is giving me trouble. Nice booster notes I have made for every chapter. 1 second. Huh? Budgeting is a very nice. जो मैंने अभी माइंड मैप आपको स्क्रीन पे बनाया ना, पॉज करके अगर आप ये लिख लोगे ना, आपको क्लियर हो जाएगा कि बजटिंग कैसे होगा. Yeah, here we go. Land duty, yeah. Raw material, अच्छा. Yeah. Is the sales budget clear to you? Right. Now production budget is number of units sold. Add closing stock इतना तो रखना है. Minus opening stock. You get number of units produced. Yes. Now raw material consumption budget. Number of units produced into raw material per unit. Are you all getting? इतने units produce करना है तो इतना raw material खा जाना पड़ेगा. This much is the raw material consumed. Prepare raw material consumption budget. Now this much raw material is consumed. Some raw material will be in the closing stock minus opening. We will get raw material purchase budget. Now raw material purchase budget quantity into price will give you the total purchase value. Okay. Next is labor. अब हम लेबर का बजट बनाते हैं. 1 unit requires this much labor. Number of units produced into labor per unit. How many hours of labor are required? I told you like 1 lakh hours. Divide by hours of labor work. Each worker is working per month. चलो आपको 1 lakh labor hours काम करना है 1 month पे. Keep all your budgets equal. मतलब if one budget is monthly, all the budgets are monthly. One budget is weekly, this is weekly. So the next month you want 1 lakh labor hours and hours worked for each worker, you know. So this is like number of the workers. Now what is the total wages? Total wages is equal to labor hours. देखो labor hours are production, कितने unit produce करना है multiplied by per unit labor. So these are the 1 lakh labor hours. Now 1 lakh labor hours divided by 3000 labor hours per worker is working. So you get number of workers and then decide their wages. Labor hours are into the rate per hour. देखो एक यूनिट को बनाने के लिए 9 minutes लगते हैं and 60 minutes means 1 hour का you are paying 5 rupees. तो 9 units का आप कितना पे करोगे? What I am teaching is a golden line. Pause, take screenshot for the labor chapter, for the standard costing and for budgeting. 1 unit requires 9 minutes. 60 minutes, that is 1 hour के लिए I am paying you 5 rupees. So 9 minutes के लिए I will pay you 0.75 और 9 minute में आपने एक unit बना ली. तो एक unit means 0.75 rupees. Now clear to you? After the labor, let us make overhead budget. Number of units produced into rate per unit. Or overhead may be in hours. So number of hours into rate per hour. Or number of machine hours into the rate per hour. Plant utilization. Number of units into the machine hour. एक यूनिट को 10 मशीन आवर लगते हैं. 10,000 यूनिट को 1 लाख मशीन आवर. and per total machine hour into machine hour rate per hour. This will give you the wages. Plant utilization budget हो गया. Fixed and flexible budget 75% and 85%. Total variable cost changes. Variable cost per unit is constant, fixed cost is constant in total, and semi-variable overhead in the basic classes where I've taught you all the theory and all, I've told you how to segregate semi-variable overhead. ये सबको मालूम होना चाहिए. Because this is there in service costing, this is there in overhead, this is there in cost sheet. कितने जगह पे है ये, तो ये सबको मालूम होना चाहिए कि आप इसको कैसे segregate करो, right? Semi-variable overhead में जो variable cost, the change in the total semi-variable overhead का जो change in cost है, that is because of the variable element. So change in cost divided by change in units will give you the variable cost per unit. ठीक है? Right. And fixed cost is total semi-variable cost minus the variable cost will give you the fixed cost. Did you get it now? Chalo. Original budget and revised budget. This is also many times asked in exam. क्या बात है, छोटा सा बटरफ्लाई आ गया घर में. Original budget and revised budget. Yeah, original budget is like standard, but considering the situation, we have to make the revised budget. Now for this, I always give this example. Your selling price is 100, your variable cost is 60, and contribution is 40. Okay. Now Harika, you are my very dear student. So what I am doing is selling price, I am giving you 10% discount, 90. Can I say variable cost will be 90 ka 60%? 6 9s are 54. No, cost to 60 hai. Just Harika is my dear student and she is coming. Instead of 100, I am offering her in 90. So discount will reduce my contribution or my profit, but variable cost will be same. So if selling price is discounted, variable cost as a percentage of sales will be on the original sales only. Are you all getting? My original sales is 100%. अब उसका variable cost 60% है, fixed cost 20% है, semi variable. So this time my sales is 90, discounted sales, but the percentage of the cost on sales will be on the original sales only. Logically, I am giving 100 item to you in 90, but then the variable cost is the same, no? Right? So that's it. Now, yeah, these are some budgeted ratios which are asked for 5 marks in standard costing also and here also. Budget se related ratios like efficiency ratio, how efficiently your workers are working. Standard hours for actual output. Always standard hours are not budgeted hours. Standard hours are for actual output. Divide by actual hours into 100. Are you all with me? Standard hours है 10, actual hours है 8. Oh, 10 hours का काम आपने 8 hours में कर दिया, 125%. आपकी efficiency तो बहुत अच्छी है. 10 घंटे का काम आपने 8 घंटे में कर लिया. Are you all with me? So efficiency ratio जब देख रहे हो, standard hours for actual output divided by actual hours. Activity ratio, then standard hours for actual output divided by budgeted hours. You are just seeing the activity. Calendar ratio when days information is given. In budgeting also, in standard costing also, overhead में और calendar ratio तभी यूज करते हैं ना जब आपको budgeting और मालूम है. Available working days divided by budgeted working days. Calendar ratio is available working days are 30, but you have decided to work for 25. Budget is 25. That's your calendar ratio. What is the importance of this? When we work out the problem, it will be clear. Standard capacity usage ratio. Budgeted hours divide by maximum possible hours in the budgeted period into 100. budgeted hours. Divide by maximum possible hours in the budgeted period into 100. That is the standard capacity usage. What is actual capacity usage? Actual hours divide by standard hours into 100. Standard hours is 10, but actual hours you have worked 8. So you are working 80% capacity पे ही आपने तो target reach कर लिया. So actual capacity usage is actual hours into standard hours. हाँ, लेकिन जब efficiency देख रहे हैं तो standard hours by actual hours. And actual usage of the budget capacity. Actual hours by budgeted hours. Instead of standard hours, we will get the budget. I know इसको ज़्यादा मैं कभी पूरा डिटेल में नहीं समझाने जाती हूँ. The way I explained you, material, labor, overhead, logic से करो, क्योंकि वो step down method वो सबके पीछे logic है. ये formulas हैं, so these are standard costing. These are the chapters where you have formula. And now let me show you one or two problems for the budgeting. Yeah, before we go to the problems for budgeting, write a short note on zero based budgeting or performance budgeting. ये बहुत पूछते हैं आज. Zero based budgeting is make the budget from the scratch, no benchmark. Zero based budgeting is a method of budgeting which requires each element to be specifically justified through activities. कोई आपके पास benchmark नहीं है जिससे आप budget बना रहे हैं. Identify and describe the decision packages, evaluate decision packages, rank, allocate resources. So zero-based budgeting is for the organization which is like evolving continuously. Okay? What are advantages, disadvantages? This I think you can study. And same for performance budgeting. Performance budgeting involves evaluation of performance of organization in the context of both specific as well as overall objective of organization. How you are performing according, that is a performance budgeting, right? Okay. This requires complete clarity about both short-term as well as long-term organization goals. The responsibility of various levels of management should be predetermined so that they can compare their actual performance with the budgeted performance. How one is performing. Okay. This was just asked in the last exam, performance reporting at various levels of the management. We give them the task and then we see the performance. So first they make the budget. ठीक है, कैसे करना है, and then they compare it with actual. I'll share with you some of the problems and booster notes so that you get marks in theory. तो ठीक है, कभी पूछते हैं 5 marks के लिए. Problems तो आपको आने चाहिए ना पूरे budgeting के. Yeah, here I am. Very nice. I'm telling you the problems are. Calculation में तो time लगता है. ये देखो. You know the sales. You know that closing stock next month का इतना रहना and all. And opening stock मालूम है. तो production you can decide. और अगर production मालूम है, 30,000 का 80% अभी produce कर रहे हो. नेक्स्ट जो सेल करने वाले उसका 20% अभी प्रोड्यूस करके रख रहे हो और ओपनिंग स्टॉक दिया है तो क्लोजिंग बैलेंसिंग फिगर होगा. फिर ये क्लोजिंग विल बिकम ओपनिंग अगेन. करंट 80%, 41 का 20%. लाइक दिस सम लिंक विल बी गिवन फॉर यू टू कंप्लीट द बजट्स. लुक एट द स्क्रीन एंड डिड यू ऑल फॉलो द बूस्टर नोट्स हाउ द बजट्स आर लिंक्ड. परफॉर्मेंस एंड जीरो बेस्ड बजटिंग, जस्ट रीड एंड गो इफ दे आस्क यू सम थ्योरी. Now, based on my production, total production, 1,60,000 units बनाना है. एक यूनिट को 2 किलो raw material. So how much raw material I am going to consume? 320. That is raw material consumption budget. Easy or not? I told you when I show you the solved problem, it will be easy. Now, raw material purchase budget. तो रॉ मटेरियल कंजम्पशन तो पता चल गया आपको कितना 320 एट द क्लोजिंग स्टॉक minus the opening stock. This is your raw material purchase budget based on the consumption. And once you know you have to purchase 3,15,000 units, so 30% you are going to buy in the first quarter, 50x, 20x, and all. So this will be your raw material budget, purchase budget. And then additionally they have asked you how to maintain stores. वो पूछा है तो ठीक है. अभी next problem है, third problem. फिर से production budget. सेल्स मालूम है, क्लोजिंग स्टॉक इज नेक्स्ट मंथ का 20%, अब भी स्टॉक में रखो, अगले महीने आप 12,000 यूनिट बेचोगे, 20% तो अभी रखो स्टॉक में. ओपनिंग मालूम है, तो दिस इज द प्रोडक्शन. समटाइम्स प्रोडक्शन इज नोन, देन क्लोजिंग इज बैलेंसिंग फिगर और ओपनिंग. दिस फॉर्मेट शुड बी क्लियर. वंस यू नो द प्रोडक्शन, इतने यूनिट प्रोड्यूस होने हैं जनवरी, फरवरी, मार्च एंड अप्रैल. Material X is required 4 kg 1 unit. 9,700 unit कितना? 12,400 कितना? Material Y is required 6 per kg. Now we have raw material required consumption. ये पता चल गया सबको? Okay. How much is raw material you are going to use for J 38,800? And next month some closing stock तो will be there, half or whatever. And some opening given, so you will make purchase budget. Oh, all this you have to purchase. So then you can make raw material usage budget के हिसाब से raw material purchase budget. ठीक है, कितना खरीदोगे. Once you know raw material purchase budget at what rate, you can give amount. So like this, every problem will give you nice inputs. See again, this is a nice problem. Problem number 2. If you have my material star mark, problem number 2 is very, very important. Selling price minus the variable cost. एक यूनिट बनाने के लिए आधा किलो रॉ मटेरियल लगता है, and 1 kg raw material is 100. Half kg will be 1 unit, only 1 unit I am checking. एक यूनिट बनाने के लिए इनडायरेक्ट मटेरियल 250 ग्राम्स. 1 kg is 40 rupees. 250 grams is 10. 1 unit बनाने के लिए you need 4 skilled workers and 6 per hour they are paid. 2 this and this and this and variable overhead. So you are getting sales minus variable cost is contribution. And you have the sales mix as the limiting factor. I did talk in theory. ये तो फिक्स है कि if you sell 8 units of A, 2 के 2 units बिकेंगे. So now we get weighted contribution multiply with the sales mix. You can get the same problem in the exam. Contribution multiplied by the sales mix is the weightage contribution. And now your fixed cost, your profit is fixed. And your fixed cost is clear. So you know the total contribution. You want to earn 120 and your fixed cost is 2 lakh. So your total contribution will be 320. And what is the contribution multiplied by sales mix in this ratio? Can you divide? ठीक है, फिर A को 320 into 128 divide by 200. इतना contribution लाना पड़ेगा. B को इतना, C को इतना, like this. So like this, if you do desired contribution, अगर आप कर रहे हो तो आपको तो एक एक का इंडिविजुअल कंट्रीब्यूशन मिल गया. This problem is there in the study material also. ये देखो 120 was the desired profit. 2 lakh is the fixed cost. So 320 you want. Now when you want 320 as contribution in 128, 48, 24 ratio. So this will give you the desired contribution. But this is the contribution. But per unit the contribution is 16. So if you divide, you will get number of units produced. हो गया. Sorry, number of units sold. Sorry. ये तो selling price minus the variable cost, contribution multiplied by mix. This will give you sales budget. Once you know sales budget and selling price, sales budget in rupees, Based on sales, add, opening, closing, you get production budget. Based on the production, raw material required budget and all, and raw material purchase budget, labor budget, then it's routine. You can make all the budget with this. Okay? Yeah. Flexible budget. See? Nice. Last year you were working at 85,000 units, but this time material cost has increased by 8%. They have given. So change and take. Labor is increased by 5%. So like this, if they give some terms, you can change and decide. And this is also very nice. 4 lakh units के लिए budget बनाओ. So per unit is constant. Total variable cost will change. But if you are shifting from 4 lakh to 5 lakh, generally your fixed cost is same unless these kind of problems where they say. So fixed और ये budget आपको आना चाहिए बनाते. Look at this. Did you understand this? And semi variable overhead ये तो सबसे easy है. 1 minute. Yeah, the most easiest budget they can ask. Flexible budget. And original and revised budget. See, actual sales are 1080 after discount, but your original sales are 1200. Are you all getting? So if I say 40% material cost है, तो 1200 का 40%. Ma'am, but the sales is 108. That is all after discount. But you have to take 1200 ka 40%. Are you getting? You are my dear friend. So 1200 I am selling it to you in 1080. But original का ये मैं तो लूंगी ना. Clear है या नहीं आप सबको? Right? Okay. So this is all about the budgets. Yeah, this is a cash budget. October, cash sales, collection from data, any other assets sold, payment to creditors and all that. तो cash अगर negative जा रही है, income budget, sales budget, वहाँ से production, component usage. अच्छे easy problems are there for budgeting. Yeah, I do agree theory is little technical to remember. Write a short note on zero budget and performance. If you feel like you can leave it in choice in exam, और नहीं बाकी क्वेश्चन इजी हैं 3 थ्योरी क्वेश्चन और मुझे क्वेश्चन नंबर 6 अटेम्प्ट ही करना है 5 into 4 mark theory question, then learn and go. 2 to 3 short notes. Write a short note on zero based budgeting, performance budgeting and budget manual. That's all for budgeting topic. Thank you for watching the video till end. If you have any doubt anywhere, you can ask me any problem, any technical support you need. Always there to support you. Just click the photo and send a voice note. We'll clear your doubt. Okay? All the best to all of you, dear students. So did you enjoy these conceptual learning? If yes, then below the video, the link is given for our Telegram group. You can join for concept classes app. You can download. Lot of videos are there in the free content also along with the PDF material. So whole chapter, you can download the material, you can watch all the videos in detail and do learning. Lot of theory questions, other PDFs are all included. Okay, right? So do connect with us with all the links below. If you have any query, you can write a mail and you can connect with us through the link and would be more than glad to help you join our concept classes app community. Waiting to welcome you all, right? Thank you so much. Wish you very all the best. And if you really like these kind of the concepts, hit the notification button, hit the like button so that you're notified next time when we are taking a lecture or we are uploading it in the YouTube. And do share this video with friends. Do comment below the video for any query also, any doubt also, and if you have really taken some value addition. I'm on a mission to help more than 10,000 students. I really want to help by putting lot of value addition with the way I have learned. These all subjects are interlinked, account, tax, costing, FM. And you will enjoy this interlinking knowledge. Wish you all the best. Thank you. Bye-bye.